Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to bring you the North American Cup, the 6th edition. So, for this time around, we're going to go into the seeding. The seeding is 5 rounds per map. All those results get compiled, and then you get placed into your group stages. So, I'm joined by my good friend, Chiviguagua. Chivi, what do you think about the North American Cup today?
I am really hyped to see all those players that we already know, the ones that are new to the scene, and this map pack, to be honest, looks insane. We had the chance to play it a little bit, but holy, it's going to be a hard one. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen, and right now, we're waiting for, well, the first round to start. Just all
So,
the players joining. It's going to be great.
if you had to say, out of all the players that are like projected to do well, so you have like Wiggity, you have Mince. Mince has been grinding really hard. Random's there in the records as well. Who do you think has the best chance of making it into the top 4? You'd have to say. You just spitball a few names.
I mean, it's a difficult pick because we have really good players.
Oh yeah.
All of them. Not gonna lie, I think the Wiggity could be a good contender. Random, as you said. I would love to see Topic going far also.
Yeah.
And I don't have the full list, but I think there was another Canadian player that had really good chances to go far. But to be honest, it's a really stacked server. I wouldn't be surprised to see any of these players going to the finals.
Oh yeah, 1000%. I mean, you have players of this caliber in this competition. You really just you always need to be on your A game, because with only 5 rounds to work with, you don't really have a lot of leeway. Maybe you have one bad round, 1 or 2 on a few maps, then all of a sudden you're seed 10 or 11 when you want to be 1 or 2, because we do actually have map picks this time around. So you need to make sure that you're getting your map pick when you want to play it. So we're going to go ahead and cut over to the game and show you guys what we're working with here. A lot of players joining up the server. We're going to go on board with Topic, as you said. So, yeah, this is Manox's map 1 of the map pack, and I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a whole lot of it today.
I agree with you. This map pack, as I mentioned earlier, it's a tough one. A lot of precision needed, a lot of tight corners, a lot of randomness that can go around. But this first map, like this map being the first one of the map pack, I find it a little bit violent. Not gonna lie, I had a lot of trouble. I don't think I was even able to have a good PB. It's something else. It's a way to wake you up today. If you're a little bit like, I don't know, it's Saturday, I just woke up, I'm not like really in the match yet. Oh, this is going to wake you up like a bus. It's
Oh yes,
something else.
absolutely. So there's a few things that I actually do want to point out going into this. There's a few players that you would very much expect to be higher in the seeding list, but I guess just didn't get the chance to grind as much as they want to, namely somebody who just joined the server, Nixotica. Nixotica, I think, was down in seed 13, 14 last I looked, which Nixotica's a very good player. He's one of America's finest. And another one in that same situation is Toto, who we'll go on board with for a little bit. Toto grinded 4 of the maps, and then the deadline hit, so he had his discovery run on the 5th map. So he's a little bit down in the time attack seeding, but time attack is only worth, I believe, 20% of your seed. So it'll all get decided here.
It will be interesting. But as you said, there's of course also all the changes that happened 1 week before the cut made a lot of players that were confident with a certain PB surprised or grinding very last second because they didn't realize there was an update. So I agree. The sitting right now is something, but I'm quite sure it's going to change with the rounds coming up.
Oh yeah, 1000%. There's also new name, or not really new, that I'd want to point out, or just someone we haven't seen in a while, is Tankrum. I don't think Tankrum has played a competition in a while. But
Haven't seen him in a while.
yeah, he's here, rocking his G2 esports skin. So I am very excited to see how he performs here, because maybe NA has leveled up last competition he played.
We'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of potential, and with all the things going on, EWC, ENC,
Oh yeah.
Trackmania has gained a lot of momentum, a lot of popularity, and old players are coming back, new players are coming along, and the communities are growing everywhere. It's something this year is going to be great for Trackmania. I mean, it already is. We had Trackmania games at the beginning of the year. Red Bull is going on right now.
In like a normal Trackmania year, if we had no more events for the rest of the year, the Trackmania players would be happy. But it's only May.
It's only May.
So much more coming in store for us, so I'm very excited to see what will happen. For now though, we're gonna go on board with CD just for a little bit. Gonna maybe start here the next 3 or so minutes. So just to remind anyone new joining the stream, the format is 5 rounds per map, and then all those results get compiled into a big spreadsheet, and then our fancy people, our people in the NCSA headquarters will throw all those numbers in a formula, and then you'll get it'll spit a seed out. So round seeding is 80% of your seed, and then we had 20% of it worth the time attack seeding in the past week and a half, 2 weeks or so. So now that you are looking at this map, I know you told me that this map is definitely a very difficult, but what else do you notice? What are some key parts of this map that you think players need to be careful in?
Oh god, I would say towards the end, like getting past that drift around the lake, if we can call it the lake. That is the section where things get very, very serious. You have a pole that doesn't let you pass quite easily, so it's a little bit tight. Then you go to grass, a little bit to right, a little bit of a left, and then a drift to the underwater section, which, to my experience, it isn't really hard of a section, but if you angle your car just a little bit more, it's unrecoverable. You go from first place to last place in a second.
Oh yeah.
So players has to be really, really careful, and the jump in the middle part, if you want to get the perfect line, you're gonna need to be really close to that pole, really, really close, and we know what happens when there's a hole next to a corner. That's a Trackmania player magnet.
Well, aside from that, I believe that I think this format is really beneficial to a lot of the NA players' playstyle. I know some other people are like, all gas, no brakes, I'm gonna send every round. If I crash all of them, I don't care. But I think that this will be good. Virtuo is another name I want to point out. I think Virtuo didn't get the chance to practice as much as he would, or he was like, he didn't know if he was gonna play. So Virtuo is very good at this game. He made GDEX 2025 finals, so that's something he has going for him. But other than that, if he isn't as practiced as he wants to be, then he's gonna have a little bit of trouble this time around. What are another player, now that we're in the lobby, what's another player that you want to keep your eyes on? Maybe not one of the top guys, but just like another guy to point out.
I mean, we already talked about Toto.
Yeah.
Which other player can we have a little bit of a look if the server doesn't like too much? Thornburn. I would love to see Thornburn.
Thornburn is pretty good. He's very good at this game, but for some reason, I don't have him in my head as a really top contender compared to some of the guys we have in this lobby, which is crazy to say. This Tom is very
Thunburn
good at this game.
is really good at the game, and it doesn't have such an international name attached to it, but trust me, as someone that has played against him in the same room, he's a really good player. He has a
Yeah.
lot of potential. He has really, really, really good consistency.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was gonna bring up. Tom, he has good enough pace that you need to risk or else you're losing the round because his consistency is very, very good. He honestly has some of the best consistency I've seen, or at least it feels like, because as he said, playing against him just feels like an uphill battle no matter what.
It's funny. You could say it's going to be a hard fight, but every single fight is going to be hard. Every single player has a lot of potential. Every single player has already a kind of a good background on the scene. I'm trying to find like new names, like people that
There is, yeah.
registered this season.
That reminds me. So it's not a completely new name, but we have someone on Halcyon named Naysayer who their first ever competition was last NAC. So NAC 5. So and then this will be their second or third competition. And when they played NAC 5, they actually won Division 2, I'm pretty sure. So that is very exciting to have that new kind of talent in the scene. But other than that, I'm not seeing any like fresh names. I mean, there's obviously like Cannoli 11. I don't think I've seen before, rocking the Ukrainian Trackmania skin.
There's a lot of players that I'm not familiar with. Your knowledge on the NA scene is way richer than mine. Have to say it.
I significantly would hope so. So we are gonna go on board one of, let's see, who haven't we looked at? Let's look at Cat Curly. Cat Curly's very good. He's kind of one of the sleeper picks. His pace can get really good, and then there's a few. Cat Curly is always very map dependent in my head. That
Yes.
he kind of, if the map isn't suited to him, his consistency kind of falters a bit, and his pace can't get up to what it really needs to be a top contender. But Cat Curly is as close as you can get to the definition of like an A tier player, because he's very good at this game. It's just that sometimes the maps are a bit too odd for him or out of his skill set. But other than that, there's something else I wanted to bring up about the amount of American teams we have. So we have a lot of Halcyon. Halcyon's been the main one in NA, but then HD is slowly been recruiting and taking over, and it's very fun to see all the different tags. Out of here, Chibi, here's a question. Out of the people with HD tags in the server right now, which one do you think will do the best?
There's a lot of HD
There's a lot
players.
of HD players.
There's a lot of HD players. I'm curious about Rituo. I'm really curious about him. I don't know him, but I've heard things about him.
Which was very
Hope,
good.
I think, can have a really good performance. Mins can have an amazing performance, especially being the world record holder on this map as for
Yeah.
now.
Mints, namely from Onyx. I think we have 3 Onyx players, namely Mints, CD, Wiggity. Someone will have to correct me if I'm wrong, but that is all the ones I remember. So, but, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. In about 5 seconds, we are going to go green in the North American Cup, number 6, the first seeding round. So there is no buffers here. All 5 rounds count. It's not your worst result. And we're paused. Apparently we're getting a console player in the server. Everything has already gone wrong, ladies and gentlemen.
It cannot be
Yeah.
an American tournament without something going on, server bugging, someone lagging, missing players. Something always has to show up when we're organizing a tournament or
So
a stream.
this is actually really funny timing. So the player we're waiting on, his name is Eulahs Are Unfair. He is a player from my state who he shows up once a month. He grinds campaign. He sets times so good that none of us can get near them, and then he leaves for the rest of the campaign. So I believe this will actually be his first comp. So when we were talking about new players earlier, this will be his first or second competition. And it's kind of good because as much as I like being beat by this anonymous guy, I am getting frustrated because I show up, I see he's beat champ by 8/10, and I can't even get close to it. So maybe I'll get some consolation in my head.
And also the curiosity of seeing like the player playing live on a round on a tournament. It's not the same thing having that name on top of the leaderboard and that name playing around in the rounds and playing against one of the most known players in the region.
Samber? Samber is in a great spot. And alright, it died. Server
Yeah.
Everyone go home.
Well, that was it. I hope you really enjoyed the tournament.
Alright.
Now, Alex told us that we're going to be disconnected for a second. Now everything should be fine.
Should be. Clueless. I'm going to attempt to rejoin.
Which server are you going in?
One. Oh,
Server one.
apparently not. We'll get there. Oh. Currently banging on the door of Nadeo servers right now, trying to get in. Oh. I just assume they're restarting. So we're gonna go to you can see our lovely faces for just one more second. So of the Onyx players, so namely Mince, Wiggity, CD, which one do you think will do the best? Because Mince, very not new to the scene, but he's been playing out of his mind recently. He's had such a huge skill grow up, but also Wiggity and CD, basically veterans of the scene at this point. Everyone knows how they play, they know their pace. So I just want to hear your take on which one of those three you think will do the best.
I mean, you have two sides of a coin. You can have either the legacy player, like the player with most experience, the most time, or you can have the new player that has been performing as crazy. Mince, I think, has top 3 in every single map. Wiggity also trading the first place, so I think it's going to be mostly a battle between those two. But I would like to see players with less history getting the first places in this tournament. So I'm gonna go with Mince, to be honest.
I think
It's going to be the pick.
I feel like that's a very safe bet, but I feel like I'm gonna go with CD. Specifically because CD has so much on his resume that if something catastrophic happens and he ends like 16th in Division 1, then it's completely out of character. He just has so much proven already that it's hard to go against him. I mean, as you said, Mince, namely, I believe was in top 100 for Red Bull Faster at the in stage 1. So he's definitely not an unproven player, just CD has been around longer, so I'm gonna go with the veteran. Aside from this, what you're gonna have to tell me. I don't know if it's random map order or we go in order of the map pack.
That's a really good question. I suppose it should be in order, unless map number 5 shows up first. I guess we'll figure it out as the cup
Oh yeah.
goes on.
For now, though, we are gonna go on board with Mince. Oh, our man of the hour, Eula's is in the lobby, so hopefully we get to go forward in some racing. So, aside from that, I mean, I don't know how much you played the maps yourself, because controller issues, unfortunately. But
Or you should.
out of these 5, which one do you think is your favorite? Not what you think is the best, but what is your favorite?
Going to be a little bit contradictory. As I said,
Uh-oh.
Albiverde was by far the hardest, but it's also the one that I enjoyed the most. Like getting a clean run is something really, really, really satisfactory. And I really like the design, very greenish. So my favorite map is Albiverde, but I have to say shout out to map number 5. Best name, if you ask me.
For those unaware, we have a map in the map pack called Alex Share Body Pillow. So shout outs to Alex. Very good.
Shout out to his body pillow.
Somebody in the Twitch chat just reminded me of something. We have a player named Thai Wong. Thai Wong is rocking the Brazilian flag, and namely, this is the North American Cup. You might be thinking, what the hell? What are they doing here? Thai Wong, I believe, is living in North America, but they are of Brazilian nationality. I'm 80% sure, or it's the other way around, something like that. Someone will have to correct me, but that's why they're here. No sticks or stones need to be thrown. So we're gonna go 5 more minutes until we officially start. Samber, unfortunately, finding out where the walls are. As Eula's here. We'll stay on board with Eula's for a little bit. So yeah, you can see he's rocking the South Carolinian car skin, which is unfortunately where I'm from. But I'm really excited to see how he'll do, because just a very new, not new player obviously, but just unknown to the competitive scene. So I'm excited to see what they'll do. I believe they were 3rd or 4th overall in time attack seedings, so already, if they completely are like biff their rounds, they're already guaranteed at least some good position going into the competition.
Just quickly before going to the match, in terms of country representation, I mean, as always, we have a clear dominance
Yep.
of the United States all along the leaderboard, all along the player list, always with a good amount of Canadian and players from Quebec, which are normally the majority of the players. Which other countries we can find? Sadly, I'm not playing, so no Mexican players this time. Happens.
Oh, we had 1. Or am I lying? No, no Mexicans this time around. I'm lying.
Timing a lot of tournaments going on at the same time. I said earlier, the Trackmania scene hasn't ever been this active before. Maybe at the start of the game, maybe a little bit before TM 2020, but right now, a lot of huge tournaments that are supported by Nadio, tournaments that are not supported by Nadio and are 100% community driven. A lot of alt-card tournaments going on lately. TSCC coming up next month.
Yeah. So if you were doubtful, 2026 is 1000% the year for Trackmania Esports. So if you want to become one of the players that we talk about, now is your chance because there is so much competition happening always right now because everyone is just so hyped up about EWC, ENC, as you said, all the Elite Cups, the Cup of the Week. Just, even if you're not like a tier 1 player, there's still so much to do. Like, North American Cup, unfortunately, we're not in the tier 1 competitions yet. But we will get there. So, this time around, surely, we are going to be going green in the North American Cup for the first round of the seeding. So, ladies and gentlemen, please keep your eyes on the screen as we go on board with Archer. Let's go on board with Archer to start with. Getting off to a very good start. You need to make sure that you only touch with your back wheels in this bug slide. You see Mintz got it very good there. His world record here, it has that very, very clean. Toto trying to get into the mix, sitting P5 right now. It's a very close fight up front. Very, honestly, a little bit closer than I thought it would be, considering the difficulty of this map. Toto going a lot more inside, ends up dropping the gear and all of his positions. We go on board with the top 3 Eulas, the South Carolinian mentioned from earlier, getting into the picture. Now sitting P3 as we go into the water section. The sort of identity of this map, getting a bit of a wide line. Random and Mintz fighting for this last position, but Random will take the first round with a 57.5, which I think is a really good time.
57.5. That's indeed a really good time. That's about 20th place.
Jeez. Okay.
In the leaderboard in the first round. We can see the players have practiced more than a fair bit lately. A really interesting map, a lot of tricks, 2 box lights just before the middle of the map, right at the start. As you mentioned, box light with the back of the wheels into a transition, followed by a tiny drift and an uphill. Really careful to not bang the wall. Another box slide to continue the jump. Careful with the poles. Having to be careful to not bounce that tiny hill. It's really easy to bounce, and once you bounce there, all your momentum is gone for the rest of the map. Drift around the lake.
Oh, Toto.
That green pole that everyone is going to have nightmares with for the rest of the tournament. And as you said, the identity, not something ultra complicated, but anything can happen when water's in the mix.
Samber sniping Prow in the very, very, very last turn, beating her out by a 200th, which you can actually lose that by just getting a bad loop line, because remember, you've just emerged from the water with the super reactor, so you need to make sure you're keeping your grip as much as you can. But when you're upside down and turning, and this very weird combination of blocks that players aren't really used to, you can sometimes get a little bit caught up somewhere you don't want to be in, aka sliding out on your way towards the finish, which you still finish, of course, just a bit slower. So you get your penalty here. As we get out of the bug slide now, Mintz again off to a very, very good lead at the very, very beginning of this map, but there's still so much left to be played. Random trying to get into the talk right now. Mintz slowly losing a little bit of his footing in this round as we make it a little bit closer. Coming out of the penalty grass, Random getting closer and closer right now. Eula's fighting, trying to stay in it. Mintz unfortunately clipping out. Falls all the way down to, I believe, P8 or 9. 14. Oof. We go into the identity now. Tom and Wiggity in a battle, wheel to wheel. It'll be Tom at the line. Eula's taking the round with a 0.4.
And we didn't mention it last round, but the Wiggity with a 0.27, if I'm not mistaken.
What?
Driving top 15, top 13.
We didn't see
in the
that?
second round.
What the hell? That's a very good time, especially because this is seeding, right? And we don't have we don't have a buffer round. This just, if you mess up, that's on your record. That's like on your resume, that affects you for the rest of the tournament. So to be able to just like put your head down and say, I'm gonna push and I'm gonna get a point 2 right now is kind of showing how prepared some of these players are for this competition.
Again, with all the players that we have all the kind of players. The players that, with a little bit of time during the tournament, get a little bit more momentum, a little bit more force. The players that, since the beginning, have their pace at their maximum. The players that, with the time, get tired and start to lose precision. We have a little bit of everything going on.
Yeah, I
Right
mean,
now, Wiggity
random.
and Mins in the head, approaching to the lake. It's incredible that the two players we mentioned before, both Onyx players, fighting for those 50 points, going into the identity. Means in the head, Wiggity with a bad line, Ulas passing Wiggity,
So much
and
just
Mins with the
happened. Whoa, point one.
57.19. A top 8, directly top 8.
What?
Clink on drive,
Ooh,
Beer with really,
random.
really strong runs, passing
Random.
Wiggity at the
Random
last
didn't
time.
finish. Oh, Random got 17 points and he was sitting P3. He falls all the way down to 10th. Right now we have Eula's are unfair in P1, Minson P2, Wiggity P3. So, as you were saying earlier, the Onyx guys are really putting their head down right now and trying to get it done here. But as we go into this round now, let's go on board with Nixotica. You haven't seen a lot of Nix. I don't think he's as practiced as he wants to be, between, I assume, work and stuff, unfortunately getting a no slide as we go back into the top here, on board with Hope for now. The things I know about Hope is that they like grinding maps a lot. Like, when they play competitions, they put a lot of time into the map, so definitely going to be a name to look out for, just because maybe you're not as practiced and as comfortable with the map and comfortable with pushing it as much as possible. So new names in the top 3 right now, aside from Wiggity, who's of course leading the pack, Bari right behind, and then Hope trying to snipe, but it won't happen this time around. Wiggity with a nice .3, which we've kind of established. It seems that like every round there's one person sending and getting a really extraordinary time, and then everyone else is just like, I'm okay with second, I'm okay with third.
We're
So,
not in
yeah.
the normal regular cup mode, still the 1v1v1v1, 4 players in the same match. We're getting first place. It's really, really a huge advantage. 3 points over second place, but here 50, 49, 48 is 1 point each seed, so it's not the end of the world if you don't get the 50 points. You're still gonna get a lot of points and a lot of momentum on the seeding, but right now we're going to the second map. Those were 5 rounds in Alviverde, and we're going to Cinderwake, was the name?
Yes. So I do just want to point out something as we were talking about the score. Our current top 2, Eula's and Wiggity, are ahead by 20 points over P3, which is Bari right now, who 20 points is a lot if you're playing really consistently. Like, that is kind of the most uphill battle
And I
if
think
you're like P4 or 5.
And I think they're going to go way further because Eula's top 1 in this map, followed by Wiggity and Mins on the 3rd place.
Yeah, absolutely. We see
And
a few players clipping out here. So the key parts of this map that I really want to point out is the very start, that tight dirt turn. You want to stay as far outside as you can. A lot of players will clip their front left wheel and bounce up or something. So as we go into the drifting section, you want to make sure you're either keeping your gear into this grass, or else this reactor will not be very kind to you upon exit. And then a lot of players getting this very nice. This will be our main wheel-to-wheel racing map. So if you are a big fan of very close round CD, unfortunately clipping there, this will be the one to look out for. Mince now trying to pull ahead of Prow and extend his lead just a little bit. This would be the round, if you're Mince, that you want to win, because the people around him on the leaderboard have kind of fallen out. Mince unfortunately not getting as outside as he would have wanted to. Prow pulling ahead, Toto and Wiggity getting ahead of Mince as well. We go into the jump now. This is very easy to miss, but all the players seem to get it with a 103.7. Where is that on the leaderboard, Chibi?
137, that's about top 20 again. These players are not leaving space for the others. They're fighting every single round. No chill. This is NAC. We're going all the way in. And I just want to say that in this map, we have only 3 players with a 0.1, with a 03.1. Next, the 5th player has a 0.3. And between the first 4 players, Yola is 0.05 ahead of the rest. So that's,
Yeah.
at least on the practice, at least on the time attack, it's kind of an advantage. But again, here, what you want to get is consistency. What you want to get is those sweet points, but risking everything and getting last place because of a bonk is not the best. That is not the safest thing to do. Right now, Sunburn and Toto in the head, followed by Mens and Exotica really close to each other.
Yeah, definitely
A map
very
with a
close
lot
up
of
front.
reactor. Reactor, it can be good. If you get a little bit of a bonk, it's fine. You can recover yourself. But if you bonk with a reactor and your car just 180s, it can be close to the end of the world. Right now, Toto with a 03.5, a really, really good time, which is basically a top 10 contender.
Jesus. And Chivi, I think I'll say it, which I might get some angry people yelling at me, but I think this is my favorite map, just to watch and to play. It's very well put together. I love these combinations of turns with the weird reactor sections in between. It's very fun to see. But I do want to point out that the top 3 is very, very different from at the start of this map. Wiggity, Mince, and Eula's. Eula's still fighting in the top 3, which, considering it's a player that no one's really heard of aside from people locally, it's really fun to see new names fighting at these top spots and contending. We go on board with Tankrum for now, who unfortunately clips the back wheel. Saves a little bit, unfortunately getting a bad gear though, so we're going to go on board with CD for now, rocking his very, very clean USA skin. Wiggity and Toto have been fighting this entire map. And Toto slides out as soon as I say it. Go on board with Samber in P2. Wiggity now finding his way and getting a bit outside here. Very, very clean. Samber having to hold off 2 different cars, the car of CD and Naysayer. Naysayer, one of the new names that I said we should look out for, by the way. Wiggity, a 0.4. We're just getting faster and faster every round.
This is just the sitting.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is just the sitting. This is not even the real deal. This is not even the rounds where people are going to get eliminated or people are at risk of going out of the tournament. They're really, really fighting for those points. But now we go into round 3.
I do want to point out that
yes,
between 5th and 10th place, it is nearly 0 point gap. It is very, very close, which you might be thinking, it shouldn't matter that much, right? But we actually do have map picks in the group stage this time around, so you need to make sure that you are getting ahead of your opponents as much as you can, or else you're going to end up playing something that you don't want to.
really, really important thing to get. As you mentioned, the seating. For once, it's going to be vital. Of course, with some players that depend a lot on Exotica flying around, that depends fully on the map pick, on the map order. Some players that are consistent, have a nice pace in every single map, but some players that are just phenomenal in 1 or 2 out of the 5. Right now, Among Us in the first place, taking the lead, and those 50 points.
A little bit
Great
of
name,
a
if you ask me.
yeah. Among Us, namely, is actually also from my state, along with Eula's, so that's kind of the South Carolinian represent that we have going on, but a little bit slower round this time around, but as you saw Nyx fly out, Toto found his way into an Apex pole. So definitely very, very troubling round there. Wiggity kind of pulling away a little bit, kind of nearing the 40-point margin gap, which is where you start to like breathe and let yourself play to your consistency instead of pushing every round. But honestly, I think if you're Wiggity, you risk it just a few more times and try and push as much as you can and extend this margin, because if you make Mince try and catch you and try and stop mean to your antics and he crashes, then all of a sudden you're in a way better situation than if you had just safed it and let him slowly catch up to you, because there is still 3 more maps left after this. We're not done yet. There's so much Trackmania left to be played. Nixotica getting into the lead now. He's been in the lead in the front half of the map, but then slowly falling apart. As you can see, Samber catching up to him very, very close now. Tom trying to get into the mix with his outside line. Very close to the wall for Samber there as Nixotica tries and fends off the HD player, and he will do it this time around, getting the outside line there. Nixotica crashes the finish and ends up 6th.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is something that always happens, and it's a core element of the Trackmania tournaments, is the caster curses. This is probably going to be the first one and not the last one in this tournament.
I won't even have a joke. That is absurd.
What a shame. Those, again, is not that bad, because 3, 4, maybe 5 points difference from 1st to 7th or 8th that Nixotica ended up. But it's a little bit of a shame not getting those 50 points when they were just there in front of you.
Oh, we go on to the crowd favorite map now. And by that I mean a lot of people dislike this map. The KCDIS map, Legionary, which is, I think it's very fun to watch, but I can only assume it's interesting to play with this tricky dirt section up here at the front, and then you need to make sure you are you're keeping your gear and keeping all 4 tires on the ground as long as possible, because the more speed you have, you can carry into this penalty grass section. And which, honestly, that penalty grass kind of decides this next section of the map. So it's just very snowball heavy, as you can see, just a lot of winding dirt turns that you need to carry as much speed as you can into. But Chivi, I will let you take it away for now on this map.
A map with a really weird start. The first time you discover the map, you maybe take 1 or 2 respawns to realize where are you heading from the beginning. A favorite map. Oh, Tomber eating the wall just a little bit. A map that is a great map for all those dirt players, all those players that are really used to the sand getting, well, the sand and the dirt getting between the wheels. Hope and Klinkle, followed by Archer, going in the plastic reactor. A tiny bit of a bumpy sausage section, plastic sausage section. Then going for a little bit of grass, a little bit of a left, a little bit of a right, drifting till the end of the map. You have to be very careful to not bonk, because this jump is tighter than it looks. Klinkle had a little bit of a wall touch, and it looks like he won't be able to make the jump. And Nixotica having some aim issues right at the end once again.
That's not the hard part of the map, Nixotica. You did the jump. Just go to the finish.
Eula with a 3.9. A really good time.
I feel like
around top 20 again.
Yeah. The front half of this map is kind of really snowball heavy, and then the back half is kind of where the harder tricks come into play, as you said. The high jump up, which it does have a lineup if you're in cam 3, but it's still very hard. You need to make sure you're keeping all the speed, and if you drop the gear and the penalty beforehand, you're kind of in the mud for that round. So we'll go on board with Topic for now, as he falls back just a little bit. This is what I mean. This is what I mean by the snowball heavy. Topic lost just a little bit of speed, and all of a sudden he's fighting with 4 or 5 other different cars. So Samber now in a very good run, fighting against Toto and Wiggity. Wiggity, I still think, is in P1, has a 30-ish point lead, high end of 30s. This Toto carries a lot of speed through this section, definitely gonna get this very clean now. As we have just the jump remaining, Toto sends it as much as he can, no clipping here as he gets sniped by Wiggity in the very last section of the map. Wiggity got that insane with a 103.4.
An insane time, which is just top 7. Insane, the times that
Yeah, just
these
the
players are
top 7.
driving. Just the top 7. Just in case you want to see it on the first few rounds. I had a little bit of experience on this map, but I'm actually... Oh, and we are on pause for a reason.
Cannoli ended up leaving. So we're gonna try and get them back in, which, honestly, this is kind of a good map to have a pause on, because this is definitely one of the more trickier ones.
And we have a little bit of experience on the map, but not so much that I... Sincerely, I don't know what's the backup strat if you don't make that huge jump towards the end, just right before the finish. I don't know if there has to be a double respawn, I will imagine.
Surely. I do also want to point out kind of what we were talking about earlier with Wiggity and Mince. We are at the halfway point of the comp right now. This round would actually be the halfway point. And Wiggity still has a 40-point gap to the second place player. And Mince has to fend off Samber, Eula's. It's looking very good if you're a Wiggity fan right now. So I'm very excited to see that, because honestly, we unfortunately, me and you kind of both got a little bit wrong of who we thought we'd do best out of the Onyx players, being Wiggity, Mince, and CD. I said CD, you said Mince, and it ended up being the one we didn't pick.
Well, as for now, Wiggity on the head, but we still have half of Legionary going on, and 2 more maps coming up on the seating of NAC number 6. I'm really puzzled because I'm used to saying the year or, like, you know, the season of the comp. So I'm trying to remember, what's number 5, number 6? Are we already number 7?
Flimsy's really making fun of my pick.
It's a really good idea to have a nice sleep just before a tournament. As a player, as a caster, is something you should do.
Oh, yeah,
I recommend it.
Sleep is great. If you haven't tried that, maybe you should. But yeah, I do want to point out that this map is definitely, it's the most punishing for mistakes, because, as I said, most of the snowball stuff is in the very front, but if you're making mistakes in the back half of the map as well, then all of a sudden, oh, you're dropping a gear, oh, you're losing 0.4 just in one turn, because that's just how things have ended up. So, and then this turn that you see on screen now, if you drop the gear in this, you're gonna have to go a little bit wider into this booster just to make sure you have enough speed to make it all the way. You see a Big How barely getting into there, but definitely very, very interesting to see the different strategies that players have in this map. Yes, so I think we decided top 4 get a ticket to PATC? Question mark? Or top 6 or something? I don't know.
Normally for the North American Cup is top 4, and for the South American Cup is top 2.
Yes.
The ones who gets tickets. We have 2 editions each year normally, so that's going to be 8 tickets in total for the North American players and 4 tickets in total for the South American tickets, the South American players.
Yes. So for those unaware, we do have a South American version of this cup where you see all your players from like Argentina, Colombia, Venezuela, countries like that. But only top 2 go from there just because of player-based differences, which is unfortunate, but just how we have to do it. But it's definitely I've casted for South American Cup before. It is very fun to watch. Some of the rounds are very close because there's players like Charles and a Noisia especially. So it's just a lot of close rounds there.
And I'm really excited about this SAC coming up. I've cast myself personally South American, the Argentinian Championship and the Uruguayan League for the last few editions, and there's a few Argentinian and Uruguayan players that have a lot of potential that I didn't knew, and even made it on the top 100 of Red Bull Faster first stage.
Oh yeah.
So I'm really excited for the South American Cup, which is happening next week, Saturday and Sunday. Yes.
Yep. That
Both
is.
days.
This will be a North American Cup is a 1-day competition. South American will be 2. They split it up into 2 different days. So, if you're a fan of the more longevity side of Trackmania Comp, that'll be the one to watch because it's very fun. I will have to say. So, in the meantime, let's look at. We've been focusing on the top 10, but I believe it's top 16 or Division 1. So let's kind of look at who's fighting in their Division 1 spot. So we have a Tom, namely. Tom, Topic, Nyx, CD, and Tankrum, and Virtuo. We're kind of all in the mix around the same point numbers, getting in that Division 1 spot. So keep in mind that this is only 80% of your seed, only I say. You still, the 20% time attack will come into play here, so if you ended up not practicing as much as you wanted to, that might come and bite you in the ass at this part of the stage. So definitely very, very close. Apparently we have a watch party of Red Bull Faster right now. in the Twitch or in the Trackmania chat.
Apparently communicating that Mata is finalist and just got second place
Oh my gosh.
on the round, just missed the win. A lot of cinema, they're saying, we'll get you back with the information, don't worry about it.
Here we go. So Shibi, I will let you take this away, and we are finally back to some great wheel-to-wheel racing action.
And now, with our favorite map, Shirley, with a lot of bumps, with a lot of dirt, and with a lot of crashes, as we can see, you like getting a little bit of a nose slide. Toto in the head, Clinkle Drive also fighting. Toto not in the head anymore. It's going to happen a lot of times during this tournament. You have a good pace, Clinkle Drive in the head, Wiggity, Extreme that we haven't seen on the top places, fighting for the top 3. Nick Sodica is still there, fighting to get those 50 points. Extra missing a little bit the turn. It's going to be between both Onyx players approaching the identity of the map,
Top
the
3
huge
Onyx.
jump. Onyx capitalizing on the top spots. Mints coming back to their teammates to complete 1, 2, and 3. Clinkle Drive with a 03.7. Wiggity just 0.02 behind their teammate, and just a little bit behind Mints, Prow, and Random.
Yeah,
it's crazy the domination that Onyx is having as for now.
Yeah, that round is very good. That was extremely funny timing on my end because I opened the in-game chat just for one moment, and you see CD Clean Cold Drive go, oh, I think I got my rhythm back now, and then the very next round he gets first place with a 0.7, so he definitely is feeling it just a little bit more than he was early in this comp. You know, he's been struggling, as we said before. He's one of the people fighting for a Div 1 spot, along with like Nixotica and Virtuo. So we go into this round, a lot of players doing the outside lines, some opting not to do it, but not really paying off for Nyx this time around. Didn't just wasn't close enough to capitalize off anything, so we go a very close fight, top 5 here in the very front. Wiggity again leading the pack. Samber trying to make up for some of the points that he's missed out on, but unfortunately doesn't have enough speed to keep up with the rest of the pack. Wiggity now needs to make sure he's getting this jump very clean. Mince finding his way into second place every time as Random tries to overtake him in the very last section of the map. Will he have enough speed to do it? He will not. Mince gets the jump of his life and overtakes Random in the very last section of the map.
And once again, 03.7 is the time that first and normally second place are driving, which actually this map, well, it shows how hard the map is, AT being 0.774. So not everyone's driving AT on this map consistently. And that's more than okay. As someone that tried the map, it's more than valid.
Map's hard.
Even driving gold is something impressive, to be honest.
We go into the last round of this track. You know, we were here for a little longer than we'd like to. Unfortunately, had a disconnect. But anyway, a Virtuo in P1 right now, a name that we haven't really seen fighting for any top spots right now, off to the greatest round he's had so far. Random biting at his back wheels right now. Virtuo trying to keep as much speed in this red plastic section as much as possible. Unfortunately missing out. Wiggity and Random pulling ahead. Toto also getting in the mix. A four-way fight for P1 right now. Random unfortunately getting a little bit less speed than the others. Gonna fall back just a little bit. Still definitely in the fight though. Toto peeling away as much as he can right before the jump, but Wiggity has proven himself as much as he can in this jump. Let's see how much speed he gets. Will he have enough to overtake Toto? No, he will not. Bari also keeps his position. No crazy snipes this time around. A 0.4 to end off the map. Very good performance from everyone there.
Incredible time. Just another top 7 time. And Toto PBing, actually.
Wow.
What a player, PBing in the sitting rounds.
When the moment calls, I guess. If you have that in your back pocket, I guess now would be the time to pull it out. So
last PB an hour ago, and now during the rounds, on the last round of the map, PBing. What a focus these players have. They have the talent to pull it up.
And now we go into Thune's map, which, by the way, Wiggity has just been keeping this lead. Like, he's lost a bit points to Mince, but like he has not had any catastrophic crashes yet, which is very hard to do on these maps. So if you're Wiggity right now, you're feeling pretty comfortable going into the second to last map. Just need to make sure you're keeping this lead and managing your consistency. You don't want to burn yourself out too fast. Eula's still our new friendly face in the NCSA community. Is sitting at 625 right behind, right in front of Prow, sorry. And then we get into this big cluster of points as we have Random, Naysayer, Toto, Cat Curly, Samber, and then Nixotica. Nixotica found his way into the top 10. He was fighting for 16th earlier, so it definitely very interesting there as Wiggity makes a mistake as I compliment his consistency. We go into round number 1 of Gatorade on board with Extra for now. A lot of HD sitting up here in the front. Mince also getting into the conversation. Mince is just very, he's constantly putting up top 4s and top 5s on almost every map so far. So it's definitely very fun to watch him play as Toto. Unfortunately, does not get the right to left as good as he would like. Mince now finds his way into P1. Hope trying to get ahead of him, but sends it a little bit too wide, finds where the wall is. Random and Eula's now fighting for P3. Random, unfortunately, gonna have a little bit more speed over the South Carolinian. Mince bouncing a little bit more than he'd like to as Eula's gets ahead of Random. They go wheel to wheel into the final jump as Random pulls it out by 1500ths just about as Mince. The first round with a 0.2, so TV, I will leave it to you. What place would a 0.2 be for our round number 1?
Absolutely. A 0.2, a 0.238. That will be exactly, because we have a lot of times packed on the 0.22 range.
Mhm.
but that would be about top 15 again.
Oh,
We
okay.
don't go we don't go worse than top
That
15.
was round
The
number
pace
1.
is insane. And I really like this kind of transition that we're having from the first few maps that are like greenish kind of theme. We go to a little bit more of a red theme with the transition with a little bit of grass. So it's a nice map to transition in the term of design, the term of colors, in term of style. But we're keeping an element, and is all those outside dirt. We're not gonna live without them. Reactor is still present. We don't skip the general theme of the maps of this map pack. This map is, I don't like to say it, but for me the kind of forgettable one, except for this section right here.
Oh
A
my
little bit of a
gosh.
bounce between the players,
CD
a little
second.
bit of a weird transition into the risky finish. Well, now risky finish because just a few days ago there was no safe finish.
Yeah, we made some executive decisions as Wiggity is nearing 800 points while the P2 player is sitting at 750. So Wiggity's definitely playing kind of out of his mind right now, if I'm being honest. We'll go on board with Exotica for this round. Definitely, I do want to say that Mintz is playing really good here, especially because of how weird this map is. I don't think this really suits his style, but he's playing really good considering that fact. So as we go into the top 3, Wiggity and Exotica trying to fend off Xtrev, the Holy Dynasty player, and Exotica getting a little bit more outside, gonna have a little bit more speed going into the chicane section, this long winding drift into the uphill, and Exotica gonna carry a lot more speed. Wiggity, though, goes up very high there, gonna try and carry as much speed as he can in the downhills, and Exotica finds out where the wall is. Bari, a lot of HD in the top 5 right now. Wiggity, again, finds himself P1, as I unfortunately caster curse him yet again. Xtrev, Bari, Samber, Holy Dynasty top 3. Very unfortunate for Wiggity in that round.
A map that spikes in difficulty just a few blocks before the risky finish. That is something that, unfortunately for the players, is going to happen. Fortunately for us and the cinema, is going to happen. It's just something that we're going to see in every single kind of TM tournament.
That's
Those
crazy.
kinds of mistakes, just right at the end, there's something that it has to exist.
Stevie, I just want to point out, even with Wiggity making that big mistake, it still seems like an insurmountable task for Mintz to try and overtake Wiggity. Which is crazy to think about because of how close the points are. Like, if you have one good round and you're sitting there in the depths of like 20th, 30th, something around that, and then all of a sudden you have a really good one, oh, you'll go up a few positions. But like, if Mintz wins a round and Wiggity just gets like an okay performance, he still needs to do that like a few more times to even get close, which is insane to think about. Very good round from Toto, by the way. I just want to point that out. 0.0. Oh wait, 54. 54-0.
0.09. That is nothing else that top 6.
Oh my gosh.
And yet again, a PB by 0.2.
Toto.
0.1, 0.2, something like that.
Jesus.
We talked about a player that didn't grind that much. Or one of those players that maybe would have liked to grind a little bit more the time attack, but still, they have the pace to fight for the first positions on this tournament. This
Yeah.
is incredible. And as you mentioned it, we're going to the last round of Gatorade. Wiggity
Not
has to
sponsored.
last 6 more rounds on the first place to get the first sitting on the best division. Mins has a lot of work to do. 37 points behind in 5 rounds, 6 rounds is going to be a really tough situation to get that first position. But for now, Nick, Sorica, Toto, Yula, and Wiggity fighting for the first place. Is a huge pack we're having on the head of this map. Now, as you mentioned it again, Onyx players are present, HD players are fighting but
Duelist.
this round is going to be Euless.
That's definitely something that I'm. This is really exciting for me to watch, just because of the fact that Eula's, who we've been talking about, is such a newcomer to the competitive scene. Is very good at time attack and is obviously very good at rounds. Is now fighting with Wiggity, who has been the front runner this entire time, the first player to also cross over the 900 point barrier. And honestly, something I want to point out: we've been writing this narrative that Mince is just way too far behind Wiggity to even have like an impact if he has some of these great rounds. But Mince has basically secured himself P2 if he continues playing how he is, because there's a 47 point gap between him and P3 being Prow. So I'll throw the scores up during the warm up just for one more second. But Wiggity and Mince have kind of locked themselves. The worst thing that can happen is one of them falls to P3, but like everyone else is still fighting very, very close. You see Eula's 828, Random 824, Toto 807. Like it's just still so close. It's impossible to try and predict who will be where at the very end. But this is the very last map of the seeding.
And of course, my favorite name for a map, and for most of the viewers and the North American Trackmania community. Alex's Body Pillow
It's
by
such a good
Rabbi
name.
Pete Prow. What a name. To be honest, when I saw it, I thought it was just a joke name, like a provisional name before the maps get released or approved. I am glad I was wrong.
Yeah, me too. Because now we get to officially talk about Alex Share Body Pillow in an official cast. We'll go on board with a Bari for now. Unfortunately, losing a little bit of speed in that drift there. Hope now pulls ahead. Mince, unfortunately, clipping his left side of tires. Toto trying to find his way into the mix now. A lot of close wheel-to-wheel racing as 3 people, unfortunately, clip out there. Hope finds out what airplanes do. Cat Curly now sitting P4. Toto clipping just a little bit. We go into the final, I wouldn't say identity of this map, but kind of the ramps here at the very end would... If you have an unfortunate line right before the entry to that, and you send yourself awkwardly, I think it's a really long respawn if you mess up the ending here.
It's a real long respawn, and it's a hell of a place to get Turtle. It's really, really easy to land with 2 wheels, 1 wheel, your head. It's not a simple jump. It's like there's just one specific line that you want to take to get those 4 wheels at that maximum acceleration to the finish. But I have to say it's not easy. I've tried it myself. I failed multiple times, and these players, most of them are going to make it. Some of them are going to fail it sometimes. But to be honest, making it at least 1 time out of 3, it's really impressive.
Oh yeah.
First time we don't get an amazing time on practice or in round. I think we got 56 seconds at the end.
Yeah, I think so. That sounds about right.
Which is, we have an AT of 54.6, basically, with a world record by Wiggity of 53.9, followed by Mince, Samber,
Archer!
and Strev.
That, someone please make a speech bubble of that. That was the world's most insane bounce to have.
As I was saying, that jump is not trivial at all. You can feel it really hardly. And Archer, just like an arrow, flew.
That was
out
the
of that
world's
jump.
craziest bounce I've ever seen out of that transition. We'll go on board with Random this time around. Random has been comfortably sitting P5 for basically the entire back half of the seating. So definitely, if he wants to get anything better than 5, not saying 5 is horrible, I mean, obviously we have 16 total slots in Division 1. If you want anything better, though, you're really going to have to pick it up, and he's honestly starting to do that right now, sitting P3, fighting with the Eulas and CD right now as Nixotica tries to get himself into the conversation, going a little bit wide here as Random finds himself in P1. Eula's the only player that can really challenge him right now, with is Karskin representing South Carolina. Nixotica finds his way into P2. Mintz pushing just a little bit. Eula's getting a tiny bit of airtime, giving Mintz just a little bit of room to sneak in. Random and Nixotica have been battling this entire time, wheel to wheel. It's gonna all be decided in the very end of this map. Mintz unfortunately clipping out. Nixotica gets ahead of Random. Random clips out on the ramp as well. Nixotica gets the P1, the only player in the round to drop a 55.
Wow. I would never have expected that death itself would be Alex's body pillow. To
Such
be
a good
honest,
map,
I
man.
know there's many mythologies, I know there's many interpretations, but Alex's body pillow wasn't the Reaper that I was expecting. And now we go to round number 4, almost, but not quite the end of the sitting of the first round of this tournament. We have Mintz fighting that first place. At this point, almost 100% secured. That second spot, I want to see if we can go to a player that is fighting for the 16th place. I would like to see if we can find, but I don't think it's on the first few places. Wiggity with a slowdown. Mintz ahead by a car. Hope coming really closely and fighting and exchanging places with him, going to the
Nixotica
end.
losing speed.
Hope landing
Ooh.
2 wheels, banging the wall, and losing 2 places. Eula and Beer is going to take the opportunity to grind a little bit more points, and Mintz with a 55.8. I think it's really, really normal that we don't see world record contending times or top 20 contending times regarding that massacre of an ending
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
this
If
map.
I'm very curious, what would a 55.8 be in the current online records?
55.8. It's going to be gold medal and about a 14th place, just behind
Oof.
Alex's PB.
Yeah, that is very good to drop in rounds. So as we go on board, this is the very last round of the seeding phase of the North American Cup, the 6th edition. So we'll go on board with Samber for now, fighting in the top 3. Mintz, unfortunately, has not had his best map here. This is definitely one of his worst performances. Not to say it was bad, of course, he's still position 2, but now Eula's, the only person under him that can really try and take advantage of this moment, is now the only player ahead of him. So make sure you're keeping all 4 tires on the ground, going into this winding dirt section now, into the very last section of the map. All eyes on the top 5. All the players getting it clean enough. Toto unfortunately clipping out, losing his position to Bari in the very last section of the map, but very clean from everyone else there. So that will fortunately be concluding it, the seeding section of this tournament. So some players definitely played very extraordinarily. I mean, Wiggity played out of his mind in the first half of this. The only player to cross the 1100 point barrier, and then we have a lot of 1000s as we go down. A lot of close racing there, but Eula's our newcomer, actually getting a podium for now. So definitely very close there. But we are going to go to a quick break, but I promise you we'll be back with a lot more Trackmania coming your way, so stay tuned. Don't leave just yet. We will be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry for how long that took, but we are finally back, and I promise you we have some banger matches about to come up right now. So right here we have the following match. We have Nixotica, Among Us, Naysayer, and Mince. And we are already live. So here we go into the first round.
Just a tiny bit of technical issues, fixing a little bit of a thing with the website, with the matches, but now everything should be fine. As you mentioned, we're live right now. We have Knight in first place, Among Us on second, Nixurka and Mins had a little bit of a rough start. Again, we're starting with, as I feel, the hardest map, the most punishing map, the map that is the hardest to be consistent at. Everyone got a mistake during the first few corners, Among Us bonking on the checkpoint, and as for now, Nixurka second place, and Knight having a flawless, a clean run will take the first 10 points.
Yeah, absolutely.
With a 58.002.
Mince is definitely the favorite here for going off of seeding and time attacks, so if you go off of that, then this should be a clean sweep all the way through. But Nixotica is he was definitely fighting the pace here in the seeding previously, so it's going to be pretty interesting to see how it'll go this time as we head into round number 2. Naysayer off to the best start. I'm telling a lie. Nixotica pulling into P1 now, so definitely a lot less chaotic than the seeding you saw earlier. All the players getting through except Mince. Mince clipping on the ramp. Unfortunately, that's going to be the end of his chances at a P1 this round. Nixotica holding his lead pretty securely. Unfortunately, Nixotica and Naysayer clipping at the same time. Among Us capitalizing, getting into the P1. Now we go into the downhill section. Among Us getting it pretty clean. The only player who hasn't touched yet. I mean, it's so different because in seeding you have something to focus on, but right now it's just, if you make a mistake, then that's everyone in the lobby knows, oh, he touched, he clipped, so you have that a little bit more pressure on your shoulders this time around.
And we get quite a difference between the times. Again, this map is really, it doesn't forgive any kind of mistake, any kind of misalignment. Anything can happen. Right now, as we mentioned before, on the qualifier match, maybe not being first it's fine, it's not the end of the world, but here every single place matters, and those 10 sweet 10 points you're gonna need them if you want to get the first place on this match. As for now, we had a little bit of mistakes. Mince having a little bit of trouble keeping up that pace that he showed us on the first matches this tournament, but right now Knight a little bit with a hard landing. Among Us on the lead, still being 2 times in a row I'm the first place. Mince following up. Apparently Nixurka had an accident, and we're approaching the final section. Among Us with a great line, Nate with a little bit of a rough approach, but it's still clean enough to get through the loop and to the finish.
Ooh, a 57. There we go, first 57 of the match. So just to, for everyone watching the stream, just to point out, the format is you play 4 rounds on every map, or every map in the order, and then it's point limit 75, and I believe it's cup mode. So we obviously are going to have some final situations going on, but 75 points is really not a lot. But this is the group stage, so we'll have 5 different rounds. This is round number 1 of the group stage, as all the players this time, I say almost, making it through. Among Us, unfortunately, having a crash there into the drop-down section. Mince and Nixotica in a 1v1 now. And Naysayer just a little bit too far back to have me say in the conversation right now, as Mince slowly gets ahead. This is the first round he's had all the way up to here that's been crashless. He's been making some silly mistakes in the very, very beginning of this map, so Nixotica's really going to have to push if he wants to, because the back half of this map is very unforgiving. And there's not a lot of time to gain. It's more so just how much can he survive. Mince pulling ahead just a little bit more. New gen versus old gen. Nixotica just too far back to have a say in the situation. Mince is going to need to crash, but it will not happen. Mince makes it through with a .4, a really decent time there.
Really, really decent time indeed, with prox top 20 again. We're approaching those kind of quality times we got in the first
Yeah.
match, in the qualifications. At least we can see Mince is coming back with that good pace, but it's going to be the last round of the Albiverde, the first map, and we're going apparently on map order. Indeed, it's going to be
Yep.
map order Cinderwake, map by Basto, Fit Verlix. I hope that's how you pronounce their name.
Something like that.
Surely.
Yeah, I mean, between Mince and Exotica, I think Mince was pulling out just a little bit here in terms of pace, but maybe an Exotica can turn this around and have some more consistency over the younger player. I mean, Mince is really good at this map in terms of pace. I believe he's top 5 here, top 4, something like that.
3. Top 3.
3, yeah. It's even better than I was saying. So it's definitely going to be an interesting fight. I don't know where Nixotica places here, but it's... With this format, you definitely need to be playing the more consistent game, and you can't really have a bad start of your match, or else it's kind of just over. The point limit isn't as long as these players are used to. Remember, we only go to 75 this time around, just because we have 5 rounds of group stage. Nixotica off to the best start this time. Among Us and Mince fighting in the backfield. Among Us getting a little bit of a better line into this transition, keeping his wheels on the ground just a little bit more, getting some airtime. Mince and Among Us both making mistakes, still fighting. We go into the front now. Naysayer trying to pull ahead of Nixotica, the older player. Naysayer pushing it very, very close to that wall. Gonna have a lot more speed than Nixotica going into the pedal to grass section. Hurling up and over. Naysayer still pulling ahead, finally gets the full car length now. Nixotica going very outside, gonna carry as much speed as he can into this plastic section and get his wheels onto this green part as they go into the exit. Naysayer, a lot more speed. Going to be his win in that round, then Among Us, and then Mince. Mince, unfortunately, making another mistake in the backfield during that round.
Once again, top 15 kind of times we're getting on the matches. And this time, Nixotica, I think he had more than enough rounds to fix the aim. And I had to say it, Caster Curse, I'm so sorry. My mad, bro. I'm sorry. It wasn't my intention, but it's something that is going to happen right now. Among Us following closely to Nate and Mince. 0.2, 0.3 difference between those players, coming a little bit more close. Among Us, sadly, the pole is going to be the enemy once again, and it's going to be a 1v1 fight approaching the end of the map.
Just remember,
Mince in the head.
Naysayer was in this exact position against Nixotica, so we'll see how it goes this time around. Naysayer getting a little bit of a bad line into the ending here. Mince is going to take advantage of that, see how outside he wants to push it. Not very. Mince is safing it. He knows he has 0.4. There's not a lot of time to gain, more so a lot of time to lose in this ending, so I'm going to safe it out. Mince is going to take his 10 points, but remember, Naysayer has been putting up a lot of second and a lot of second places, so right now, he's still in first place in the match.
Great performance. And something we didn't talk about on this map is that green piece of I think it's road.
Yeah.
It isn't plastic. That tiny piece of road gives you a lot of grip and allows you to get a little bit more of acceleration. So you want to get it as much as possible without losing the expected line.
Yep.
So you want to get a little bit close to the wall to get more speed, but not too much so you don't lose the line, and you have to compensate. But for now, we're going back. Next player with a little bit of a mistake. Again, it's going to be a top 3 fight. Mince on the back, really close each other. Tires are coming really close. Nixotica is for now maintaining the lead. With a little bit of a rough line, going too wide and losing that first place, but still in the battle for the first P. Among Us. Losing a little bit of speed means going all the way to the edge of the dirt
Won't have
and
enough.
carrying that speed till the finish. And those sweet 10 points.
Very good job from Mintz there to hold that lead the entire time. He's very good at sitting. He gets a lead in the first half of the map and he realizes, oh yeah, the guy behind me, he's not going to gain 0.3, 0.4 just in one turn. I'm going to slow down. I'm going to safe it a little bit. And he safes it all the way to the finish, which is very good. It's a very unique skill that not a lot of players have, even in top pro level play. So it's very nice to see that strategy working out for him as we go into the last round of this map. So Among Us getting a lot of speed, gonna challenge Naysayer for his P2 position. Naysayer clipping just a little bit, and giving Among Us all that room and all the time he needs to just pull ahead, but unfortunately clipping his back right tire. Gonna have to salvage what he can out of this situation. Mintz now sitting P2, trying to catch Nixotica, who's off to a monster start, the best start he's had since we began. Mintz now needs to push as much as possible, but unfortunately loses the gear, whereas Naysayer, again, too far back to make anything. We have a very even split between all the players. Someone would have to crash for any positions to be swapped now. This outside dirt, nobody making any mistakes. Everyone's happy with their positions. Mintz not wanting to risk for that main 10 points as much as he would like it, as everyone jumps to the finish. No risks here. Very good time from Exotica, 103.5.
Indeed, another top 15 point. Another top 15, 16 kind of score at the end of the round and the last round of Cinderwake. And we're transitioning real quickly into the next one. Legendary. It was your favorite?
Yeah, I really enjoy watching this map just because of the fact that there's so much wheel-to-wheel racing here. And it's just it's like these weird combinations of blocks that you wouldn't really expect to see. So watching the players try and figure out how to do this best and where to do it best too, because obviously different situation for every round. You could be 500ths in front of someone one round and 5/10ths the next. So just seeing what ideas the players come up with and what lines the players come up with to try and figure out how to position their car and angle their car is very unique and fun to me on this map. Mintz off to a great warm-up, by the way. I say that as he touches.
Do you think, are we going to expect a lot of mistakes? Not so many as the previous matches?
I think we'll always have a three-way fight. I feel like there'll always be one or two people like a little bit behind. It'll be similar to the first map, I think.
I see. And now, the first round going on, getting a little bit of a left turn through the boosters and the reactor. Well, not the boosters, it's only reactor. This map can have a little bit of attrition.
Naysayer.
Nixotica. A little bit of a mistake, going really wide on that dirt turn, but it was too much of a risk. Among Us still fighting, but touching the wall slightly, so it's going to be a two-man fight between Mintz and Naysayer. Mintz with a little bit of a ping. We can see
poor internet
going
connection.
too wide.
Going to the jump.
With a better jump, a lower jump, and way more speed, Mintz takes the first place. 03.7. A great time again. We don't go out of
Mintz's times are always really good if he doesn't touch. But he's been touching, he's just making these tiny clips here and there. And another thing, this is probably one of Mintz's better maps. Only because everyone else seems to be struggling with the jump and just carrying all the speed. Like, Mintz carries so much speed in the landing of that jump every single time, the big quarter pipe. So, but we go into the second round now. Naysayer in P1 for the time being. Nixotica trying to pull ahead of him. They are currently wheel to wheel going into the downhill dirt section. Need to carry as much speed as you can. Stay off this bump as much as possible, still getting your car around. Naysayer pulling ahead. Nixotica not opting for the outside line. A little bit slower, but more consistent. Naysayer gets the plastic pretty clean. Nixotica still trailing behind. Drifting a little bit. Mintz now trying to jut himself into the conversation. He will, now fighting Nixotica for his second place position as he pulls ahead. A lot more speed than Naysayer. It's going to be really close going into the penalty grass section. Naysayer needs to pull ahead right now. Opts for the very inside line, a lot more speed. Will Mintz have more? Yes, he will. Nixotica very close. Mintz ends up clipping Naysayer to the line. Nixotica just missing out on the 10 points. Very good job from Naysayer to capitalize on those two players, making that very slow mistake there.
Very good round. A lot of trading at the end. Mintz not getting enough height, so ended up clipping and losing that first place all the way to third place. And right now we're on third round of this map, Legionary, and we got a little bit of a trade on the placements. Right now we have Naysayer with 69 points, nice. Mintz with 62, Nixotica with 57, and Among Us with 49. It looks like there's a little bit of a gap between third and fourth, but with the amount of points and the difference between first place and last place on each and every round, it's not that much. Like,
yeah,
this
absolutely.
is really close out of a first match. And again, this is a really short one, 75 points, so that means that Naysayer and probably Mintz, well, not Mintz, but Naysayer probably could get into finalist if he gets a really nice place. Now, Mintz in first, Nixotica second, following up Among Us in third, and Naysayer fourth place. That is going to be a little bit unfortunate, not gonna get instantly finisher finalist. There's going to be a tie. Mintz and Naysayer 72 points, Nixotica 64, and Among Us 53. So at the end of this round, unless one of the two players don't finish, we're going to have at least one finalist already.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's always a very scary situation, because if you're either Mintz or Naysayer right now, then you also know that fact too. And Naysayer, unfortunately, 2 seconds behind, so this won't be his round, but obviously Mintz doesn't need to win, but he can always deny other points. Nixotica trailing just a little bit behind, gonna snap his car, get a little bit more speed going into this plastic section. Trying to send it as much as he can to try and get ahead of the younger player in the Red Bull car. Mintz losing a little bit of speed. Nixotica gonna capitalize a little bit, close that gap, less than 2/10 now. Nixotica trying to keep as much as he can, but Mintz's practice is ending time and time and time again. Mintz, one jump between him and the first place right now, gets it very clean. Nixotica having to settle a second for now. Almost misses again, like we unfortunately saw in the qualification earlier.
And also a really good time. It was an 03.4, which is top 7-ish. So
yeah, very good time.
At the end of this map, we're going to the next one, Gatorade, with not only one, but two finalists. We have a double finalist situation already in this tournament. That's music to my ears. That means we're going to have a lot of cinema coming up in the next matches. But for now, two players fighting for the first place. Nixotica really close to the finalists, so Nixotica can snipe that first place. We could have a triple finalist situation, Among Us a little bit behind, but this could end in a couple of seconds. 20 seconds to go, a little bit of warm-up for the players. Gatorade, fan favorite, which means not really everyone's favorite.
Yeah, there's definitely some tricky landings and that weird uphill section Among Us flying out in the warm-up. That looked crazy in the helicopter camera.
Great reference to the game when you get ejected, but now we're going to the match, so please, Helix.
Yes, sir. So we go into this is always one of my favorite situations to see, because you got finalists on the last map and you're accustomed to it. You played your 4 rounds, but now all of a sudden you're in finalists on a brand new map. So it's interesting to see how players are going to adjust to those nerves. Naysayer in 4th place right now. Mintz currently fighting for P1. Remember, Nixotica or Among Us can still deny him from closing it out and getting his 1st place and 4 points for the league. So Nixotica sending this really outside. Going to have to fight Among Us for that big 10 points. Mintz, though, has been very good at this section. Let's see how much speed he gets to keep here. About the same as Nixotica, but now they're in a battle right now. Nixotica losing out a little bit of time to Mince, though, as we go into the end of the map. Not a lot of track left to be played. If Nixotica wants to keep this match going, he needs to snipe Mince in the very last section. He will not. Mince takes the 10 points and closes himself out. Good job, Mince, in the first place there. And closing out the first finalist of the group stage.
GG's. Mince gets the first place, and as we mentioned before, Nixotica also turns into finalist. So another double finalist is going to be Among Us task to deny them both, not once but twice. Nightsayer with a little bit of a mistake, so it's out of the competition. It's going to be between Among Us and Nixotica. The fight for the second place or the denial. The outside line, Nixotica in the head for now. Among Us trail behind by less than a car length. Going into reactor. Nixotica a little bit wider with more speed, but it's really close. Among Us with a little bit narrower line. It's going to come up with the end with the tiny bounces, but it looks like Nixotica is going to take it unless it fails, which he's not going to. With a 54.3, a great time, and Nixotica takes the second place.
I mean, if you're NAC, I mean, you have kind of a weight on your shoulders now. You were the first player to get to finalist, but now all of a sudden you have to settle for third, maybe fourth place if Among Us wins 2 rounds in a row. So we go into the final 1v1, or could be final round of this match. Among Us and NAC both getting decent starts. Sending it as much as they can. Among Us with a much more inside line. Naysayer really needs to push himself if he wants to try and overtake man in the red car. Naysayer getting a little bit more of a wide line. Going to carry a tiny bit more speed into this outside section. Safing it just a little bit there. Clipping his tires. Staying on track somehow. Slowly gets back on his line. Among Us, though, all that time gave himself a little bit more room to pull ahead. Naysayer clipping one more time, and as Among Us pulls ahead for real this time. Around a 0.6 gap between the two players now. Among Us going into the ending of the map. Just needs to not miss. Watching. He gets it. We go in, and now we will have the final round on this track. So players are clearly accustomed to this. The Thune track, so this will be the last round. Naysayer and Among Us. If you're Naysayer right now, you really need to push and make sure that you're capitalizing on the finalists you got at the start of this match.
Absolutely. Avoid all those mistakes that the previous rounds caused, not getting that first place nor the second. So right now, with way more speed, for the moment, Nate is really needs to push it and to keep that first place from now till the, well, from the beginning to the end of the map. Among Us following at the distance, not so close as we're used to, but still on the fight. Got it with a little bit of a wider line, but still trailing behind. 0.3 about. It's going to be real difficult with bumps from both players, but it's going to be Nate who takes that third place.
Yeah, good job there from Naysayer. He finally got all the way there, as you were gonna say. But yeah, that will be the first round of these players. So actually, we're gonna unprofessionally hop over to some other matches, see if any are going on. Let's check out match 3, see what situation we have going on here. We have Eula's is all the way through, and then Cat Curly in finalist, Brow on 71, and Samber on 51. So definitely a bit of a more even spread we have here. I mean, Eula's newcomer, no one's really heard of before, is already closing it out against players like Brow and Cat Curly. So definitely very interesting to say the least. Samber now pulling ahead in the lead over Prow. Prow, unfortunately, getting a little bit less speed than Samber, though. The gap is still closing with a different grass line. Prow really needs to push it. She wants that 10 points because she doesn't need it, but it would definitely be nice to deny Samber, give yourself a little bit more buffer as we go a few more rounds because we just got here. In this match, they just got onto Gatorade, so they started a little bit later, but it all worked out.
So Yula took the first place. It's a double finalist between Prow and Cat Curly Fries. Sunburn, she really needs to deny not once but 2 times in a row in order to get a chance to get that second place. Cat Curly Fries, with a little bit of a mistake in the beginning, it's going to be a battle between 2 HD players. Sunburn 0.4 ahead. 0.3 with a little bit of touching the wall, but not so much of a penalty. Prow still following closely.
Yeah, definitely.
We're still at a decent distance.
Yeah, this is kind of the ideal situation you want to be in if Samber. So we'll look at the leaderboard one more time. So Samber needs to get to that 75 points to reach finalists. So Prow and Cat Curly are already there. So Samber kind of making this a little bit of a nail biter if you're one of the 2 finalists so far. As we go into the next round, I'm very curious to see because all the players so far have had kind of weird clips at the very start. They have like weird speed or they drop a gear or something, and it's kind of just like a one-man race. But then now I'm going to assume they're going to lock in, so we'll go on board with Samber for now. She gets so close to the pole there. Samber sending it just a little bit, trying to get all the way through this grass section with all 4 tires on the ground. Prow, though, pulling ahead just a touch. Samber needs to try and push something because remember, if Prow or Cat Curly finish, that's second place locked down. They're both in finalist mode. Samber needs one more win to reach that big red name. Samber, though, pulling ahead, going into the grass hill, getting a little bit more wide, not going to capitalize, though. Prow, similar grass lines. Samber's going to have a tiny bit more speed going into the dirt, keeping the tires on the ground. Samber overturning just a little bit. Prow bumping just a tiny bit more. Samber needs to send it as much as she can. Gets into the finish. Prow, not enough. 500ths between the 2 players as we go into the triple finalist on the last round of Gatorade. So one of these players will be taking second place in this round.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you love it, as we like it, a triple finalist mode. Everyone here is running from the start to the end. First one crossing the finish line is going to get that second place. As for now, Cat Curly Fries in the head, but not so much. Prows with a little bit better of a line and a little bit more speed, but all the cars are strong together. They're really close to each other.
Oh,
Cat Curly Fries, the pole, #1 Trackmania's public enemy is going to be Samber in first place. 2 wins in a row, fighting for the 3rd one.
Prow with a bump.
And with a bump,
Oh my
Samber
gosh.
is going to take
Samber
the underdog
with 3 round wins in a row on Gatorade to overcome the already double finalists, denying them 3 times in a row and securing second place and 3 points in the league phase for themselves. So we go into double finalist on Alex Share Body Pillow now. So definitely this is the real fan favorite map, we can all agree. So they're only going to play 2 rounds here. Oh, 1 round here, actually. So all you have is the 30-second warm-up, and then that's it. Whatever happens after that happens. So definitely Cat Curly coming off a little bit of bad rhythm with that clip while in the triple finalists. It never feels good to sell yourself short of those awesome situations where you can clutch it out over your opponents. But Prow has been playing pretty good and pretty consistent, just losing out on pace a few times, some unfortunate mistakes in the end, maybe getting in her own head when she sees the splits. But definitely going to be really interesting. But I'm excited to see, because they only have one round here to prove themselves as much as they can. We go on board with Prow for now. Cat Curly getting so close to the wall, already sending it as hard as they can. Prow trailing a little behind, 1 car length between the 2 players now. Trying as hard as she can to pull ahead of Cat Curly. Cat Curly clipping on the outside wall, and now it's all up to Prow to just keep herself together in this round to try and secure it. It's a 0.5 gap between the 2 players. Cat Curly can definitely overcome this if Prow starts making tiny mistakes. So you need to keep it together as much as you can. Cat Curly sending it as hard as possible. Releasing way earlier, gaining ground on Prow, but I don't think there'll be enough time. Going a little bit lower in the grass turn. Slowly but surely, this gap is getting smaller and smaller as they go wheel to wheel into the ending of the map. Cat Curly getting the bump and losing the time that they just gained so hard. Prow just needs 2 jumps until that final finish. As she does it, Cat Curly throwing his win away at the very end there. They were wheel to wheel. Cat Curly had more speed, just didn't know what to do with it. And that'll be all she wrote for that round.
What a match.
What a match.
And once again, this is just round 1.
Yeah, round 1, guys.
Like, I'm really speechless. We just in the qualities we had great times, like top 5 times, top 10 times. We have PBs going on. First round we have double finalists, triple finalists. I don't know where we're going. Like, once we reach the finish, once we reach the end of the tournament, where are we going to be? Is it going to be a world record trade? What is going to happen?
I'm honestly a little bit afraid of what's going to happen in playoffs, just because of the caliber of player that's going to be in there. You can think like players like Wiggity and Mince and Toto and just players of that caliber. We're not even in like the deep end in terms of matches right now. This is just the group stage, so I'm very excited, but we're gonna go to a small break, not as long as last time. It'll be probably about 2 to 3 minutes. We're just gonna wait until matches are opened up again, but we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you, we have great matches literally every single round here. So we have a banger match. In this round, we have Mince, Eula's, Barry, and Toto coming up. So that will definitely be very interesting. Toto, namely, didn't get as much practice as he said he wanted to, but I'm really excited to see what's going to happen here. I'll cut over to the game for you guys so you can see what they're doing in the warm-up. Toto, the only one really putting in some times right now. But, yeah, Chibi, what do you think is going to happen here? I mean, you have a player like Mince, who's looking really strong right now, but also in the lobby with Eula's the new upcomer, and Toto, who's obviously, he's proven himself time and time again. So, what do you think the winner of this match is going to be?
That's a really, really hard question. Mince, of course, dominating the qualifications rounds, but Eula also getting an amazing performance, getting top 3 even, which is amazing. And Toto, I mean, we know Toto, amazing performance. Didn't put a lot of time, but even PBing on the rounds. It can be anyone's game. I think Mince, with the practice, have a higher chance. I think it's a safer bet to go with Mince, having just won the last match. But I feel like if Mince commits a little bit of mistake, like if it's not completely clean, I think this could go to Eula's.
Yeah, definitely. I think so as well. Just, Eula's has been playing really, really strong, and it's mostly just the consistency. It's just like, you have to push to try and beat them, but if you push, then all of a sudden you're making some silly mistakes during your rounds, so it's probably really, really hard to try and get yourself into a position where you're comfortable playing against players at this level. But obviously, that's why they're out there driving and I'm not, because driving against players that you know are fast is like the #1 thing that like scares me. It's so hard to do if you're newer to the scene, and I'm really curious to see how this is gonna go.
It depends on every single player. There are players that get the pressure gets to them quite easily, others that the pressure is something else in the background, something that doesn't matter. I don't have enough knowledge to know which players are used to the pressure, which players are, well, a little bit new. Well, Eula, of course, that we haven't seen before in a competition, or first or second competition you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really hard to make a name for yourself like this, but it's been working really well for Eula's. I mean, definitely unique in the way that we tried to get a hold of Eula's about 5 or 6 months ago. They were nowhere, not in any Discords, had no social media, and now all of a sudden they show up, and they are just doing almost like as good as some of the names that we know and love. So definitely very interesting to see how this is gonna go.
So now there's a big phase. Probably so going to be Mince with the first pick. I mean, Helix, you are not playing, but which map will you pick as your first pick if you were playing?
If I was, I think I would go with Legionary, just to try and get them out of the way, because Legionary is very good. It wouldn't suit me. But there we go. Barry picking up Alex Sure Body Pillow in the 3 spot. So, which is honestly kind of the most important pick, because that's where you're going to be playing in your finalist mode. So you're going to have to deal with that very awkward and weird ramp jump in the very end. So that'll be our picks. So we go Cinderwake, and then Oliverde, and then Alex Sure Body Pillow, where we'll have finalists, and then Gatorade in case anything else happens. So definitely a very unique map order we have going on here.
It's going to be something.
Yeah, absolutely. But as you said before, it's so hard to try and like single out who do you think's gonna win this match. So I mean, Toto could play out of his mind, or he could simply forget how to drive. It's just, Toto is such a day-to-day player in my head that I want to give him as much of the benefit of the doubt as I can, but at the same time, when you're in this lobby with players like this, like Barry and Eula's, who we've proven, even though they're new, proven they've been great at the game, you just have to like put your head down and lock in as much as possible, especially in the start of this map.
Especially with players like Eula or Mins having Toto's PB on almost every single map, so it's going to be a really hard time for Toto, unless again he PBs again and again as he did on the previous rounds. We go first round, Alviverde. As for now, we have Mins, who had a little bit of a mistake or a late start. We didn't see it. Well, I didn't see it, but it's going to be a 3-man fight between Toto, Barry, and Eula. Side to side, going wide on the dirt.
Warm up,
but don't worry,
is over.
It was just warm up.
Here we go into round number 1. Barry unfortunately clipping outside as we go into the 3-man fight. I mean, Mins was playing on this map really well. The last time we seen Eula's unfortunately getting a bad gear in the downhill there. Gonna have to try and salvage that situation. Inside drift, Toto getting really close, unfortunately getting the apex. If you fully apex that corner, then you lose out on a little bit of speed, so Eula's slipping just a little bit. We're gonna go on board with Toto for now. He needs to try and push to catch Mins, because the start of your matches is so important when you're playing in such a little point limit that it just seems like such the most uphill battle that is insurmountable if you try and even like pull something off. I mean, we saw it once with Samber winning the 3 rounds in a row on Gatorade, but I'm not sure that'll happen again. Mins clipping the back tire. Toto getting really close, going more outside, getting a tiny bit more speed, but I don't think it'll matter. There's only 1 turn left in the map. Mins missing the road section. Toto gonna have a lot more speed going into the section, but Mins gets it together at the very end with a 104.0. A decent time there, especially for the first round. As you pick up Eula's in 3 and Barry in 4.
So it's going to be Mins getting the first 10 points, Toto 7, Eula's 4, and Barry 3. An interesting pick, because normally we have a little bit of a mistake from some players. Eula's having a mistake in the beginning, Barry a little bit of a wall tap. It's going to be a little bit unfortunate, but another one. It's going to be a fight between Mins and Toto once again. This is an interesting...
Toto unfortunately clipping out. Mins now gonna have, again, all this track to himself. But you saw last time, Mins clipped out in the penalty grass, the right-hander. So maybe he does that again, or something worse. Or he learns from his mistakes and safes us just a little bit. We're gonna go on board with him. See if he clips it. He does not. So Toto's really only like 2 or 3 turns left, not a lot of time left. Everyone pretty settled into their positions now. Eula's too far behind Toto to make a move, and Barry too far behind Eula's to do the same. So everyone's settling into the positions, same as last time. Mins 1, Toto 2, Eula's 3, Barry 4.
It's really interesting that the organizers choose to change the usual 6 points for second place to 7. It gives a lot more way to get in on the first 2 places. So even if you don't get the first place, it's not as catastrophic or as punishing as is in the normal point system, which is again 10, 6, 4, and 3. But we still can see that gap between the first and second place. Right now, Mins with 20 points and Toto with 14, followed by Eula with 8 and Barry with 6 points. And for now, Mins is the one in the last position. 3 players touching the wall slightly. So Eula is going to lose a place, and Barry going all the way to the back. But Toto is keeping the chills, keeping the momentum without any mistake. And it's going to be Mins's job this time to catch up and try to deny those 10 points.
Yeah, I mean, If you're Mints now, I feel like after 2 first places, you can definitely calm down a little bit, you can relax. But Barry, unfortunately, is not having a good time on this map. I mean, you're currently 3 for 3 on 4th places. I mean, as well as Eulah's, who's 3 for 3 on 3rd places. So definitely very interesting. Mints only a 3-point gap between the two players, and then it kind of spreads out. Currently, Toto has double Eulah's points, which is not what you really want here. Mint's unfortunately off to a bad start this time. Toto trying to keep all the speed he can in this downhill. Mint's bumping just a little bit. Saves it a touch. Gonna have to try and push though. Toto unfortunately clipping out though as we go on board with Bari now. Now is one of the chances for the 3rd or 4th place player to try and get that 10 points because that will capitalize everything right now. Mint's unfortunately clipping out at the very start, but now sends himself back into the fight. Eulah's clipping on the outside turn. Barry now needs to send it as much as he can to try and get ahead of the young player, but unfortunately clips out again. Eulah's back in 2nd place now. Toto again still too far back to try and make a move. Eulah's clipping on the outside just like we saw Mintz at round number 1. Mintz safing this dirt as much as he can without losing too much time. Barry, not enough room between the two players. Barry clipping out Eulah's and Toto, passing him very quickly in the very end of the map. Eulah's 4 for 4 on 3rd places. Toto, all of that exchanging of positions just to be back where we started. Mintz, Toto, Eulah's, Barry.
That's what we mentioned before. Getting that green line is very important to get that grip and that speed, but if you're too greedy, you're going to meet the wall. That's something really unfortunate, and it's going to be another 4th place for Barry. But now,
Yeah.
and this time for real, we go to Avi Verde. I'm not going to try to pronounce the mapper's name. You can have a try if you want.
That's Menox.
Oh.
I'm not gonna pronounce it because I'm American, and I don't know how to, and I'll probably make someone who is watching very upset. But yeah. Anyway, Mint's off to a good warm up. So let's see if he can recreate this warm up that he had in rounds. Well, maybe not that. Recreate what he did in the warm up for this round. I mean, there's so much time to gain in the start here, especially in the drop down after the penalty grass bug slide. The weird downhill bowl shaped block there that you have coming up right now. Mintz, see if he can recreate it. He's been so consistent at this. He only failed it, I think, once or twice. And I say fail loosely, I mean just got it a little bit slower. Toto, though, right on his back wheels, gonna have to try and make a little bit more of a gap to be a little bit more comfortable. Mintz, not a lot of speed. Gonna have to sacrifice his normal line to get a different jump, or a better jump, I say. Toto getting a little bit lower, gonna have a way better line going into this section. Mintz almost clipping on the inside. Toto trying to pull ahead now, going around the lake that we have here. Toto still gaining a little bit of ground. Mintz goes a little bit lower, gonna have a tiny bit more speed. Drifts just a touch to get a tiny bit more inside. Mintz, not a lot of track left to try and overtake Toto here. It won't happen this time as we go Toto 1, Mintz 2. 57.3. What is that in the leaderboard?
57.3 is a really nice time. It's about top 14 and 0.1 behind Toto's own PB.
Jesus. Mintz hitting his front right tire at the start of this round, so definitely the time to capitalize. I want to point out it's a 3-point difference between P1 and P2. Toto safing the bug slide just a little bit. Ends up in first anyway due to the others making tiny mistakes, so very nice to see what Eulah's can come up with now as we go into the bug slide section and the jump.
Now into the jump. Next section is going to be under the ring, approaching the lake, and we see someone clipping, very losing and going all the way back. Going to zigzag Toto in the head, approaching the identity under the water, maintaining the same speed. It's a section where it's really hard to lose any speed, to have any overtakes, and it's going to be Toto once again taken with a 57.3 once again those sweet 10 points. And there we can see it how having the second place getting 7 points, it might not seem like a lot, just 1 point difference than what we're used to, but now we can see how in between the first two places there's a huge gap between second and third.
It's a very large gap. I mean, this is kind of a two-horse race for the first to get finalists, because the goal is, always the goal is to reach finals for your opponents. But in a point limit like this, you're only really going to have 1, maybe 2 rounds of buffer, but especially not in this lobby when you have Toto getting second place every time. Mince, off to a great start. Toto, unfortunately, isn't in a position to really fight for P1 right now, as I say, as he throws his car into the first place position. Mince trying to claw back the position he just lost. Eula's right behind, barely missing out that water. Don't want to get your water wheels in this grass section as we go into the ending now. Wheel-to-wheel racing as we go into the super reactor. Mince unfortunately clipping as Toto is given the rite of passage. Eula's not enough time to overtake the Icelandic player. But that is Eula's first second place of this match. So definitely a little bit of a mix-up there. And honestly, the worst time for Mince to make that mistake, because now Toto is 10 points ahead.
And now I was thinking, but technically speaking, we could see the end. I mean, not this time, but we could see in any of these round matches, we can see the end in just 5 rounds. That would be 90 points. 8 rounds to get finalists and another 4 confirmations. So we're always going to see the third match, whatever happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this time, it looks like we're going to go a little bit further. It's going to be Yola and Mince trading that first place. Very, very close. Very, very close. What a good rank to it. Clipping a little bit the downhill. It's going to be Mince. And Yola's fighting for that first place, going around the grass. Approaching the end.
Eula's in
Saving
first
this time,
place going
Mince
into the
really
ending.
inside line.
Oof.
But again, it's underwater. There's not so much speed. Only the tightest line you
0.1.
can get. And it's going to be Eula with an amazing run, 57.16.
What would that
That's
be?
not going to be PB, but it's going to be a great run. Almost top 5.
Almost top 5, just casually in the group stage. Not even in playoffs yet. Jesus.
2 of the players in this match will had a sub 57. Crazy. Depends that they're driving in such a hard map.
Such a stacked match as we go into... It might be my favorite map at this point. Alex Share Body Pillow. It's such a good name. I am so glad that NCSA staff greenlit that name because it's great.
Agree completely. And again, this map has an element, a single thing that you will think it will be nice, it will be normal, but that last jump, that last bounce can give you life or kill your run completely. So it's going to be up to the Reaper, Alex's body pillow to determine who gets a win, who gets to the finish, and who doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we go into round number 1. Barry, unfortunately, clipping out as Eula's is fighting Toto for that P1 position right now. Unfortunately, Toto gonna have a little bit of gear issues going into this ending. Toto now finding out where the walls lie. Mince now is a 0.5 gap, 0.6 gap even, to try and overtake Eula's. This would be Eula's first place and would benefit him greatly. I will look at the scoreboard really quickly. Eula's is sitting at 44 points. So if he wants to try and extend his gap to Barry just a little bit more and get himself a little bit safer, closer to finalist, because remember, it's not just about winning the match, you still need to, everyone needs to finish and close out their finalists. Eula's into the ending, gets it very clean. Mince safes it just a little bit. A very odd round there as Toto brings up 4th place in this round.
56.1. Wait, it was a 56.1.
Yeah.
That's a great time in such a punishing map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it seems so weird for someone to drive a really good time, especially in a round like that where Mintz finds out where corners are, and Toto finds out where a wall is, and Barry unfortunately clipping as well. So all 4 players have now made it through the start of the map this time. As we go into the plastic reactor section, Toto unfortunately gonna have to improvise that time. Not gonna work out. Barry, his best chance at a P1 now, fighting with the other 2 players, sending it as much as he can. Eula's is right there with him though. Definitely not going to make this easy as Barry finally gets into P1, but he's going to be a little bit high going into this grass section, so Eula's is going to come back with a lot more speed than him. Eula's going over the penalty grass. It's going to be equal speed. Mintz sitting right behind Barry, a lot less speed than the other 2 players. Eula's jumps, gets it as clean as possible, but unfortunately clips the hole as Mintz finds his way into first place this time around.
There's nothing more to say that the mapper made some choices, made some decisions, some harder than the others, and put in a hole next to the finish, next to a wall.
Rabbi Type 1. Yeah, there he is. Mintz is finalist. I will leave this to you, Chivy. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely. We love to see that kind of cinema and that kind of jumps everywhere. But anyways, the whole pack's together. Mintz a little bit behind the other 3 players, but it's going to be a trade. They're really close to each other. Toto improvising again, not so familiar with this match, and Yulas touching slightly the wall that will send him into the last place. Barry again with a chance of getting those sweet 10 points that really needs if they really want to catch the other players.
Yeah,
Mintz
definitely.
approaching. Slightly more speed going to the end, the jump.
Ooh.
A rough landing.
I don't know if you
but
saw that,
enough
Chivy.
of a landing.
Mintz has this strategy, which I'm sure he used in Time Attack, but I unfortunately didn't get to see that. Toto is 1 point away from finalist. That sucks. Mintz is using the ramp, land awkwardly, and tilt his car to the right so his left wheels go over the hole and he can get as inside as possible. And it almost got him the snipe. That was
a really good job.
Yeah, that was absurd to
having
watch.
the finalist.
Barry, unfortunately, not going to have one of the starts that he's been having this time around. Toto just needs to finish, and he's going to be in finalist, but then again, he's lost his chance at denying Mintz, so it's all eyes on Eula this time if we want this match to keep going with first place up for grabs. Mintz, unfortunately, getting a little bit of a bad line, going to have to recover just a little bit, clips the wall. Toto and Barry pass him now. Mintz in P4 in the finalist mode, only player to do so. Eula's with a little bit of a comfortable lead going into this ending, just needs to keep it together. Barry with a little bit of less speed. Eula's pulling away a tiny bit more as the 2 players fight just a little bit as we go into the ending of this map. No mistakes, please. Watching. Yeah, as you saw from Toto, he landed awkwardly and his left tires went up and he turned as hard as he could just to get over that hole and get a little bit more inside. And I think that gave him the edge over Barry in the very end of that map. Double finalist mode.
I was in chat. Good luck, both players. But this is not going to be ending here. It's going to end in the next map really shortly. There's great odds it finishes here in Gatorade.
I think mathematically this is the last map.
In the worst case scenario, having 1, 2, 3. I think it is.
It's either the last map or they play 1 on the next map.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright.
You're absolutely right. Good math, good brain.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So we are in double finalist situation. Toto versus Mintz. Barry, unfortunately, clipping out in the very start of this map, turning just a little bit too early, got a little bit antsy. Toto with a very decent line, a little bit different than the other 2 players this time around, and maybe improvising a little bit there. Mintz is going to pull ahead with that. Toto sends it as much as he can in that reactor grass section. Mintz going to go a little bit more inside. They have tiny different line variations in this round so far. Toto gonna send this outside dirt. You know Mintz hates outside dirt and hates sending them. Toto almost clips his front right tires. Eula's forces himself into the conversation, gets in a P1 in the grass uphill. Let's see how much speed the players can keep. Toto, a decent amount of speed, but Mintz has it way better. Gonna send it as much as he can. Mintz slowly gaining as much as he can. He's the only one in finalists that can really finish. Now Euless just needs to keep together for one more turn. And he denies. Yes, he does. Good job there from Euless. We go double finalists again. Triple finalists now with Euless being red named.
What a situation. What a situation again. Triple finalists. We love to see it. Really on the edge of the seat. And it's going to be Euless, Mintz, and Toto fighting for the first place. And Barry is going to have to make a huge job if they want to deny every single round and try to get the first place for themselves. But for now, Toto in their own map pick in the first position. Everyone is so close to each other. Toto with a little bit of a car length ahead of everyone else. Barry at a really close distance, approaching the uphill. Toto clipping the wheels, and it's Barry in first place, in the way to denying everyone else.
Barry sitting P1 right now. Mintz needs to try and overtake in the very last section. Barry 2 car lengths ahead. It will happen this time around. You can't imagine how frustrating that is for Mintz. He sees the competition that he's been fighting ever since Mintz got finalist, only to be stopped by Barry, who's sitting way too far away to capitalize on himself. He needs 2 more wins and a finish just to be finalist himself. His start of the match was just not comparative to the other 3 players in this lobby as Barry clips out. Somebody will be getting first place in this round. Toto with the best start out of all 3 of them. Mintz trailing behind, a little bit less speed than Euless himself. Euless trying to capitalize on Barry's mistake. Now Toto with a monstrous lead at the start of this map. 0.4 in the first 20 seconds. Euless now, though, getting a lot of speed out of this section. Gonna try and cut it down outside dirt. Mintz sending it a little bit, even though he hates it. He knows he has to. Goes into the right-left section, into this long drift. Let's see how much speed the players can keep, though. Toto can always overturn here. Mintz has been getting so much speed out of this, but not this time around. Toto still with that lead. Mintz trying to claw past Euless, but he needs to get past Toto if he wants to try and win this now. Toto, 1 jump between him and the first place and 4 points in this round. Yes, he does. Toto, the first player to close out his finalist mode and taking first place in this round. Good job, Toto.
Great job for the Icelandic player. 0.1, almost 0.2 behind their own PB. In a huge pace, a really nice round. Flawless, if you ask me. And
yeah,
now it's going to be, again, finalist mode between Eula and Mintz. Barry, this time alive and not dead since the beginning, is going to need to deny not once, not twice, but 3 times the other 2 players if they want to get that second place. But for now, Mintz in the first position. Eula coming really close behind, 0.1 behind, but Barry's still in the competition, still fighting. Eula with a great line. Mintz trading that first place. Barry entering into the competition. Eula's clipping, and it's going to be a fight between Mintz trying to get that second position, and Barry with a not so great line. It's going to be a tough dirt section, and Mintz securing that second place with a 54.3.
Yeah, Mintz finally relieved to probably get at least something. He was the first to finalist, but kept getting denied over and over. So that weight off his shoulders as Barry is sitting on 74 points as we played a point limit 75. So probably a little bit frustrating for the American there, but definitely could be a worse situation. He could still be down in the 60s if he didn't have those few denials from earlier. So Euless just needs to finish once ahead of Barry, and he will secure his 3rd place, while Barry needs to win 2 rounds in a row now on a map that they haven't really warmed up on. So here we go into what is and could probably be the last round of this match. So Chivi, I will let you take this one.
Absolutely. Cinder Wake is going to be the fight between Eula and Barry for that third place. Barry needs really to get this one. This is the important one. They need to get this round to get a chance of winning that third place, but clipping the wall, and it's going to be Eula who's going to take more than a second. Another clip from Barry. This is looking very, very badly for the HD player. And for now, with 0.6 of a second ahead, Eula is going to the finish, but it's touching the wall. Too much risk is not going to pay through, and Barry is coming ahead. But Barry touching another wall is going to be a trade between the two players. And now Eula, again, 0.6 ahead, going around and into the dirt, coming closely to the end.
Barry touches one more
touching
time.
again the wall, and is going to be the green section. And unless there's a mistake, a huge mistake, which is not going to happen, Eula's taking that third place with a 1:04.5. Not the fastest round, with a lot of mistakes from both players, but at the end, Eula was the one who got through.
Yeah, very good job there. I mean, that fight between Mince and Toto was really exciting to watch, honestly. They just kept going back and forth every round. Mince would get first one round, Toto would be second every round, and then they would swap over and over. So just very exciting to see that happen. So, and this time around, we are not going to go to a break because we're actually on a rolling schedule according to the man upstairs, aka Alex Scher, who has his own map named after him now, funnily enough. So please stick around. We have a lot of options to choose from. I say that we watch, if anyone watching has the master sheet open, I say that we should take a look at match L.
Was about to say the same.
Yeah, that
I know
one looks
we're going to
stacked.
see Toto again, but it's going to be an interesting match. Nixotica, Thumburn, the only Canadian who made it into Div 1, and Cat Curly Fries once again. So I think it's going to be a great map, great players, and a great competition. A lot of potential.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm going to take a look here. Let's look at the NC Trackmania thing. Yeah, all matches are concluded. Ours was the one that took the longest due to the triple finalist situation. So definitely very, very unique thing happening there in that regard. So servers are currently opening up, so if you give us 30 more seconds, we will have as much Trackmania racing content as your heart desires. But Chibi, out of those players consisting of Nixotica, Toto, Tom, and Cat Curly, who do you think will reach finalists first?
I think Toto is in a roll with all the momentum that gained with the previous match and the first place. I think Toto will take that first place, not only into the second round, but in the third round. But it's going to be a hard fight. Nixotica, also great player, Cat Curly Fries, huge performance, and if they can pick their map, that is going to be huge, especially if it's the third or the fourth one. And Thumburn, I mean, we know him, the pace, the man itself. It's going to be a tough fight, but I think I'm going to give it to the Icelandic player this time.
Yeah, I mean, we have the pleasure of actually getting to watch him firsthand from the last match, so definitely we have a little bit of kind of insider knowledge of how Toto's been playing so far, but I'm pretty convinced by his gameplay. He had some struggle on Alex Scher Body Pillow map, but it'll be nice to see how he'll recover from that kind of mishap that we saw before. I'm gonna go ahead and cut over to some gameplay so you can see players are warming up. We have all four in here now. So, but I'm excited to watch Tom play because during the qualification, the seeding rather, I didn't get to see him that much as I would like to. I mean, so nice to see him up and moving and rocking his 34% skin.
So now we have everyone in the lobby.
Yeah.
Exactly, 2 Halcyon players. One, I always messes up the name. Kyoken?
Yoki? Like
Kyoki?
Yoko?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't know. Something like that. And then Nexotica, who currently does not play for any org, I think. Or any team, rather.
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe?
he played for Damascus, but then everyone wanted to not leave Damascus, but bigger and better, and or Nyx is on Halcyon, just says he needs a tag. Okay, thank you, Mints. So, so almost a full Halcyon match. Isn't Toto also in Halcyon? But he's just
I'm
not.
thinking about it. Is him like in 2 teams at the same time?
Yeah, Alex is. So, no, he's not. He's never been. Okay, so we have 3 Halcyon and 1 Kaioki. Definitely, if you're a Halcyon fan and or driver slash player, eyes on the screen just for a little bit, because even if that you don't really like enjoy watching Trackmania comp, you can at least make fun of your friends afterwards if they mess up. So that's always the pleasure of making fun of your friends. But yeah, I'm really curious to see what map Nyx will pick, because he was kind of off and on during the seeding, which is the only place I really got to see him really try and show his pace and show his consistency. But he was like, one round he'd be top 3, top 2, and then the other he would like have a clip in the start and have to settle for like a 10th or 11th place finish. So I'm really curious to see how that'll go and what map he'll pick. But if you were the number 1, if you had the first map pick, Chivi, what map would you want to take us to?
To be honest, if it was me, we'll have a really bad situation because I'm not that good of a player compared to the players that are here, of course. But if I had the pace, I would go for Alviverde, have been the hard map. If I had the pace and I knew I can, of course, have the consistency, I would have that choose. But to be honest, as not the great player that I am, I think I will go for Alex's map.
Yeah, definitely.
Just for the memes. And especially for that last ramp. That's something that I would really like to see. A lot of gambling, if you ask me.
Nyxotica, unfortunately misclicking his map pick and then typing in chat, well, whatever, do that one. So we're gonna start on Alviverde. So we have Toto is pick number 2. So he's taking his time, thinking about it as much as he can.
Who
maybe
picked Alex's map last time, isn't it? Or was it
I think so.
Barry?
Or yeah, it may have been Barry or Toto. They both sound right in my head. Toto maybe has HUD off. Because, as you know, this UI doesn't show if you have your HUD off, funnily enough. For some reason. Alright, well, picked randomly. We are going to Alex Sherpati Pillow. Oh, wait. Toto's saying it's not letting me pick. So we might have a restart. But, as you know, it would not be an NCSA competition if things...
Without technical issues.
Yeah, without some technical issues and running behind schedule.
I don't want to jinx it, but for now the stream is going flawless, which I'm getting scared because normally we don't get to this part of the tournament without any kind of issues. I don't want to curse it, but it's still impressive.
Alright, we are in the midst of an admin call right now, so we will hold your horses for now. Gonna have Alex or someone similar join the lobby. Yep. Almost All right, 2 out of the 4 admins are now on the scene to try and repair what we've done. Yeah, definitely very very interesting. I feel like Legionary has been very punishing to some players today. So yeah, we are waiting just a little bit to get things going. Alex says we're gonna finish things up and then they're gonna reset the pick and ban due to Nixotica misclick and Toto not being able to pick. Definitely, yeah, this is NA Trackmania. So if you are from Europe or Asia or somewhere similar, welcome.
Welcome to the cinema.
Yep. Pick and ban for real this time,
welcome
I think.
To the contact. Cinderway by Nixotica.
Really? I would assume he would pick Gatorade or Legionary. That's very
Maybe
interesting in my head.
The most comfortable. I mean, they have top 5 on the map. Toto is the one picking Gatorade, Thornburn, Alviverde, and
remember,
to be honest,
yeah, map number
we're not
3.
playing Alex's map.
What? Map number 3 is always where finalist like happens. That's where like you need to lock in. So for it to be Alviverde, picked by Thornburn, he must either be really confident or hate the other 2 maps, because Alviverde is the hardest of the map pack. Most of the time to gain is in the start.
And you know what? I think that's a great idea. We know Thornburn is a player that is well known by their consistency. So picking the hard map when, of course, you want to confirm that finalist, I think it's a good strat, of course.
Yeah, of course.
If
I mean,
he has the pace.
Yeah, that's the gamble that you have to take if you're Tom, though, because you're saying, I think I'm more consistent than you are fast.
Exactly. Especially if we look at the stats coming right up. I don't see. Thornburn with a top 17 is still a little behind the other players. So it's a gamble. It's a gamble. Is it going to pay? We're going to see it in a couple of minutes, in a couple of rounds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's still a lot of Trackmania left to be played between then and now. I mean, but it's basically saying that map pick is just so important if you're the 3 in every match, because it's like the 2nd and 3rd map picks, because you can get finalist in the 2nd map if you play out of your mind, but it's really unlikely to happen. So we go on board with round number 1 now. Cat Curly off to a little bit of a bumpy start, gonna have to lose a little bit of speed there just to save himself a little bit. Nixotica pulling ahead of Toto in this round now with his infamous USA Redskin. Toto unfortunately clipping that midsection right there, as Nixotica has been given a lot of room to work with in this first round now. Not as close as you'd like to have it. Tom and Cat Curly are kind of wheel-to-wheel racing right now, as close as you can get while still being comfortable in your own car. Tom now sending it as much as possible, trying to capitalize on Nixotica's unfortunate clip there. Now wheel-to-wheel with Nixotica. Tom safing it just a little bit, not wanting to push it too hard. Nixotica making a mistake. Tom safing is paying out. Cat Curly flipping over upside down somehow as Toto gets himself into the conversation, trying to push himself ahead of Tom. Toto's been so good on these outside lines recently, but I don't think it'll pay off right now. Needs to send it as much as possible. Going into the ending now, Tom gonna have a little bit more speed, and that'll be enough to take the 10 points, only by 1 car length, though, with a 0.0 to start us off. 104-0.
Punishing map, and the hard one. But Thornburn, again, showing the consistency, maybe not the fastest pace, but enough to secure those sweet 10 points and that lead. There is going to be a little bit of pressure on the other players, but nothing crazy. It's just the start of this. 75 points, 65 to go, and this time is going to be Toto ahead of the pack. Slightly, Exotica touching the wall, slightly losing a lot of speed, and is going to place them in the last place right now. And another bonk, very unfortunate. And now Thumburn and Carrot Curly Fries really close to each other, fighting for that second place. Thumburn with a lot of speed, trying to catch up to Toto. Toto with 0.5 ahead of the Canadian player is going to be hard to getting catched on.
Yeah, I mean, Toto has been really consistent in the back half of this map. It's kind of hard to lose anything here. So Tom, not even pushing the outside line, knows he's happy with the second place for now. Nexotica in third place, getting up the uphill, and Cat Curly just gonna have to settle for fourth, making a unfortunate clip near the ending. But I'm excited to see. We saw Toto in the last match, and he was playing really good. So far, he's kind of in the same situation he was with Mince, where they kept going back and forth with positions the entire time. So, but in this match, the difference is I don't think this will turn into a two-horse race. I feel like this is definitely going to be a lot closer, with Thumburn making an unfortunate mistake at the very start of the map. Toto now has kind of been given the green light to go ahead and send it as much as he wants, because even if he clips, Thumburn is way too far back, a 5-second gap between the main pack and Tom. So Toto kind of can just push as much as he wants now, not really too scared of the other players, just due to the point difference. So Cat Curly is going to bring up third place, trying to get behind Exotica, as Toto somehow manages to keep that together. Cat Curly bringing his car into first place, sending it as much as he can. Toto now with a little bit of a better plastic line going into the grass now, on this hill going all the way up to the right, curling around into the dirt section as Toto gets so much speed out of this section. Cat Curly, one car length behind, gonna have a little bit of a better outside line compared to Toto, but it won't be enough speed to really make up for the fact that his outside uphill line isn't good enough. Cat Curly going wide, almost missing the finish. Nexotica bringing up third place right behind, as Tom finds his way into the finish after his front clip.
Now, that last placement is going to hurt, and Thumburn is going to lose that closeness to the first place. Now 7 points in the difference between Toto and Thumburn. That's going to be really hard to gain back, especially with the, well, I was going to say with Toto being
like
so
that.
accurate and getting too many points, but now Toto with a little bit of an issue in the beginning is now going to be out of the competition for this round. Nexotica and Thumburn fighting for the first place. Cat Curl getting really close, Thumburn with a little bit of a mistake, and another one passing the second place to the American player is going to be a fight between Cat Curly Fries and Exotica, 0.5, 0.6 behind.
Yeah,
Not
definitely.
getting closer, maintaining the speed and approaching the turnaround.
More of a split up round here. I mean, you have all the players are kind of in their own little world. They just kind of have to accept what position they're in. I mean, Toto is honestly lucky to still be in this, like, at all after his clip. I mean, his car completely got derailed off the main line. So 10 points for Nexotica, but definitely not the cleanest 10 points.
Not the cleanest, but in your map, that's what you need.
Yeah, this is his map pick, and that'll conclude Cinderwake.
And we're going to Gatorade, isn't it?
Yeah, Gatorade picked by Toto, and as we saw in the pick and ban, he kind of did the Alex actually had to ask him, "Hey, Toto, you good?" ? And he was like, "Yep, just thinking." So he clearly put some thought into what map he wants to play where in this match. So definitely going to be interesting to see if his thinking paid off in this sense. So I'm going to try and see what will go on here. I will let you take the first round, Chibi.
absolutely. I think the reason could be because Toto has the best PB compared to the other players in this map, being top 6. But for now, starting top 4.
Ooh.
Oof, we got a little bit of a mistake. Cat Curly Fries bonking into the 4th place. Toto isn't going too wide, going to have a little bit of a mistake, and Exotica is going to capitalize. First place for now, approaching to the outside dirt, going too wide, risking too much, and Toto is going to regain that first place in his own map, going into the uphill reactor. Let's see who keeps more speed. It's Toto, but Thornburn is really close, going pretty much with the same line. This time, not so much of an outside line. Careful with the bombs, and Toto watching, maintaining that first place, and those 10 points, 54.3, which beats some of the players' PBs.
I do want to say, even though Toto officially got the 10 points at the end of that, Tom made up almost 0.2, 0.3 just in the sector 3 of this map. So the fact that that's something that Tom can do, maybe Toto was safing, but even so, that's a lot of time to be losing in the ending. Maybe Tom is a little bit more practiced in that ending, or just got a little bit luckier, who knows. All 4 players making it out of the start this time. Toto again leading, but it's all going to come down to this outside dirt line and who can keep more in the grass uphill turnaround. Tom, unfortunately, clipping on his outside wheels, and Exotica and Cat Curly are fighting for P2 to try and get the chance to overtake Toto as we go into the grass uphill. Toto has been keeping so much speed. We saw it in his match against Mince. This time around, it will happen yet again. Cat Curly, unfortunately, losing his gear as well, so this is going to be a 2-horse race between Exotica and Toto. Exotica going a little bit wide. Toto bouncing a lot, going to lose a lot of speed. And Exotica given the chance to overtake him at the very end of the map. Will it happen this time? No, it won't. Toto barely holds on to his lead after making such a mistake like that. But it pays off. He still gets the 10 points. Exotica just has to go home with the 7.
What a round. Very close. But at the end, Toto keeps it. And now 50 points. Closer than ever from the goal.
Yeah,
Thumber
definitely.
and Exotica really close to each other, 34 points and 33. Cat Fries a little bit behind, but not that much with 27 points. It's going to be a race and try to deny the Icelandic player from those 10 points to try to reduce that gap. But for now, Exotica in the head, trading with Toto with a little bit of a weird line, but now into the uphill with a little bit more speed. Is going to be Toto with the inside line, trading really close to each other, going into the final section with the bombs.
Toto
have to
bouncing.
be very careful. Both of them with
Wheel to wheel,
the same speed, wheel to wheel, and
100th between the two players.
0.01 between both players. What a match. 2 times we get around this close between those two players. 60 points and 40 points respectively.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think we were talking about it at the very beginning, but Toto taking that moment to sit and think of what map he wants to play when, I think it really worked out because he has been absolutely dominant on this map. I mean, even with those mistakes in the ending, he's just, I think he's 3 for 3 so far as we go into the last round of Gatorade by Thune. Exotica again trailing right behind. Toto is really pushing that outside now. Exotica getting a little bit of airtime, somehow manages to save it. Cat Curly brings himself into the conversation, but Toto is peeling further and further away than everyone else. He's made it to the trials and tribulations of this map. So definitely needs to try and send it as much as he can now. Not bumping this time, just gonna safe it just a little bit. Exotica and Cat Curly though. Cat Curly gets the edge of an Exotica, and Exotica goes lower, but it doesn't pay out this time. As Cat Curly takes the 7 points home, and that will be all she wrote for Gatorade by Thune.
And hold on, that's a 54.02. That's another PB.
Okay.
And not just a PB, that's a 3rd place by Toto.
Okay.
Jumping from top 6 to top 3.
Yeah.
What a gamer.
I wish we could all do that. That'd be awesome. What the hell?
I mean, we saw the huge pace, and I don't know if Toto risk at the end. It looks like he just maintained the pace, but holy, what a performance!
Yeah, Toto has been really, really dominant. I'll show the scoreboard during the warm-up, but Toto with 70, Nixotica 44, Tom 41, Cat Curly at 37. It's honestly, in terms of who's gonna get finalist first, it's Toto, and it's not close. Because all he needs is... he just needs to finish twice. Or he needs a second place or better to get it this round. So, we're gonna keep our eye on him, but for now we're gonna stay on board with Nixotica as we go into round number 1 of Aliverde. Toto getting a decent start. Nixotica going a little bit wide, saves his line just at the very end there. Gonna have a bad bug slide though. Has to save the clip just a little bit. Tom unfortunately sliding out of this one. As we go on board with Cat Curly now, Toto getting a decent bug slide. This time around, Cat Curly unfortunately making a mistake as Toto also makes one. Not a huge one, not a clip, but slowing down just a little bit. Enough for Nixotica to still jut his head and make it hard for Nixotica to get into this conversation. But unfortunately, Toto is left all on his lonesome. The closest player is nearly 7 seconds behind, so we're gonna let Toto walk this one in. Good job. And that'll be very anticlimactic, but that will be finalist mode for Toto in this round.
Indeed, he had a. And we're finishing having 3 to 4 respawns on that section. How would you call it? The whole section?
The drop down, the penalty grass drop down hole, whatever. Manax is a criminal for making this map.
That is a hard one. It doesn't look like it, but it's kind of a precise turn. With the speed, you have to vary the angle. If you have too much speed, you need an angle. Less speed, you need another angle. How it's penalty grass, so the speed is not whatever you're normally expecting. So it's a strange thing. It's a strange section, which we're approaching again. This time, Thumburn again had the mistake in the same place and leaving that first place to another person. That's going to be Cat Curly Fries in the first place. Toto coming behind very closely with a little bit more speed and a cleaner line, but in the identity, it doesn't really matter. There's a top speed and you cannot beat it. And Cat Curly Fries is going to get those 10 points and deny the Icelandic player from that first place and winning this round. So right now, we're going to go with Cat Curly Fries with 54 points, Nixotica with 52, and Thumburn with 47.
Did Tom DNF that round?
Uh,
I don't remember if I saw him finish or not. I wasn't really paying attention.
I think he finished, but I think his points changed. I didn't really pay attention.
Yeah, me either.
But yeah, that section 2 times in a row,
yeah,
it hurts.
But now, Tom off to a good start now. He's in the best position to try and deny Toto. Remember, if Toto gets first place in any of these rounds, that is first place locked in and done. So no more chances of that as Tom unfortunately clips out Nixotica. Now sitting P2, fighting Tom. Toto has to save his penalty line. Unfortunately, has to respawn though. Cat Curly and Nixotica are now fighting for the 10 points, which will be beneficial to whoever gets it. Homburn, unfortunately, also making a mistake in the backfield in the same section. He's 3 for 3. Nixotica clipping out right before the section where you need to keep all the speed you can. So Cat Curly is also going to walk this one in. Nixotica taking his P2 in stride. And then Toto, and then Tomburn. But definitely getting into some scary territory for Toto here because you just need one round to finish it out, and yet it still hasn't come, and we're on the final round of Aliverde.
At least Toto knows, well, I hope they know that they're safe for at least one round. Whatever happens, if Cat Curly Fries get first place, it's still not enough to be finalists. So Toto has a whole round for themselves to
Whoa.
get that sweet first place, but clipping the wheel, that's not going to be enough speed for the section, and it's going to be a battle between the other 3 players to see who gets those 10 points and can close the gap even more and try to get finalists for themselves. It has to be a little bit frustrating since Thornburn was the one picking this map and the one suffering the most from it, getting the least amount of points. But now Thornburn, the Canadian player, in the first place by more than a car length, approaching the identity, losing a little bit of speed, but again, is the identity, not much speed to gain, just to preserve, and is going to be Thornburn that almost
100th.
felt it bunking very close in the end. It looked like Helix Fries was going to get those 10 points, but it was very close, 0.01.
Yeah, definitely.
Again, Calculated Fries 71 points, Nixurica 63, and Thornburn 60 points. It's getting closer.
Yeah,
the players are getting packed, and the 75 points are approaching for every single one of them. And Toto really needs to sign it right now, really needs to close it.
Absolutely.
Or
I mean,
it's going to be hard. It's going to be not such a good situation. You had the finalist for a long while, and now that solo finalist is going to turn into a double one if he doesn't make an effort right now in Calculated Fries' map pick.
yeah, absolutely. Which is honestly kind of worst case scenario, because if Cat Curly picked this, that means he definitely preferred this over the other map, which being Alex Share Body Pillow. So Cat Curly just needs any finish that isn't last place and he will be finalist. Exotica needs a first and any finish. Tom needs a first and second place. So definitely a hard situation if you're Toto here, especially on the mental, because Toto knows everyone's getting so close to that finalist, so this is your last chance to really do something. So he's going to try and push as much as he can. Cat Curly, though, his own map pick is trying to send it as much as he can to get around the man in the purple car. Cat Curly taking advantage of Toto's clipping. Cat Curly almost sends himself into the walls. Toto has to recollect himself for his different line. And now it is Toto's job to try and get in front. Cat Curly has been so dominant in the first half of this map, but now it's Toto's turn to try and make a move here. Only a few more turns left before we reach the finish line. Toto, wheel to wheel with the American player right before we get into the penalty gas section, as they are basically tied. 100th between the two players. Cat Curly going for the lower line. Toto going really wide, trying to keep as much speed as he can into the ending. Toto not clipping, and he finally ends out his finalist mode, barely making it into the finish. GG's Toto, good job there to finally capitalize on that round.
And what a performance for Calculated Fries, almost equaling their PB, really giving their best, but sadly isn't enough, as the Icelandic player had the better PB, the better pace, and just at the end, the better line that guaranteed that first place. But now, Calculated Fries, finalist mode. Nixurica and Thornburn are close, but not enough, so Calculated Fries has, in their own map, one chance, and only one chance of being the solo finalist. But with a few mistakes in the beginning...
Ooh, Tom. Oh, Cat Curly.
Cat Curly.
Yeah.
It's going to be, Cat Curly again. It's going to be Nixurica and Thornburn fighting for the first place and those 10 points that they really need. The one who gets the 10 points, the most likely it is to get the second place, because at this point it's really hard. 2 seconds, I don't think Calculated is going to come back from that. Nixurica in the head, Thornburn just maintaining the speed, maintaining the pace. They know at least they're going to get the 2 placements with the most value, 10 points and 7 points, both making the jump. And Nixurica is getting the 10 points, and Thornburn 7.
Very good job there. I mean, so we have Nixurica also entering finalist mode, and Thornburn is right there. Just needs one finish that isn't too far down the list. He just needs a second place or higher at this point. So it'll be all eyes on Cat Curly and Nixurica in this round as we go into the double finalist scenario. Cat Curly, remember, it's his map pick, but right now he's struggling a little bit just to get out of the start. Tom after his unfortunate performance on the last map, is now trying to make up for it by giving it everything he has, but unfortunately finds out where some of the scenery blocks are. Cat Curly now has to make this uphill battle against Nixotica. Different lines from the two players. Cat Curly unfortunately clipping out. Nixotica all on his lonesome up in P1. Just needs to keep it together for a few more turns, and this second place will be his.
He's getting very close to the end of the map, but Nixotica has basically a second. He doesn't need to go low just to reach the finish.
Oh,
and Nixotica aiming close to the edge, still getting
very close.
The end and those 10 points and the second place.
Oh, wait. Cat Curly didn't get second place, so now Tom is finalist. So this will be the last round on Legionary.
Last round. And thank you very much for the cinema that they're getting to us. I mean, that's unfortunate, but we appreciate the cinema.
Yeah, thank you, Cat Curly. On your own map pick, too. So Tom has been sending it as much as he can through the starter section as Cat Curly, unfortunately, clips that checkpoint right there, leaving Tom all by his lonesome. But Tom has not had a round without a mistake yet. So it's definitely not out of the equation that something can happen. He might be looking at the splits. He sees he's 1.7 ahead. He just knows he needs to keep it together for one more round. And the third place will be his, which it doesn't sound like a lot. It doesn't sound like they're fighting for a whole lot of glory and prizes, but 1 or 2 points is the difference maker in the league phase because you don't earn a lot of points. It's 4-3-2-1 split, so Toto gets 4, Exotica gets 3, and Tomburn, if he makes this jump, will be getting 2 points in the league phase, so that will be all she wrote. Cat Curly, unfortunately, finalist for the longest, but not able to close it out. Having some unfortunate rounds, unlucky that his opponents kept getting faster and faster as the match went on. Oh my gosh. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not even done today. We have so much more to show you. But, Chivi, I don't know about you, but I think that we're gonna go to a quick break. We'll be back in probably about 3-4 minutes. But stay right there where you are. We will be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are a little bit irresponsible. We ended up being late this time around, but we are in the pick and ban now. We start with Ave Verde, picked by Wiggity, just to start us off. So, and we have issues. We already need a pick and ban restart. So, definitely, yeah, would not be an NA comp without some issues, as everyone says. But this is a very, very good match that I have for you guys, or that we have for you guys. It is the full Onyx match. All the Onyx players that are competing in the NAC are in this lobby. We have Wiggity, we have CD, we have Mince, and then we have a fan favorite. We have Cat Curly Fries bringing up the 4 spot. So, Chibi, out of these players, who do you think is going to take it? Because I feel like it's a 2-horse race between Wiggity and Mince today.
It is. And I mean, Wiggity got the first place in time attack, got the first place in rounds. I think it's going to be Wiggity's map. Well, Wiggity's round, to be honest. But I mean, Mince already with really good performances, winning almost every single one of their maps. But nah, I'm gonna stick with Wiggity, to be honest.
CD.
I think that's a safe bet.
CD
So
picked
we have
Alex Share Body Pillow at the 3, which we discovered the third map is always the one in which that the finalists have their chance to close it out on. So that's going to be really interesting. There's definitely some opportunity for some snipes there in the very ending with those large ramp jumps. So, but yeah, this map order is definitely really unique.
It is, and as Curly Fries says, it's the first time they're going to play a match with Alex's body pillow. So maybe it's not going to be a great map for them if they don't have so much practice in it. But for now, definitely. We're going to the first match. Well, the first map, which is going to be the second map on the map pack. Cinderwake, map where Wiggity has second place, Mince third, and I already forgot the other players. I'm so asleep today. You have CD in 10th place and Cat Curly Fries in 9th place. So it's a top 10 match in this map.
1000%, but it's just how much can you apply yourself and all that time attack practice right now to, you need 4 rounds here where you just push it as hard as possible with no clips. So here we go. Round number 1, we'll stay on board with CD. Wiggity unfortunately getting a clip out of the starting turn. Mince fighting with CD for the P1 position as Cat Curly falls a little bit behind. Mince, who we've seen time and time again, has been very dominant in the very start of these maps. CD though, Unk versus New Gen, is fighting Mince as much as possible. CD, a little bit more outside than Mince. Mince gonna have to settle for a little bit of a less speed line. CD gets as close as possible to the wall without clipping. We go on board with Mince now. Mince, 2/10 behind roughly, trying to make up some of the ground he lost in that dirt section. As Wiggity's a little bit too far back to make any impact here. Mince has to break tap and save himself from flying off of that edge there. CD, very good at sending these outside lines. Mince not gonna have enough time or room to really send this as much as he would like to. Cat Curly brings up the P4 position as Wiggity stays in front of him that entire time, but very good round there. A 103.4 just to start things off. Those outside lines were insane.
And that's a PB.
That's a PB?
That's a PB.
Okay.
That's indeed a 0.13 PB.
Yeah, CD is not messing around anymore. So yeah, definitely Cat Curly off to a little bit of a weaker start this time around. Wiggity now This is his first chance to show what he can do when he's on an equal playing field out of the start. I mean, last round he had a little bit of an unfortunate clip, but definitely... I mean, Mintz has been playing extremely well, Chivy. I mean, but Wiggity now sitting in P1.
Indeed. A huge performance. I mean, again, first round PBing, that's incredible. I don't understand how these players can PB in live rounds when you have a lot of pressure, you have a lot of nervous. I mean, you're also being the one casted, so all the eyes are on you and still have the performance. CD with a little bit of a mistake touching the wall is going to be Wiggity against Mintz. Mintz with a little bit more speed, but not enough, so Wiggity will take the 10 points with a 03.6. Still a really good time, and that's funny. So it's going to be 14 points for Wiggity and for Mintz. CD 1 point behind, and NAC qualifies with 7 points. It's just the beginning, but can we get any closer? To be honest, what is going on?
Cat Curly has been very, very close, but he's the only one really making some of these broader mistakes, the mistakes that cost you a lot more time. This round, though, he's sitting P1. These players have been so close compared to the other matches, so I'm really glad we got to pick this one. The 3 Onyx players, and Cat Curly, who is he's definitely proven himself as a very good player. Mintz now, the only player who can really challenge the Halcyon driver. As we go into the winding penalty grass section, Wiggity now bringing himself into the conversation, sliding his car into P2. Mintz unfortunately clipping out. Wiggity given all the room he needs to comfortably stay in second now. Got Curly with a big lead going into the ending of this map. Mintz too far back to make anything happen. CD, same story. Wiggity clipping just a little bit, not enough for Mintz to really take advantage. So all the positions will stay as they were in the ending of this map.
And I love it. We're having a lot of trades. Not so many stationary positions as we've seen in the last few matches. We've seen players in this match, players from first to last place to third to second. So it's a huge mix. That means that this is a very, very even match. And I mean, I'm not just saying it, the numbers says it. 21 points, 18, 17, and 16. This... I don't want to be ahead of myself, but I feel like at least we're going to get a triple finalist. At least.
I mean...
And I really hope so.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if not, then that means someone would have to run away, and I just can't see that happening. Mintz now sitting in P1, CD the only one who can really challenge. Cat Curly with a lot of speed, bringing himself into the picture. CD, a lot more speed than Mintz. Mintz having to go very outside to try and save his line. Cat Curly bringing up P4. The Onyx boys are 1, 2, 3, all within 2 car length of each other. Mintz nipping at CD's wheels as they go wheel to wheel into the ending of the map. CD trying to send it as much as he can, but it won't be enough. Mintz just has too much speed in the ending, and that'll be 10 points for him. Cat Curly 0.2 behind, Wiggity 0.2 behind that. What an ending from the 4 drivers.
I want to say something interesting. Like, I really want to, but their performance is just as much as impressive as you can say. Like, there's nothing to comment, there's nothing to like to show. Like, they're showing everything in every single one of the rounds. And on the first map, which is already gone, we're going to Legendary map. Was Mince's pick, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. So I'm really curious. Mintz? I don't think... when I think of what Mintz would pick, I would think of something like, oh, the other map 2 in the map pack that I can't think of. But I guess we did just play that, huh?
It's true.
He can't exactly pick it twice, so maybe second option as we go into round number 1 of Legionary by Kisidis. Cat Curly is currently sitting P4, but it's only a 7-point gap across all 4 players. So definitely...
in this format, that's impressive.
That is... Ugh. Cat Curly really trying to apply himself here. He's the player currently sitting with the least amount of points. Not saying he's a low amount, just the least. Mince fighting with Wiggity. Cat Curly unfortunately going a little bit too inside. Now sends the outside line. Mince clips on the outside. Wiggity gonna have a little bit of a troubling time. Cat Curly has a lot of speed going into this plastic section, but loses it just a little bit. Wiggity given that 0.2 gap all to himself, just needs to hold it out. 0.3 gap, Cat Curly clipping now. Wiggity has been gifted the P1 as Mince finds himself in P2. We're gonna go on board with Mince into the ending of this map. Wiggity now just needs to make the jump as clean as he can. Yes, he does. Jumping a little bit high. Cat Curly making it. CD unfortunately having to respawn even though he was already in 4th place, but points are points. Get your car to the finish line. Good job from all 4 players there. 103.6 to start us off, Chivy.
It's, again, very good time. Top 15. What else do you need? Like, really,
Yeah.
the performance of these players, it's something else. Again, we're still here. 10 points between first and last place. That's insane. Like, one round can switch up and mix up the leaderboard from A to Z. That's impressive. But for now, we have all the 3 players of Onyx in the head, with Cat Curly Price has proven that just one turn, one outside dirt is enough to catch up to everyone. So we're going to see it. Not so much is Means, who takes the riskiest line and a lot of speed pushing him to the first place with more than just a little bit, more than a car length, but almost 0.2 seconds. It's going to be a fight between Mince and Wiggity, approaching to the final section. Penalty grass into the jump, both taking the risky lines. Mince with more risk and more speed, Wiggity clipping, but that's going to be enough for a 2nd place. Mince with an 03.1.
What a
That's
time.
a PB again.
Okay.
What is going on?
Mince is locked in right now, and honestly, you have to be, because even after this dominant performance on this map, he's only 4 points ahead of Wiggity, who was his rival the entire time of the seeding we saw at the very, very beginning of this competition. So we'll stay on board with Mince for now.
Insane performance, and that was 0.06 from world record that right now
Okay.
is being held by Wiggity. So they're neck to neck. There's, in terms of pace, they're really equal. There's nothing you can ask for. This is just either PB in game or a consistency game.
And
but in the case of these 2 players, it's about the same, as they're neck to neck, literally fusion.
Mince and
One
Wiggity,
to the other.
1 car length between the 2 as we go into the ending of this map. Mince has been really good at keeping all the speed he can, but Wiggity has been jumping so low, so it's all about who can get the better jump into the ending now. 0.2 of a lead for Mince, knows he can safe it a little bit. Wiggity jumps so low as I predicted, but it isn't enough. Clipping just a little bit. Mince 0.2 tenths ahead of Wiggity in the very end there. That is I think 3 wins in a row now.
It is, and what a pace. 0.5, that's still less than top 10. The consistency Mince is proving, and Wiggity, I mean, they basically have the same pace. The only difference is the jump. Wiggity is trying to risk a little bit more because they know Mince is not going all the way in, but now Wiggity, a tiny mistake in the beginning is going to make this really hard to get those 10 points, having Mince with such a pace and such a consistency.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you have players like Cat Curly, I mean, Cat Curly and CD have been fighting the entire time, not to mention there's a 1-point gap between the 2, so there's a whole nother narrative on the other side of this match. We'll go on board with Cat Curly for now as CD is sitting P1. Mince definitely needs to try and get past because this is his map pick. We're not sure he's going to perform on the other maps compared to these other players. Cat Curly trying to bring himself into the conversation, nipping at Mince's heels as Wiggity pulls himself ahead of Cat Curly. Cat Curly really needs to send it because if CD gets these 10 points, all of a sudden Cat Curly's going to be left in the dust sitting in P4 in terms of points. As we go into the jump, Cat Curly jumping as high as he can, keeping as much speed as CD, ends up clipping very unfortunately as Mince takes P1, Wiggity P2, Cat Curly P3, and CD finds his way into the finish for the 4th.
Very unfortunate. CD was in first position and decided to risk it with the riskiest jump and going the lowest as possible. Wasn't maybe the best choice to do as they ended up clipping. Very unfortunate, but with this, we're going to the map.
Everyone's real favorite map, Helix Chiviguagua.
Exactly. The map where everything comes down to one jump. A lot of risk, a lot of strats. We've seen, as you mentioned before, by bunking and going a little bit 2 wheels-ish, you can get your wheels above the hole and get a really great line, and even being able to snipe other players. We've seen. Oh my god,
it's been a long day. Okay,
I'm so sorry. It's been a long day. I'm just amazed by the performance of these players. It's just amazing. What a cinema we're getting this match.
Into round number 1 now. All 4 players making it out of the first few turns pretty cleanly. Only Wiggity having a little bit of a weaker start, but he's only 0.2 behind, still nipping at the heels of Cat Curly, who is binding himself into a wall. So the Onyx top 3 will be the one you want to watch. Mince and CD have been battling this entire time, old gen versus new gen, as Mince throws his car over the sausage turn, getting a little bit of an overturn. CD carrying a bit more speed, but it won't matter through this drifting section as CD is sending it just a little bit, trying to capitalize on all the points. He needs these points right now because soon players will be reaching finalist mode. They'll be red named, and all they need to do is win 1. Mince just keeps... Mince has been very all or nothing this match, so it's only going to be a certain matter of time before one of his alls hit while he's red named and in finalist mode. Wiggity bringing up 3rd place, very close between 2nd and 3rd, as Cat Curly finds his way into the finish.
Again,
Mince.
55.8, that's top 15 time. And with that, we see, again, the newer generation hitting once again, being the first with the red name. Finalist with more than 1 round, even 2 rounds, where they can risk it all without having too much of a consequence. Ooh. But for now, Wiggity is in first position, followed by Cat Curly Fries. TD following up, and Mince. He risks a little bit too much in the beginning, putting them in the last place. But this is not over till it's over. CD, Cat Curly Fries, and Wiggity.
Wheel to wheel.
Really trading that first place every single corner, every single turn, and approaching the end. Anything can happen.
Oh,
Cat Curly Price has the cleanest landing, but the cleanest is not the best on this map. A great round, 0.1 between 1st and 3rd place. Very close, but that's denial. And it's going to be one more chance for these 3 other American players to try to get that first place and still deny Mince.
I mean, you have Wiggity, who is definitely in finalist contention now. He just needs to get 1 more first place, which is not out of the realm of possibility. He's been playing super good on this map, even though it's probably not his favorite. Mince now, red named player, finalist mode, is in first place. The only player who can really challenge and stop this right now is Wiggity. Mince needs to make some kind of mistake right now, maybe too tight or too wide somewhere, just for somebody else to have a chance. Right now, Wiggity sending it as hard as you can. You can hear his car horn even going off from how hard he's pressing into his controller. Mince sending it as much as possible to go into the final section of the map. Wiggity goes wide as we go on board with Mince. He finally closes it out. CD almost gets there as Mince clips his front left tire, but he closes it out. Good job, Mince. Very good job there. That's the risk.
Gladly Mins was just ahead
Nice.
enough. But even with the mistake, even with the risk that didn't pay as much, they will secure that first place. Once again, I think that's Mince's third win?
Yes.
Second or third win? Well, still, we're, I think we're quite sure that Mince is going to be in the next round, in the playoffs. At this point, with 3 wins, the amount of points, I think that's enough if we're speaking math. But for now, Wiggity, Clinkle, and Calculated Fries fighting to get
Ooh.
finalists. Wiggity just needs a first or a second place to get there. CD still needs 2 rounds, and Calculated Fries a little bit more than that. But now,
Yeah.
Wiggity is just too far ahead.
Cat Curly,
And
hello?
Calculated Fries completely misses and is going to leave the gates open for CD.
Um, Definitely a more unique line there. I'm not sure I would have taken that one if I was in his shoes, but he got there in the end. Right now we're sitting. Wiggity is now entered finalist mode. CD is 1 second place away from getting there, and Cat Curly is 2 wins and a finish away from reaching that himself because it had a few bad series of rounds. But now we go on to Alvaverde, which I feel like Wiggity was playing pretty good here. I mean, CD was definitely pretty competent as well, but it's gonna come down to this penalty grass bug slide in the beginning of the map, and this weird penalty drop down that we have right after the jump up onto the plastic blocks. So Cat Curly, I feel, was also playing pretty good here at the beginning of this, so it's definitely gonna be very unique to see who can actually bring out the pace when they really need it, because all they need to do is deny Wiggity.
And now, we're approaching the beginning of the round. First round in Alviverde. The hard map. The one that punishes so much. Very risky lines. Everything can be your enemy, especially the poles, as we know. Every Trackmania player has a nightmare, and one only nightmare. And it's a color pole in your way, next to the corner that you really want to risk. But well,
Oh, Wiggity! Unfortunately
thanks
makes a
Wiggity.
big mistake there, leaving the 2 players not in finalist mode to finally duel it out and get something going here. Cat Curly needs to push now if he wants to have a chance at getting some good points here in the 4th round of the group stage. So CD needs to hold his position over Cat Curly. Cat Curly gonna have a tiny bit more speed going into the section, but I don't think it'll matter. Both players just need to keep all 4 tires together as Cat Curly, just as I was saying, makes a big mistake. Wiggity too far to capitalize on that. CD getting his 10 points and bringing himself into a double finalist mode.
It's just a question of angling the car a little bit too much underwater. It can go south really quickly. That angle is really, it's very appealing. There's not too much to
Wiggity!
do. If you need to turn, you have to turn. And Wiggity, as you were saying, having a mistake in the beginning, that's going to open the gates wide open for DD. And
Definitely, yeah.
maybe getting that second place. Calculated Fries with a little bit of a rough line, but still fighting. 0.5, 0.6 behind, approaching the drop down. Really
Curly
close to
sending
the
it.
pole, not touching it though.
Oh,
A huge clip that's going to give CD. Well, if the gates were already open, now there's not even a wall.
2 seconds ahead for CD as we go into the very ending of this map. Just needs to keep all 4 tires together. Don't full steer in the very ending of this, as CD secures himself the 2nd place and the 3 points for the league stage as we go into the 1v1 between finalist Wiggity and 60-point Cat Curly Fries. So Cat Curly would need a win, and, well, he needs to win every round, and he needs 3 in a row. So all eyes on Cat Curly now as we go in to what could be the final round of the fourth match in the group stage. Wiggity with a tiny bit of a better start as we go into the bug slide. Cat Curly keeping all the speed he can, staying out of the walls. We go into the drift. Cat Curly getting a little bit of a bad gear. Gonna have to save it just a little bit. Cat Curly now having to save that line too. Just a lot of tiny mistakes that are slowly adding up. He's slowly bleeding out compared to Wiggity right now, who is staying very calm as we go into the drop down section. 0.3 between the two drivers. Wiggity needs to keep himself together. 0.4 between the two drivers now. Cat Curly really pushing his car as far as it can go. He needs to get everything he can in this water identity section, but it will not be enough. 0.3 between the two as Wiggity sends himself to the finish to secure his third place. And that will be all she wrote for the fourth match of the group stage.
And it's going to be a first, second, and third place for Onyx. Really interesting.
Yeah, definitely very unique there. So, but I believe, Chivi, I think we're gonna go to one last break, and then we promise you there is only one more match left in the group stage. So, we will be right back. I'm Helix. I'm joined by my co-host Chivi. We'll be right back. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have the last match of the group stage coming up now, and I promise you it's another banger. We have Tomburn, we have Virtuo, we have Prow, and we have Mince yet again. So stay and watch just for a little while longer, I promise you, because after this, start the playoffs where we have a single elimination bracket, and then we go straight into grand finals. So we have one semi and one grand final. Only the top 8 of the league phase move on. So we are starting with the pick and ban, so I will switch the scene over for you guys as we go probably to restart the pick and ban because Mince picked that way too fast.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or not? Some you're going to, yeah. Doesn't seem like it was an accident. I mean,
He hasn't said
anything.
They must not care.
So I guess it's Mince with Alviverde, Prow with Cinderwake, Thornburn with Legionary, and Virtual with Gatorade. I guess we're just doing map order.
Yep. That's very funny, but yeah, starting on Alviverde, I guess they just get it out of the way. It's not a horrible pick from Mince. He's been playing pretty good on it. I mean, he's only made a few mistakes, namely in the drop-down section. And those are heat of the moment, finalist mode, pushing as hard as possible mistakes. So I'm not too worried. Who I am worried about though is Virtuo, because me and you, we haven't had the chance to watch Virtuo's gameplay. I'm not sure how well he's been doing over the course of the day on what maps he's great at. We also have another chance to look at Prowl. So watching these two players against Tom, who we know can be very fast and very consistent, and Mince, who I think is currently the points leader in Division 1, is going to be pretty interesting. But what do you think? So let's say Mince is out of the picture, just because patterns. He's most likely to get first. Who do you think is most likely to get second place out of the 3 players remaining?
Well, sincerely, I think all of them can get it. All of them, they're really great players. We've seen Thornburn. We saw Prowl in the qualifiers. I mean, in the first round. Impressive performance. Virtual also a great pace. But I mean, it's going to be a little bit biased, but I'm in Canada right now, so I guess I gotta support the Canadian fellow. And also, talking about context, just speaking numbers, Prow and Thornburn are really, really, really close to qualifying to playoffs, but not quite. So if they get the results of this match can determine if one of them is going to playoffs or not. So this is going to be very interesting, and this match is quite vital for both of them.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. This is for Prow and Tom. This is kind of the do or die. Like, you want to maximize all the points you can get, but make sure you kind of have in the back of your mind, I need to score more points than that guy. Which means it could help some players, it could hinder some players of having that rivalry going on in your own head. But right now, top 3 currently tightly packed together. Prow trailing just a little bit behind. Mince kind of already getting away as Virtuo goes a tiny bit more inside than Tom going for a more direct line. Mince sliding out as Tomburn gets a lot more speed into the ending, but Virtuo stays ahead with the inside line, sniping by less than 100th of a second. Oh my gosh, what a first round.
First round and great round. 0.01 between first and second place. Insane. Tomburn, I saw that crash. And we go to the second round. This promises a lot, and to be honest, having this match as the first one is great news for Thornburn, which, I mean, right now had a good performance, but in the last match we saw it was really bad news. This match. Oh, we see someone going safe. I think that was
Virtuo.
Who it was? Virtuo going safe, apparently having a little bit of a mistake on that bug slide. And for now is the Canadian player and Mince fighting for those 10 points. Thornburn with a little bit more speed ahead by 1 car length. Mince bunking on the signal. He didn't see the arrow, so now it's going to be a fight between HD player and Halcyon player, but you know,
Oh,
getting
bro.
the prow, touching the wall, and that's going to open the possibility for points. So Tomburn, right now, when he needs it the most, 10 points, Min 7, Virtual 4, and Prow 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Tomburn right now, I'm smiling ear to ear because my one opponent, the one person who could deny me from entering the playoffs, is currently sitting on 6 points due to 2 unfortunate mistakes in the very ending of this map, the identity per se. So we'll stay on board with Prow, but right now she's kind of having some trouble keeping it together at the very ending of this map. Getting a decent bug slide though, barely getting enough speed to get the drop down correctly. Virtuo now, sitting P3. We haven't seen a lot from him right now. Tom and Min still fighting wheel to wheel. They've been fighting match over match. Virtuo have to save himself from accidentally going into the light pole. Now getting the drop down semi-clean. Good enough, especially when you can regain the gear after the drop down as we stay on board with Tomburn now. Mince just a little bit too far out of reach to really convince yourself to push. And Tom has been kind of the consistency player throughout the matches that we've seen from him. So he stays very close to the left, goes the direct as possible, but it won't be enough. Mince will keep it together this time around. No unfortunate crashes. It's Prow. Another 4th place, and remember, she needs to get ahead of Tomburn to secure her spot in the playoffs.
I mean, possibly secure.
Also, yeah, it's not even guaranteed.
And right now, it's hard because just with that round, Mince got a time who beat
Ooh,
the
Tom.
PB of every single other player in the lobby. So it's going to be really, really hard if Mince can keep that consistency at that pace. Tomburn right now in 4th place with a little bit of a mistake in the beginning. So it's going to be a fight between the 3 Americans. Right now, Mince at the head, going for the drop down, cleanly, of course. Virtual with a little bit of not the greatest approach, and Prowl losing a little bit of speed, but still fighting for the 2nd place. Mince with 1 second ahead of other 2 American players. So it's, unless a mistake, which we know Mince not going to happen. 57.6, securing
Oof.
other 10 points.
Even
And
with safing the end, that's a 0.6.
that's insane.
That's pretty insane, honestly. It's not a lot to risk in the ending, but still, safing it gives you that little bit of, it's just like the mental edge you need of, alright, well, I've got this one under control.
And
So-
Tomburn getting that last place, only 3 points. That's going to give Mince the 1st place, 31 to 27. But Virtual is really close with 25 points, and Prow, the first map, I mean, we know it. It's brutal. It's really hard. You can miss every single corner, and the poles are just awful. As we know it, so.
But I will say, Prow she's pretty good at dirt. So this is more of the like off-roading, and instead of like the weird RPG-esque map style of like all the jumps and transitions, this is kind of like your basic, alright, give me some off-road driving, let's do this. So we'll stay on board with Prow to begin with, but namely, she was having trouble with the start of this map, including a very tight left turn that you see right here. And this time she'll keep it together as we go up and around, and make sure you keep your gear all the way through this section, fighting with Virtuo as we go for the inside drift. Mince really sending it, trying to claim his position 1 spot back as we're in a 3-way battle. Tomburn unfortunately made a mistake, 1 second behind the others now. Prow a little bit more inside than Mince. Mince can have a little bit more speed as we go into the outside section. Mince getting so close to the wall as Prow loses her gear. Virtuo bringing himself into the conversation now is Mince. Losing his lead just a little bit, but Virtuo, it doesn't have enough speed to capitalize just yet. As we go into the penalty grass section, Virtuo slowly but surely making his way there. Mince, both players sending it equal amounts. Prow touching just a little bit, gonna lose some of her time that she gained. Virtuo might be able to snipe Mince here if we go into the ending, but Mince, a little bit more speed goes a long way as we drive into the ending there. and he keeps it together for a few more hundreds.
Very, very good time from both players. A great performance. Virtual pushing it very, very inside, a little bit too much, but there's nothing else they could do. It was all or nothing to try to get those 10 points, but still 7 points. It's great. It adds up, and slowly but surely, it closes the distance. And now Men's still in the first place, but now Virtual passing Thunburn by 2 points. So it's a great place if you're Virtual, and right now in first place in the map. Even though it was Prowse's choose, Virtue is doing a great job in this map. Until I said so, of course. I'm sorry. So now Prow is going to use that curse into her advantage and try to get 10 points in her own map. But Virtue is not letting that happen. Still keeping that first place. Thunburn fighting not so far away from the other players. Less than 0.2 away. Going to the end. Green section going very, very inside. Thunburn with all the speed, but that's not going to be enough. And Virtue is going to maintain with it 04.0. A very good time.
A very solid
very
time.
close. And that is going to put Virtual really close to the head of the match. Thunburn,
Yeah, I mean,
had a few mistakes, a few 3 points that really hurt when your adversaries are getting 10 after 10.
oh
It's
yeah.
hard.
It's very hard. I mean, we have the point gap 44, 42, 34, 24. Because Prow had a bad map 1, but definitely not out of the realm of possibilities of making some kind of comeback here. I mean, not in this round, of course, but Thunburn fighting with Mince as we go into this winding section right before the downhill. Virtuo trying to keep the lead, but Thunburn flips out. Now it's a 2-horse race at the very, very front of the pack. Mince getting a lot more speed going into the section. Virtuo kind of safing it out a little bit. Virtuo has been known to carry a lot more speed out of this penalty grass, so let's see if he can this time. No, he won't. Mince will have a little bit more speed going into the uphill, making his lead just that tiny bit bigger. And 2/10, it won't be enough for Virtuo to really get close to sniping this time, as Thunburn brings up P3 and Prow P4. Very good racing this time around, as we have one more round left on Cinderwake.
And once again, Men's with a huge performance, a great time, a top 10 time during the rounds. And sadly, talking about Men's clipping the wheel and losing all the speed and having to respawn in the beginning. So, in the beginning, not in the beginning. But the Canadian player is going to be in first place for now. Proud fighting to get a little bit more points in their own map, in their own pick. But Virtual really is putting a performance, an incredible performance, being the player in the general leaderboard with the less amount of points, but right now the one at the lead.
Virtuo
Very close
with
to
the
first place in the leaderboard.
very, very good line
really,
from him.
Really good line, and now the section where Virtual is really good. Outside line, it's Thunburn this time who gets the best line. But the green part and Virtual going very inside, losing speed on what a trade. What a trade, a little bit of a mistake, and the over angle on the plastic is costing Virtual a little bit of speed, which will give Thunburn those 10 points that he really needs to catch up, because the first two players are a little bit far ahead.
Ooh. Yeah, Mince and Virtuo, a 1 point difference, and then we have Thunburn with 48 and Prowl sitting at I believe it was 31? Yeah, 31 for Prowl. So definitely it's not out. Prowl is definitely not out yet. I want to point out, as Tom can definitely make some mistakes. Virtuo has been making some, but Mince, I feel like if you're trying to beat Mince, it's like a near impossible task, because not because of his pace, but because he's just so, right now he's playing so consistent right now, because he knows he doesn't need to push as much as he does with like Wiggity or CD or players of that caliber. not to say that these players are like bad or anything. They're miles better than 99% of this game's population. But just Mince doesn't need to push as hard as he normally does. As we go into round number 1 of Legionary, remember the points are still very, very close. As Tomburn, unfortunately, the Halcyon player, is a little bit behind in the beginning. Virtuo making an unfortunate mistake, leaving Prow and Mince in a little 1v1 near the front of the pack. Mince now making a mistake. Everyone not adjusting to the map fast enough as Prow is left all to her lonesome. Mince around half a second behind, going for this outside line, trying to send just a little bit more speed. Virtuo nipping the heels of Mince, trying to get those 7 points as Mince clips on the outside. Virtuo too far back now to really capitalize. Prow is a full second ahead. Tomburn 2.5 seconds behind Prow, and Virtuo is 5 seconds behind Prow. So Prow can really walk this in. Let's go into the follow all cam for the jump. Mince and Prow getting it pretty clean. Tom and Virtuo, Tom clipping a little bit, but all players making it relatively cleanly.
And that's Prow with a 1-4-0-2. A little bit far from the PB, but still a great time, and maintaining that lead and those 10 points that she needs to try to get a chance to that first place. But still, we're seeing the leaderboard getting a little bit packed, like a little bit closer together on the last few rounds. For now, no one is on finalist reach. Mince is very close, only 11 points away, so it's very likely that Mince will get into finalist, not this round but the next one, unless something really bad happens. And talking about Mince, with a huge line and outside dirt, risking all the way and getting all the speed out of it, Mince right now 0.1 ahead of Tomburn and touching the wall. Sadly, a great run, a great pace, but a tiny bit of a mistake, and that's what you need. The catastrophe going on. So now Tomburn and Pro is going to risk, and that was too much risk.
A little bit too much risk.
Too much risk, and Tomburn is going to keep it, and only 0.07 behind his own PB is going to take those sweet 10 points.
Yeah, I mean, definitely pushing as hard as you can while still keeping it together, as you said. At 700ths behind PB. Look at the points.
68 for Mince, 66 for Virtuo, Tomburn 62, and Prow 44. Again, looks like a lot, but
it
with
is
75
not.
points as the limit, anything can happen. And right now, sadly, Tomburn doesn't have. It's a little bit too far from finalists, but Mince and Virtuo, if one of them get first, that would mean that we'll get a very nice and exclusive red name next to them, so they can say to the others, hey, watch out, I'm coming in and I'm here to win. Not yet, but at the end of this round, unless Prow or Tomburn denies, but now Virtuo and Prow, oh my god, are fighting for the first place. Very close to each other. Not a mistake that we've seen. Virtuo with a little bit more speed and a better line is going to come to the risk.
Virtuo and
risking
Prow.
more than Virtuo, getting more speed.
Prow with more
That
speed.
risk may be
Oh
enough,
my god.
but Virtuo with the low jump, the lowest jump, and oh my god, that's less than 0.01.
That
I
is
can count
insane.
today. That's
Virtuo,
that's
the first
7,
player to enter
000.
finalist. As we
7,000.
keep our eyes on Virtuo for now. His car is lit up red. He is in the finalist mode. He just needs one more first place to really close out his position, as we'll go on board with him for the remainder of this round, unless, well, something catastrophic happens. Prow sitting P1, gatekeeping Virtuo, Prow's teammate in Holy Dynasty, from really completing his mission of securing first place. Prow now with a decent lead, roughly 0.2. Mintz trailing right behind Virtuo, though. You can hear his engine whirring in the background as we go on board with him. Prow now needs to keep it together. She's slowly losing ground to Virtuo, the other HD player. Mintz also needs to send it a little bit. Tom too far back to really be in this conversation right now, as Virtuo pushing as hard as he can. He has nothing to lose as we go into the section. All the players getting it really nicely, but Prow, for real this time, has more speed and denies Virtuo from completing.
Great round, and Mintz pushing all the way, trying to snipe that first place, but sadly it's not enough, but it's just enough. Those 4 points close exactly. 71 plus 4, that makes 75, and as the new finalist, we're going to Gatorade. The 4th map, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. So,
which is Virtuo's choice. Was it the choice by favoritism? Was it a choice by is the one that can give me a chance or not hammer me so much? We'll see it, but for now, I'm actually surprised. Virtuo being on the general table of the pre-playoffs, being the one on the lowest position right now, is the one that got finalist in first place.
Mintz is trying out some new cuts. Anyway, we go into round number 1 of Gatorade, which could be the round where someone is crowned themselves the winner of round 5 group stage. So let's stay on board with the Virtuo for now. As you said, it's his map pick, but right now he's off to the worst start we've seen out of the 4 drivers in this map right now. Tomburn and Prow need to try and get ahead of the 2 red name drivers just to have a chance to continue this and give themselves a chance at earning those 4 points on the group stage. Tom needs to push his outside line. Prow is also pushing it. Mintz goes so wide, but barely keeps his tire out of the wall there as Tomburn tries to max all the speed he can get in this section. Prow a little bit better, but has to go a little wide to save her line. Tomburn now sitting P1 as we go into the final section of the map. Mintz nipping the heels of the two normal mode drivers as Tomburn gets himself in first place. The 2 drivers not in finalist mode ended 1-2.
Incredible. That's a 54.4 great time. I don't have the stats open, but I know that's
Triple
a great time.
Finalist.
Triple finalist, and I predicted it.
Yes, you did, actually.
That's just experience talking. No, I'm just kidding. That was just straight up luck. And Prow needs, well, now
A miracle.
It needs a miracle, because Prow would need 2 wins in a row in order to get first place. But now it's going to be very, very hard. The Canadian player, the Onyx player, and the HD player are fighting for that first place. First to get the finish wins. Tomburn clipping on the transition, so it's going to be a fight between Mintz and Virtuo unless something horrible happened. Virtuo going too
Mintz
wide
with a lot of speed.
with more speed. Is going to catch up slightly, but not enough. Mintz still 0.1 ahead, bumping a little bit both players, but it's Mintz who's going to keep the speed and close it with a 54.3 and getting once again the win.
I mean,
But this time in round 5.
you think about it and you go, oh, Mintz got another first place. Whatever.
It was so
This
close.
is a triple finalist. Mintz was finalist for almost 2.5 maps. This is like, it is so stressful to be finalist for that long, because you can start to get in your own head and start like just doing things that you would never do. So we go on board another finalist or double finalist situation now between Tomburn and Virtuo. Prowl still yet to reach that 75-point margin, and she has a chance to deny Tomburn, and they go into another triple. Prowl with a tiny bit of a bump, not really giving herself enough room there, but is enough to stay ahead of Tomburn. Tomburn is pushing as hard as he can because he has nothing to lose right now. He can't gain any more points, he can just send it as much as he wants to, going a little bit wide, not really gaining as much speed as he would have liked to. Prowl different lines. Tom going to get the better end of that as they go wheel to wheel into the final turn. Prow with a little bit more speed as we go into the ending. Prow, a lot more speed as we jump. And it is less than 100th between the two players as Prow denies both of them. And we go into another triple finalist situation between the remaining drivers now. Someone will be ending in second place in this round.
8 thousandths of a second, which Proud made, just denied the Canadian. That second place, very important. Those sweet, sweet points on the general leaderboard. But now it's going to be a fight. There's nothing to block. There's nothing to do. First one to reach the finish gets second place and 3 points on the general table. So now it's Sunburn in the first place. Proud with a bump that somehow gives them more speed. What is going on? They're both HD players and Thumburn are fighting for that first place. Thumburn with a very strange line, but still keeping it up. Prow with more speed, approaching slowly but surely Thumburn. Virtual passing Prow. They're really close to each other. It's Thumburn that is ahead and is going to close it very close.
Oh my god.
Still, the Canadian player is going to take the second place.
400th.
Very close. Great round, as Min said.
400ths between the top two players, and that'll be all she wrote for Gatorade. So now, Prow and Virtuo, the Holy Dynasty players, have to go back to Alba Verde to try and claim this. Prow did not have a good time on this map. I think she ended with 12 points, meaning that was 4 for 4 on last places, and Virtuo ended with, I can't remember the exact number, but it was a lot more. So definitely, if you are a Prow fan right now, you need to cross all your fingers, cross all your toes, because Virtuo is definitely the favorite as we go into this. Virtuo, Chivi, I don't know what changes for Virtuo if he gets 4th place instead of 3rd here. Is he in playoff contention?
Virtuo, let me have a great. Actually, it doesn't matter even if Virtuo won, Virtuo is eliminated. There's no other realm where Virtuo goes to playoffs. This is just play for the sake of the game. Yep. And try to be try to not be the last in this match.
Well, Prow
is going to be the fight between both HD players. I think that at the end of the day, none of them are going to go to the playoffs, as Prow gets a very, very bad bonk and sadly leaves Virtuo the gate open.
Yep. And that will be that'll be all she wrote in terms of this match. So that being said, as we watch Virtuo drive his victory lap all the way to the finish, I do want to point out we are done with the group stage, meaning the next match you see on this stream will be the Division 1 playoffs. We have a single elimination bracket, meaning if you lose, you're out. Top 2 move on to the grand final. There's 2 different sides of semifinals. So I definitely need to make sure you are on your A game as soon as the playoffs begin. So that's it. Me and Chivi are going to go to another quick break. Let the staff take a minute, breathe as I set up the playoffs. I know there's a whole nother Div 2 side going on. Staff are doing a great job today. But we will be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally starting the playoffs of Division 1, and I promise you this is going to be a very, very, very good match. We have Wiggity, we have CD, we have Samber, and we have Toto. So I promise you this is one you want to stay around, see, sit, and watch. So we're starting the pick and ban now. It is Wiggity's map pick. So I'm very excited to see what's going to go on here. I mean, there's something I do want to point out that you actually brought up to me during the break. Is that Samber actually ended up beating Toto and CD in her previous match. So it's very interesting to see how if that's going to repeat this time. I mean, obviously Wiggity wasn't in the last one, so him being here is going to mix things up just a little bit. But remember, it's only single elimination, top 2 move on.
Anything can happen. Can we see a repetition of what happened last match? Or is it going to be the revenge of both CD and Toto? I don't know. Anything can happen. And to be honest, this match looks really good.
I have bad news.
What are the bad news?
Samber's PC just kind of like shut off.
I guess we're going to wait a little bit more.
We are going to wait just a little bit longer. So, in the meantime, we were looking at the ECM. We were looking at some stats and all that. We kind of realized that Samber was playing out of her mind in the last match. I mean, she played really good on Gatorade. I mean, being the 4 rounds there being second, first, first, second. And then Legionary also being third, second, second, first. So definitely pretty locked in terms of putting up results right now. So maybe that momentum will stay, or it could all go away because her computer just shut off.
We hope it's going to be just a tiny crash, nothing really bad, something that will just fixed in a couple minutes, just turning it on again and everything going smoothly. But yeah, that's not a great thing to have just before one very, very important match. So hope that's not very impactful in her consistency, in her performance.
Yeah. Well, seems like we might be back in business? Question mark. Or
That was quick.
her account just hasn't left yet. One of the two. I'm not sure which. Oh, update. She just said power is still on, but the PC is just rebooting. So we're gonna wait just a little bit longer.
Meanwhile, we can go to ads. I don't know. Drink water. Water's good. It's
Water
fine
is
for the
pretty
body, and without water, there's no life. So drink water. It's good for you.
Any,
In other kind of announcements, we have a South American Cup coming up next week, Saturday and Sunday. So if you don't see a lot of players from the American continent, that's because they're from South America and they're going to play next weekend. Players as, you know, the classics. You have BPZ, you have Noisha, you have Charles. A lot of new Argentinian and Uruguayan players, along with, you know, the classic Chilean players and Dogeri, Nats, along other Brazilian players. I hope we can see more nations that we don't usually see during the South American Cup. So if you're down for more, next weekend, and I guess, you know, the rest of the general Trackmania scene with Overdrive, and tomorrow also we have Canada, isn't it?
Yep. Tomorrow is the Canadian Elite Cup, I'm pretty sure. So definitely you want to keep your eyes on that as well, just because Trackmania Esports is very, very heated right now. And remember, only your top 5 best results of Elite Cup actually go. So someone who you've been waiting for to get their big break could actually have it tomorrow.
And again, it's crazy to think of it, but Nations Cup, anyone from anyone from nation that doesn't have a very big representation already, one first place, that's a direct ticket to Riyadh, or I don't remember where it was.
Yeah, Riyadh.
Well, there you go. In later news, apparently we have the winner of Red Bull Faster, which we're not going to tell you, so you can go watch
Yeah. Go watch the VOD.
the repeat.
Go watch the
No,
VOD.
go the VOD. We're not going to spoil it, but what we're going to spoil to you is that the match is starting. So coming back to the North American Cup, now the first semi-final. I know that's a great segue. But
That was a great segue.
anyways,
Yeah. Still waiting on Samber, and Wiggity also had to rejoin because we're having some difficulties. Wiggity has to rejoin because he can't see the pick and ban screen, and Samber's computer's turning on. She's trying to join, and I don't know.
I was going to tell you, I also wasn't able to see the pick and ban earlier.
What?
It's not an American tournament without something going wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the way to fix it is leaving and rejoining, but we don't want to do that. We're lazy. We're casting. We're not playing.
No, of course not. We just press a button and we just start yapping for hours.
Alex is like, "You want to yap into a microphone all day?" And I was like, "Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
I got nothing better to do."
Job? What is that?
Yeah, what's that? I'm unemployed.
Not the J word.
The NAC Div 2 Grand Final. So if you guys want to watch some gameplay, the Div 2 Grand Final is happening over on Alex's stream. So if you guys want to tune in over there while we get this side of stuff set up. Unfortunately, just some PC issues which you can't really predict. So if you want to go watch that, go over to Alex's channel. It's Alex Share. It's just his Discord username. Same thing everywhere. So go watch that. I'm sure there's some great players playing there. I'm actually not. I'm not sure who is in the final.
And you know what? I just realized I was in the wrong match.
Bro.
I mean, no.
We're starting over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're starting over here. Don't you worry.
Great timing.
Yeah, Samber's back in the lobby. Wiggity's in the lobby. He can see the pick and ban. Samber should be able to pick. I'm looking around nervously around my room right now. There we go. Okay, the pick has come through. Gatorade. So we have Legionary, Alvavere,
Please.
Gatorade,
Alex.
and then
Please. Please.
And then CD.
Give
needs
it to
to
us.
pick. CD, please.
CD, please. For your
CD.
memes.
CD pick.
Or for the play, please.
CD, please. There's another match after this, please. Yes, thank you, Gabo. If you want
Let's go.
If you want to go watch the Div 2 Grand Final, it is in the pin message and chat. And by the way, just to refresh everyone watching of the format, in playoffs you play every map. You just get to pick the order of which the maps you play. So we're gonna be going everywhere today this time. Oh, and point limit is 120. It's 140 for Grand Finals. So we're gonna get a lot more Trackmania this time around.
Yeah, now the matches aren't going to last just 30 minutes. We're going for an adventure.
Yep.
And which adventure is starting in just a couple of seconds. Good luck, everyone. This is going to be amazing. I'm really curious what is going to happen. Is it going to be a repetition of what we saw last match, or?
Yeah, we saw in the ECM that Samber beat Toto and CD, and I'm curious if that momentum is going to carry over because she has two of the same opponents, but also her PC just shut off and turned back on. So it's definitely in the realm of possibilities that her momentum is kind of like lost on her. But definitely we'll see. will be keeping an eye on the Holy Dynasty player. Speaking of, this is a fun fact. I think this is the first match where everyone is from a different team. And, well, not like from a different team. The other side, I think everyone's on a different team. Not this match, the other side
No.
bracket. I might be wrong. There might be 2 Halcyon there.
Might be.
I'll look.
If we have Wiggity to know that.
Oh yeah, I was wrong. Nixotica Random or Halcyon.
Yeah.
Oops. Anyway, here we go. Round number 1, Division 1 playoffs. Toto and Wiggity off to the best start out of the 4 of them. Wiggity dropping his gear just a little bit, giving Samber the opportunity to try and claw back and get in to the position. Unfortunately, making a mistake there, so Wiggity's gonna keep his position 2 spot. Samber a full second behind now. This is the 2-car race as we see in this round so far. Samber fighting with CD just a little bit as we go into the red plastic sausage section. Wiggity trying to keep as much speed as possible, but Toto has been so dominant in the beginning of this map. We go into the ending now. Unfortunately, Toto clipping out as soon as I praise him. Now has to fight his way back to try and take over Wiggity from getting too far away as we go into the jump this time around. Wiggity has been known to have a really good line. He goes super wide while Toto jumps as high as he can to try and land early, but unfortunately, Wiggity clips out. Samber gets second place. Wiggity has to settle for the 4 points, which is not what you want to see if you're a Wiggity fan.
It is not ideal to have such a silly mistake, and when Wiggity was ahead by 0.1, 0.2, but it's something that happens when you risk it. You can win it or you can lose it. That's the game. Speaking of the game, we're going back to round number 2. And this is the first time we see Legionary as the first map pick. Well, speaking about the order, I guess it's also the first time we see Wiggity having the first pick. Which makes sense, Wiggity being the world record holder by not much, since Mins got a PB and it's now just 0.06 behind him. But for now, in this game, in this match, Toto has the first place, Samber very close. We can see that all the momentum that comes from the last round, from the last match, is eating a little bit Toto. And right now, Samber, 0.1, 0.2, she's dominating this round.
Yeah, definitely
with
super
a
close this time around.
Line. Very close.
This time is pushing as hard as he can to try and stay towards Wiggity because he knows Wiggity has such a good jump line here. Gonna go into follow all. Let's see what happens. Samber gets a good. Toto goes so high. Samber with a great jump there. All 4 players making it very, very clean.
Wow. And I mean, in terms of pace, there's nothing really crazy to see. I mean, Wiggity, of course, world record holder. Samber, top 4, not by much. 0.17 behind world record. Like, everyone here in the lobby has a very, very strong time in this match, in this map, and
CD.
Great amount of consistency, I was about to say, but sadly CD doesn't make it through the checkpoint, and it's going to be a fight between, once again, Samber and Wiggity.
Samber is locked.
10 points. It's completely locked in. It's incredible. We can see that those previous matches were just warming up, you know, 1 or 2 matches, getting points, not getting so many. But at the end of the day, Samber got second every single round of the pre-playoffs, except from the last one, which she won. So right now, Samber, who's going to take the risk? Samber taking a little bit more risk, a little bit of a lower line, but is...
Will it pay off though as we go into the line? Samber!
It's going
11 thousandths.
So close, and I mean, Wiggity is not risking that much. I mean, we know that the risk is huge, and already Wiggity risking this during the first round lost that first place. But holy, Samber is just gone. 27 points since the beginning. I mean, since the first match going to the last round. Samber 24 points, Wiggity 18 points, 9 points behind. Is not much, but only in the first match, in the first map, is great as a distance. Toto really close to Wiggity, 17, 18, and CD a little bit behind, a little bit mistakes, but it is not over. We still have a lot of match to go with 120 points as a goal. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, definitely, because we have to play all 5 maps now because we're in playoffs. Unfortunately, CD having to double respawn, his line just not as clean as we would have liked it. Wiggity getting ahead of Samber. Samber unfortunately making a mistake, letting Toto through into P2 now. Toto needs to claw his way back, needs to try and find something here to try and stop Wiggity from going. Like, he's gotten an insane amount of points on this map so far, as they both go really wide for their jump lines. Wiggity clipping, but still making it up. Samber also making it up, so CD is the only one not on the fin. Hello? There we go. He got there eventually. He made it in the finish. Picks up his 3 points. Better than nothing, I suppose. So, yeah, definitely a very, very close round. In terms of the top 3 there. But if we look back at the points, it's 31, 28, 24, 13. Samber in P1 right now. So this is honestly kind of an upset because Samber like started off a little bit slow, playing very consistently in the seeding, and it's slowly she's gotten more and more consistent and faster as the day went on. So I'm excited to see how this map's gonna go, because this is kind of like the, if you're struggling on the other maps, you're gone on this one. So I'm excited to see how that'll go for these players.
I think this map will create a huge gap in points. I mean, that's the feeling that I have, since this is such a brutal map. You have everything, as we can follow CD. That drift is very, very easy to get a no slide. Then you have a bug slide. Then you have another into a bump. Then you have the jump, the drop down. Every single section is not forgiven. And I know we have a lot of match to go, but in your opinion, Helix, tell me, it's not a question that a lot of people ask, but which car is your favorite? Which design do you like the most?
Out of the 4 on my screen right now, I mean, I gotta go with Wiggity's. It's the Team Dignitas skin. It's so clean. It's so much history behind it. It'd be hard for me to pick anything else.
It is a really good choice. Very respectable choice. I mean, sincerely, I like those icy blue kind of lights that happen on Samber's car, and those kind of aqua wheels.
Ooh,
I'm a huge fan.
Unfortunately, finding out where the divot is Samber has so much speed into the ending, not enough. She won't be able to overtake Wiggity in that round. But yeah, definitely, as much as the yapping we were doing, there was a really good round going on, which it sucks that we started that conversation. Points are getting much closer. Wiggity and Samber now tied 38, and then Toto at 28. CD sitting a little bit further back at 16 right now. Unfortunately, clipping in the start of this round as well. So we'll have to just keep an eye on him and see if he can claw his way back up from the depths. You can hear his engine behind us. Samber, unfortunately, she gets a little bit of a weaker line as we go into the bug slide section, pre-drifting a little bit to rotate the car just a touch more. Wiggity, a little bit of a bad exit, less speed than would have liked. Toto kind of getting away now as Samber and Wiggity get into a fight for P2 and those precious 7 points. Because that is honestly a lot right now if you're one of the lower players. Toto makes a tiny mistake, and now he's sitting P3 fighting with Samber. Gets a big line there, get a lot of speed into that, which means he's going to carry it up a bit here. Now fighting with Wiggity into the very ending of this map. Wiggity's going to keep it, though, all the way to the end. 1,000th between the 2 players, though. Very close. If in fact, it could not get closer.
There's nothing to do in the end. There's no much speed to gain. There's a cruise control block implicitly there. You cannot gain more speed against the others, but Toto, and he has done it every single round. He risked it so much, goes all the way inside, and that inside line pays a lot, as we just saw, from second to almost by point nothing. Almost getting the first place. Now Toto, it's a little bit of a mistake. Nothing to do. I guess this is not the round for the Icelandic player, but we're going to go with Wiggity, Samber, and CD right now fighting for the first place, going around the lake. CD on the lead, not by much. Wiggity with a little bit more speed, similar lines, almost copying each other, going wide, approaching the identity. CD with a better line, Wiggity having to adjust and touching the wall. But it's going to be enough. And what happened to Samber?
Found out where you're supposed to drive kind of ends, I guess. Samber, unfortunately, making a tiny mistake there, but luckily for CD, I just want to point out this is the last round of this map, and CD has clearly been not having the greatest time on this. I feel like maybe fatigue or exhaustion is setting in. We've been playing for roughly 5.5 hours. Some of these players have not really taken a break between or stream breaks. They've just been warming up the entire time for the next match. So all the players now getting through the first bug slide to see if any of them mess up the second one. CD a little bit too inside there as Toto clips as well, making this a 2-car race at the very front. Wiggity and Samber now on a 1v1. Samber going very inside, trying to send this as much as possible. As we go into the whole drop down, Wiggity just a little bit behind, gonna have a tiny bit more speed as we go around the lake sausage section. Wiggity keeping it together. Samber just a tiny bit more speed as we get ready to go into the identity of this map. Wiggity a tiny bit wider, gonna carry just a little bit more as we go in here. Wiggity through the loop, going very direct on the far left side, but it's not enough to stop Samber from getting the 10 points.
57.3, a great time.
Yeah, what is that
by
time?
Samber. What a time. What a risk. I mean, we're still in the same realm. Top 15 overall. That's amazing. And again, it's such a close battle. 62 points against 57. And then CD and Toto are really, really close with a tiny bit of a gap, but still in the realm of possibilities of winning, or, well, saying in a different kind of matter, getting one of those 2 tickets to the grand final of the North American Cup number 6. I'm not going to try to say the year or the season because I'm really confused at this point.
We don't do seasons here. We just do numbers because we're American. We can't understand them half the time anyway. Who picked this map?
Anywhere. Anyways, we go to Amber's Peak, which is Gatorade.
Ooh. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Samber can do on Gatorade, because if I remember right, this was the map that she did the best on, because she got, in her last match, she got second, first, second. And reminder, her last match has the 2 of the same opponents in this one. The only person that's really changed was Wiggity. Wiggity's the newcomer in Samber's eyes, so definitely very interesting to see what's going to happen this time. Not going to go well in this first round at least, though. Clipping on the outside uphill turn. Toto now trying to get into the fight now, going very inside on this drift. Going to see who can keep the most speed out of this. Wiggity with a little bit of a different brake tap. Gonna keep a little bit less speed than Toto as we go into the downhill. CD unfortunately clips at the bottom of the screen there. Toto, make sure you keep all 4 tires off the bumps like you saw Wiggity do. Toto now has the free passage all the way to the risky finish. Very good job there. 54-4 to start us off.
Great performance. And as I was about to say, this was the map where Samber denied the finalist many times to Toto.
Yeah.
So that's, I guess that's why she chose this map, but she had a little bit of a rough time in the beginning of the first round, but still managed to kind of catch up to the pack. A little bit behind, but still has the pace. What is the pace? It's interesting. In this map, we have Wiggity with the world record, followed by Mins, Toto in 3rd place, and Samber in 4th place. And CD just a little bit behind in 7th place, but still in less than 0.2 the PBs of all these players. And right now, we can see the Icelandic player in the first place, in the lead, maintaining
Wiggity now trying to catch Toto all the way up into the ending. CD trailing right behind. Toto will not give enough leeway for any big snipes to happen there. CD got really close to overtaking Wiggity at the very end, but it just won't be enough. 2/10 between all 4 players in that round. So definitely, the pace is heating up in playoffs. I do want to note, though, that in terms of the points, Toto has overtaken Samber. So definitely, some things going on here. As I say that, Toto, unfortunately, though, clipping out in the start, which is where you can gain a lot of your time compared to the other players. So we go on board with Samber now to try and make sure she can get some of the points that she needs. CD, unfortunately, finding out where a checkpoint pole is as they go into the outside dirt now. Samber going a little bit too outside. A whole lot of mistakes coming out in this round as Wiggity is the last player remaining. Samber probably still confused as to why her car still has a number 2 on it as Toto nips the back tires of her car now as they get into a fight for P2. Wiggity's been given the rite of passage all the way. Just needs to keep all 4 tires on the ground, and he can do this. Toto with a much better line in this ending. Samber having to snap and save it. Toto will have more speed in the ending. 200th between the 2 players. No snipes yet again. This time around, it will be the final round on Gatorade. So you're going to have to make this count. Toto now. Very close. Ah. Samber fighting with Wiggity. Wiggity trying to get a little bit more of an outside line. Samber slowly but surely extending the lead just bit by bit, but it all comes down to how much speed you can keep in the ending of this map. In the grass downhill, Wiggity gonna have a tiny bit more. The gap is slowly decreasing, but I don't think it'll matter. There's not enough track left to be played, so Samber is going to take her 10 points. Wiggity in second, CD in third, and Toto in fourth, but it is so close. One tiny mistake can be the difference between 10 points and 4 points on this track, so Samber definitely needed that, boosting herself back up into second place in 93, 95, 73, and 47. So we are, hello?
Hi, they were back.
My game crashed.
Your game crashed.
My game very much crashed.
And my headphones ran out of battery.
Guys,
I just reconnected.
we went the
cable.
whole day with no issues, and now
I have to say it was my fault. I cursed it. I said before, like 2 hours ago, that the stream was flawless.
yeah.
and
Why did
that
you
was
say
not
that?
normal.
Don't. Okay,
I was
I'm coming back.
surprised. I'm sorry.
Here, what map are we on?
We are right now in Alex Share's Body Pillow by Rabbi Fitprow. And we are right now 93 points for Wiggity, 75 points for Samburn. Toto with 73, really close, and CD with 47 points. What a journey. I
Yeah,
can hear the
definitely.
game. Oh my god.
We're back. I'm back in the lobby. There's a ton of mistakes going on right now. It's Toto versus Wiggity at the beginning of this round. So Toto sitting comfortably in P1 for now. Wiggity just a little bit behind, maybe conserving some of that pace for some of the later rounds. Not really sending it as hard as he should be. Toto making a small mistake there, giving Wiggity a tiny bit of room to just creep up a little bit and bring himself into position 1. Toto now has to play the catch-up game, even though he's P1 for the majority of this race. It all matters about when you cross that line. Wiggity doing a good job at keeping the lead that he got in that tiny sausage section. Toto now with a little bit of a better line in this section, but it won't matter. Wiggity will just have too much of a lead at the very end.
I'm still recovering for everything that happened. Great performance, 55.8, great time on such a punishing map. And right now, Wiggity crossing the 100-point line, being the first, the 3 digits, and having quite a gap between them and in second place. 23 points. It's at this point when you're just 20 points away, less than 20 points away from finalist mode. It's quite a gap.
Yeah, definitely. Because 20 points, you think about that in terms of the comp, that's 2 whole rounds of buffer if he was finalist right now, before anyone can even have a chance to be also finalists. So we'll stay on board with Samber for now, actually with Wiggity, the current player, the current leader of the pack, sitting P2. Toto throws his car into P2 now, trying to overtake Wiggity, but it just won't happen. Wiggity not letting him through. Samber, a little bit of a shaky line as we go into the ending. The final few ramp jumps. Make sure no one clips any funny areas. Wiggity going so inside. Clips the hole as Samber takes the 10 points with a 56-0. Followed by Toto also with the 56-0. And then a 56-1 third place. So very good round to kick the action back up.
Very close. Wiggity risking it all as much as they could. Again, the risk can be huge, can't be awful. And this time, it wasn't great. But now, we're going to not the first nor the second, but the third round. Going through the dirt. Now Wiggity a little bit behind the pack, but still not awfully behind. Toto and Samburn fighting once again for the sweet 10 points that they really need. Toto sitting quite close. Well, both have 1 point away. This win is who decides the second place for now, and who gets closer and closer.
Ooh, Toto.
And Toto had a slowdown out of nowhere. I didn't see where they clipped, but anyways, is Samburn who's gonna come on top. And last jump.
Samber?
A little bit of a weird setup.
Okay.
Touching the wall, but still good enough. It's the fault of Alex's body pillow.
Yeah. If you think about
There's
it,
nothing we can do.
if anything really happens to you on this map, like if you clip out or like you lose your finalist mode to someone else, you get like denied, you can just blame Alex because the map has his name in it. So we go on board with round number 4. This is the final round of Alex Share Body Pillow, which means unfortunately we'll probably have to say bye to it and we won't be seeing it again unless something insane happens. Samber and Wiggity now in that fight. Toto also getting into the mix, throwing his car as much as he can over the sausage without losing it. Unfortunately, clipping out just a little bit. CD nipping the heels of Samber as we go into the winding grass section right before the ending. Which you make sure you want to keep as much speed as you can for these tiny ramp jumps, or else you will not be able to have such a great line compared to some of the others. CD, all 4 cars now into the ramp section, very similar pace. Samber unfortunately sliding out and missing her chance at the 10 points. Wiggity, 0.1, 0.1, 0.3, 0.4. Very good round there. All 4 cars within
and if the
each
math
other.
is mathing, 111 plus 10, that makes 121, and we have our first finalist.
First finalist as we go on to Cinderwake. Samber 101, Toto 101, CD sitting at 61. Unfortunately, he's had some bad few maps recently. I think the Alex Share map and the first map were particularly difficult to him, but I'm excited to see what he can do here because remember, CD can always just deny the finalists.
That was a possibility. It's something that could happen. And this map was, well, exactly, that was CD's pick. So maybe this is the time for CD to come back and try to gain places, because 40 points, it's a lot of weight. It's a
lot of work.
It's a whole map. It's a whole map to work. It's a whole map in first places to get back and try to equal the other players. But for now, it's going to be not only CD's but also Toto's and Samburn's job to deny Wiggity if they want to get the highest chance to get one of those 2 sweet tickets to the grand final. But for now, Samburn trading with Wiggity and CD, the whole pack very close to each other, going insanely close to the wall. Samber with a little bit more speed than everyone else, risking the line, a little bit more Yankee, but still maintaining it. Everyone's coming up. Just Toto with a tiny bit of a mistake. The Wiggity and Samber very, very close to each other. CD just right behind them. Approaching the final section of the plastic. Samber with a little bit of
Wiggity's
a bad
too
slide,
far.
going to lose too much speed, and Wiggity with an 03.3 is going to close the round, and also the first ticket out of 2 to the grand finals. GG's.
GG's Wiggity. You are the first finalist, and you close it out on your very first attempt at given the opportunity. So, but now we have the 3 remaining drivers. We have CD, Samber, and Toto. So, CD unfortunately off to a bad start in this round, but these 2 players are nearly tied in points. A 1-point difference. Samber having the 105 over Toto's 104. So, definitely this is a round that matters, because whichever one wins this is most likely also going to be the first finalist between the 2 as well. So Toto really pushing it, needs to make sure he's staying out of the wall like Samber just did. You hear CD's car trailing up, getting closer and closer as it comes into view now. Toto now too far away to really be in the topic of overtaking now, unless he makes a mistake like that. Toto slowing down a good bit, and all of a sudden, all 3 cars are now back in the fight. Samber needs to send this outside out dirt line to really get something. She does, but a little bit too much. CD, the only person who can really try and snipe this 10-pointer away, is a little bit too far, so Toto will walk this one in with a 103.9. A very good time, honestly. Jesus.
Yep. What a performance.
Yeah,
What
they
a
are locked
performance.
in.
They're very locked in, and Samber, sadly, just 1 point away from having the chance to be finalists. So they'll need not only 1 round but 2 rounds in order to get finalists. When Toto, with just the 2nd place, as long as they're not 3rd place, they are going to be finalists at the end of this round. So it's going to be both Samber and CD's job to try to deny that, to get a bit of a chance to taste that grand final. Do we have the knowledge on who was finalist last NAC 5?
I do not remember, unfortunately. CD clipping out as I try and recall NAC 5. It happened so fast. Toto leading yet again as we go into the outside dirt section. Samber hopefully gonna have a little bit better luck this time, safing it way too much. Toto definitely gonna have a lot better chances at staying ahead of Samber with that happening. So again, he'll walk it in, and that'll be another 10-pointer, and that will make Toto the 2nd finalist, and he'll have 1 round to try and close it out on this map. Remember, only top 2 move on now. We're not playing for points. If you're not top 2, you are out. We are playing single elimination.
And it's very hard in terms of pace. Toto is the only one who has AT between these 3 players. So Toto just needs to bring that fast pace and just keep it the chill and not messing up in any of the corners in order to assure and keep that last ticket to the grand finals. For now, Samber touching the wall. Sadly, that's going to be the end, unless CD can deny Toto. They're so close to each other, mimicking the route, mimicking the line. Basically
CD.
the same speed. Well, CD a little bit more, going around the corner.
CD is so very close to denying Toto and bringing this match to another map. CD pulling ahead in the last section, barely misses the wall. Toto with more speed going into the ending now. Will CD get it? No, he won't. Toto snipes at the very last section and will advance to the grand finals. Closes it out on his first chance. Very good job from the Icelandic player. That'll be all she wrote for this match.
I was insane. Not gonna lie, I was
Wow.
rooting a little bit for Samber. knowing what was accomplished before, but still very deserved for Wiggity, very deserved for Toto. Samber and CD, great performances. But sadly,
Yeah.
that's going to be the end of the journey for them.
Yeah, so
And
that makes Wiggity and Toto our grand finalists. So if I refresh
And-
our new website.
Wiggity and Toto are going to meet none other than Random and Exotica in the grand final. This is going to be a great, great match.
Yeah,
For the ones
absolutely.
for the ones who are wondering what happened on the first semifinal, Random took the first place, followed by Exotica and Minz. Minz got the third place. Minz the
Ooh.
favorite to win, and the one with the most amount of points during the pre-playoffs. Sadly, didn't make it, and OLS fourth place, of course.
Well,
I'm sure it was a close fight.
Chivy, I think we're gonna take a small quick break, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. We're gonna let all the players join the server, but I promise you we'll be right back for the grand finals of Division 1 NAC 6. So don't go anywhere. I promise you we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally here after a long day of matches to bring you the grand final of the Division 1 NAC number 6. So, I promise you we have a very, very, very good match today. We have a random... Oh, that is... That's a wrong scene.
Already.
We have random, we have Toto, we have Nixotica, and we have Wiggity. So these four players have gone through the trials and tribulations of all the group stage and all the playoffs. They did their semifinal match. They made it through top 2. But these are your warriors that are left. So, Chivi, I have a question. Out of these four players, which one do you think stands the greatest chances of winning?
It's a great question. It's a very, very hard one, but I think I will have to go with Wiggity. I mean, great performance in the qualifier, great performance in the TA, and overall he has performed incredibly, but that's not just a freebie, it's not a given. Nixotica, Random, and Toto have done an amazing performance from start to end. So I will go with Wiggity, and I'm asking you the same question. Who do you think is going to take this NAC 6?
Toto has been playing so consistently throughout all of today. He did have to take a tiny break, little like 10-minute break just between. So we gave everyone some downtime because we've been playing literally since 1 p.m. Eastern today. So, but I promise you, no matter who you think is going to win, every single player in this lobby is more than equipped to put on a show for literally everyone, and more importantly, themselves. They're all equipped to be able to win this. I mean, Random had as you were talking to me about it, Random had a great few last rounds in the last match, so I'm hoping he can kind of take that momentum and push it through into this match as well and have a great start to this one.
This is going to be epic. There's nothing else to say. As we go into the map switch, map starting. First map, as we checked because we were very, very attentive, is going to be Legionary. Map picked by Random.
So yeah, Random's map pick would be Legionary, which, to be fair, I don't have any proof of this because you asked me it before we really started. You said, hey Helix, what do you think the first map's going to be? And I said, I don't know, I just think it's going to be Legionary. I don't have any proof, but...
It felt like.
Alright, here we go. Round number 1 of the grand finals. So just a reminder, we're playing cup mode, so you have to become finalist and close it out by winning a round. And then also, the point limit has changed from 120 to 140, so we're really pushing their players all the way to their limit in this match. All the players are now racing for their lives now. Wiggity, with the best start out of the 4 of them, gonna have to try and send this one as much as possible. Random, losing a little bit of speed, gonna break a little bit later than the other players. Nixotica, losing a little bit of ground to the other 3. As we go into the winding dirt section, let's see which of these players decide to the outside line. None of them do. Clearly inside line better, apparently. Wiggity now still maintaining his lead. Toto literally hasn't been able to find any ground to gain anywhere. Wiggity, unfortunately, though, clipping right there. And the most important part, right before the ending, is Random now is given the opportunity to try and get right behind Toto as we go into this jump. Random, a lot more speed than Toto. Toto might not have enough to even make it up. We go into the follow all camera, all 3 players jumping as high as they can to make it up there. Toto, 1 car length ahead, will have enough this time around.
A very, very, very close round. 0.2 difference between Toto and Random in the 3rd place, but still a great performance from all the players. Sadly, Wiggity had a little bit of a hiccup in the beginning of the map, but still showed us that he has a lot of potential and a lot to bring into his matchup. We started round number 2, Toto, Wiggity, and Nixotica fighting for that first place. Random a little bit behind, but still in the realm of possibilities to win this round.
Yeah,
going into the sausage,
1000%.
transitioning down to the dirt. And this is going to come down to who risks the most, who gets more speed, and it's going to be Nixotica that comes along as the first. Wiggity, very close out of the plastic, drifting, and coming close to the end of the map. Right turn, left turn on the grass as we're approaching dangerously the end. We go into the identity, right turn into the booster. Toto is risking the most, clipping slightly, and is going to be by almost nothing, but Wiggity taking 10 more points. What a great round.
Very good job by Wiggity. I mean, he's doing a great job after that tiny slip up he made at the end of the last round, but right now it is 14-14, 13-7. Random, unfortunately, having a little bit of a few more hiccups. I mean, this round, or the previous round, sorry, he was a little bit just fighting from behind, 2 seconds, already a miracle he made it to the finish, honestly. So we go into this round, the start a little bit more spread out now. Wiggity off to a great start. Nyx and Toto are fighting, and then Random trailing right behind again. So now Wiggity has been very, very good at keeping all the speed he can in this downhill dirt section, but also it's about keeping that speed that you gain through this red sausage section, which Nixotica does a pretty good job at, getting away from Toto just a little bit, giving himself a tiny bit more buffer as we go. Toto, unfortunately, clipping out there, so Random's gonna have a third place at least, assuming that he doesn't crash anymore. Wiggity now losing a little bit more ground to Nixotica, but he knows there's not a lot of track left. He just needs to make it up one more jump. Both players go a little bit wide. Both players making it up nice and cleanly as well. So, very good job, Wiggity, piecing himself back together after that first mistake in the first round. Very good job from all four players in this round.
Both 3.5, your top 10 kind of performance. Wiggity maintaining the high pace and not letting anyone breathe, just not even the slightest. So now we go into the last round of Legionary, for now of course.
Toto?
Toto bouncing around but still maintaining a little bit the posture. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. So that's what matters. Nixotica following Random very closely.
Yeah,
Both
I mean,
house players, if I'm not mistaken, fighting for those 10 points. Toto following up a little bit behind, 0.3 behind, and Wiggity just a little bit behind.
This has been the first round where Random hasn't been trailing from behind fighting, so now he's the front runner. Nixotica going really wide, trying to max all the speed he can to try and overtake Random, but Random is having none of it. Keeping his position by 1 car length as we go into the final section. Keep as much speed as you can. Stay off of the penalty grass. Go over this black block as much as you can. Into the jump now, all 4 players very close. Nixotica going way more inside. Random clipping just a little bit as Nixotica gets it. Then Toto, then Random. Wiggity bringing up P4. Nixotica with a much better line going into that. Random, unfortunately, that tiny clip costed him the 10 points, and he went all the way down to 4.
And that will costly greatly. And with that, we're going to finish with Legionary, and we're going to transition to the next map, which is going to be Cinderwake by Bastu Feed Wirelix. If I pronounce it correctly again.
It's alright. But yeah, that's something I want to point out. It's just like Nixotica has just been consistently like second, and like he's gotten what, 2 first place? You got 2 first places in the last round, but he's just been like second place nearly every round. So it's brought him all the way up to the 31 points. So that's what we were talking about before. Some of these players are used to 10-6-4-3 instead of what we play now, 10-7-4-3. But we're slowly making the transition over to the new points repetition. So definitely got to keep your eyes on who's coming in second a lot of the times as well. So I'll let you take this one away as we start off on Cinderwake.
Absolutely. All the players except for Toto take greatly the first section of the map, and they're falling. Oh my god.
Wiggity,
the
please.
mistakes coming on. Wiggity trying to catch up to Random and Nixotica after that tiny mistake, but it's not that bad as Toto's one. passing the grass, going to the dirt section, being careful with the bumps, going as close as possible to the wall, getting a lot of speed. Wiggity capitalizing on that risky line, and it will be Wiggity's job to just hang there and try to maintain those 10 points. As long as he doesn't lose his time, he will keep the momentum and approaching the last section, going to the green part. Random and Exotica fighting for the second place, but Wiggity is too far ahead. And still Random with a great line and gaining a lot of speed, but it's not enough. Wiggity will take it with 03.6.
Yeah, very, very good job there from Random to try and, or not to try, but to successfully get past Nixotica in the very end there, because the difference between 7 points and 4 points when you're trailing behind, I mean, he's sitting at a 22 right now. He's currently sitting in 4th place as well, so just getting that could be the start of the momentum he needs. I mean, he's currently sitting P3 out of the start right now, but it's very close. All 4 cars within 1 car length of each other. Toto, unfortunately, clipping out this time. Random now sitting P1, fighting Nixotica, fending him off, and Nixotica is trying to get all the speed he can. Finally gets past him this time for the first time forever. Random now has to try and push as much as he can, but right now, it's just not working out. He's clipping on the outside turns. Wiggity now, it's his opportunity to try and push. Nixotica is sitting with a very awkward outside line. Wiggity might be able to capitalize off that with the speed difference. Is getting very close. The gaps are closing in between the players. Random is also getting close to Nixotica as well. Wiggity, a lot more speed than Nixotica going into this uphill. Random throwing his car way too far to try and capitalize on that situation. Nixotica will hold it out even after all those mistakes.
03.8 by both Nixotica and Wiggity. Great times, a great fight in this map. And with this, we're going to jump Nixotica with 45 points in the lead, not by far. Wiggity following him, 43 points. Toto with 30, and Random with 26 points. It's still... Oh, thanks. My bad.
No, I wasn't correcting you. Where'd he go?
Oh! I was checking the points. I'm so sorry.
Nixotica currently 4 seconds behind and clipping out at the very, very beginning of this map, having to respawn. So, Wiggity now sitting P1 as we go. Toto currently wheel to wheel with Wiggity as we go into this downhill outside turn, which Toto has been very good at throughout this tournament. Wiggity, hello? Goodbye, Wiggity. Random now sitting P2. What did he hit? Did you see what he hit? Toto now gone. Toto flying out.
He's disconnected.
Nope, still in the lobby. Random now sitting P1 has a 2.5 second lead compared to the other players. Can kind of just walk this one in. I think we have some paranormal activity going on in NAC 6, so if you're an NA player, please don't hesitate to call the Ghostbusters if you need to. Alright, what a silly round for the grand final.
Still there.
What a silly round. Wiggity. Yeah, we're gonna call for a pause. I think Wiggity's gone.
Another realm.
Switch chat from Nitro Faint. NA comp cannot have no problem, right? Uh-oh. We're on a pause. We're
about that.
Yeah, about that. My game crashed earlier. Chibi was like, oh, stream is running fine. No problems have happened earlier. And then we get into semifinals and my game crashed. This is like the smallest problem? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, game crashed. My headphones ran out of battery even though I charged them fully at the beginning, and they're supposed to last more than 20 hours.
That's
players disconnecting.
The disconnects are fine.
Down.
It's just the fact that, like, when we get behind schedule sometimes, it's like, oh yeah, this match is supposed to happen at, let's say, 8 o'clock. That should happen at 10:30. It'll be double elimination bracket. Like, just sometimes our scheduling problems snowball into everything. But either way, let's review the points. We have Nixotica at 49, Wiggity at 43, Toto at 37, Random at 36. So you kind of have two different battles going on right now. Random's done a great job of putting himself back into the fight. he was down by a whole lot on Legionary. So, very good job from the Texas player.
Only 13 points between first and 14th,
Yeah.
and 14th, and 4th place.
14th, clueless. Wiggity's back in. We're gonna see if he's alright to continue. Getting the R question mark from our lovely admins. Our admins have done such a great job today. While I have the platform, I want to say the admins have done such a great job. Gabo came in earlier and was like, "You guys good? Do you guys need a break?" And we're like, "No, we're good." Like, weird.
Shout out to the admins.
Admins have done such a good job today. Alright, we are going back in it. Stevie, I'll let you take it away because this will be the final round on this map.
Gladly and with a lot of pleasure, it's going to be Nixiotica was gonna touch the wall and not make it through that corner. And Toto, just as I changed the camera, is going to touch the wall slightly and bounce into 4th place. And it's going to be a fight between Wiggity and Random. The caster curses are something that happens. I'm sorry, and I cannot do anything about it.
We've only had 2 today. We're good.
I would say like 5, but yeah, surely. So Wiggity, with less speed than Random, but still fighting the same fight, going for that 1st place. Wiggity with a better line, a little bit more inside. Nixiotica is going to capitalize and take the 2nd place. Toto just behind the pack. Everyone's fighting for the 1st place. Anything can happen. Going to the last section, going to the plastic, taking the green part, and Wiggity 0.1 ahead. Nixiotica with a lot of speed, trying to catch up, but not quite. And finishing Wiggity with a 0.7, Nixiotica 0.9, 4.0, and 4.3, I think. And that's going to be it for the 2nd map, Cinderwake. And we're going to transition to the next one, which is going to be, because I know them by heart, it's going to be Alvi Verde. I know, it's just the way it is.
While we're in the warm-up,
no
while these players are getting familiar with the map yet again, I just want to talk about the points one more time, because this grand final is the closest match we've had literally all day. You could not have asked for a better situation. Nixiotica at 56, Wiggity at 53, Random and Toto both tied at 40 throughout. I think this is what, the 3rd map, 4th map? So this, to be tied after all of that, just goes to show that these players are very locked in. They're trading positions the entire time. You cannot predict who's going to get first in any single round. As we go on to Avivada, Nixiotica needs to try and keep his lead here, because his lead is literally almost nothing compared to Wiggity. Only 3 points between the 2 players.
We're speaking about less than 20 points getting into map number 3. That's just insanity. There's not a single other way that we can get that closeness between all the players. It's not just 1 or 2. It's every single one of the players in the lobby are just as much in reach of the 1st place, going so close.
As you speak about that, all 4 players are currently within 2 car lengths of each other. Random, the slowest of the bunch, and he's only 77 hundredths behind going into the checkpoint. Currently within Toto's car right now. Nixiotica going a little bit wider, trying to get more speed as we go into this grass section. Wiggity currently in the lead as we go into the water identity. You need to make sure you're keeping all the speed you can into this section. Random sitting P3 right now, needs to try and catch Nixiotica because he needs some points. Isn't gonna be able to though. Oh my god! 1/10 between all 4 players as we cross the finish line. Wiggity manages to keep his lead and overtake the lead in terms of the overall standings. Technically 63 points tied between the both.
Insanity, as you said it. What a performance from all the players. They're really neck to neck, not only in the points, but in the race, in the pace, and in the performance. This is just insanity. The 4 American players are doing their greatest effort to take all those sweet points and get closer and closer and closer to the finalist mode, and possibly and surely in a certain amount of time the win of the NAC number 6. And now we got a little bit of a tiny choke. Toto with a not so great transition. So we're going to have Wiggly in the first place, Nixurka following up Toto with a bit of a issue on the transitional drop down, and Random with some other problems before, but Wiggly with 0.1, 2, or even 3 is going to take the first place, followed by Nixurka and Toto, and Random a little bit behind.
There we go.
But still there, getting the points.
Yeah.
And still, it's so close.
It's still so unreal how close it is.
The gap has widened.
Tied between 3 and 4, 3 points between 1 and 2. This is actually the closest match we've had all day. You couldn't ask for anything better. Remember, we get to see this all the way until 140. This is the grand final. We go all the way to 140, and then you need to close out your finalist mode. These players have a lot of work in store for them. Nixotica getting a little bit less speed than Wiggity as we go into the drifting section. You need to make sure you keep your gear as you go into this bug slide, or else you're going to have a little bit of a weird, awkward exit. All 4 players, though, within 1/10 of each other. Random, unfortunately, clipping out as he enters the checkpoint. He's going to have a hard time getting any traction here. Wiggity, Toto, Nixotica, all equals. We go into the drop down. Wiggity almost clipping his back tires as he nips the back tires of Toto in that regard. Nixotica, again, trying to get all the speed he can, but unfortunately clips out there. Toto now gets to play the role of Wiggity in the previous rounds of leading as we go into the identity now. Wiggity goes for a little bit more direct line, isn't going to pay off this time around. Toto is just too clean in that ending right now. Toto first, Wiggity second, Nixotica third, and Random brings it in for the fourth.
And not just the pace, but the consistency. I think every single round we've gotten the first place with the 0.3, 0.4, the slowest. Still insanity, the performance of these players going into the fourth and last round of Albiverde, this map that doesn't forgive a single corner. Right now, Nixotica once again being first place, not by much, trading with Toto, Random, and Wiggity, the 4 players on the pack, fighting for that first place. Very close to each other is all coming to the following sections, the drop down, which can be complicated, but everyone clearly going around the lake, very close to each other. Random with a bit more speed, Toto falling behind, but still close. Nixotica touching the wall, and that's going to be a 4th place for Nixotica unless something bad happened. But Random maintaining the speed and the pace,
yeah,
with a 57.2, a new fastest round.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, they are currently locked in as much as you can be. A very good 10 points you can get from Random there. I mean, currently now back to being tied with Toto for like the 8th time in 4 maps. So now we go on to the next map. Everyone's real favorite, Gatorade. Which actually, I say that as kind of a joke, and it's kind of like because some people were complaining about it. A lot of people have been picking this map first. So don't even, like, I'm not even going to make that joke. So just to review the points one more time, Wiggity 87, finally trying to pull away from Nixotica, has at least 1 round of buffer. And then we have Nixotica at 78, Toto and Random at 60. They're still tied after all this gameplay. It's almost impossible to think about.
And again, this is peak performance. All the players are at the top on the leaderboard. Literally, we have top 7, Wiggity top 1, Toto top 3, Random top 6, and Nixotica top 7.
Okay.
Even though Nixotica is top 7, he just PB'd 27 minutes ago, which means during the tournament. So anything can happen. Everyone is ready, everyone has practiced, everyone is warmed up. And on the first round, Wiggity ran out in the first place, leading, but followed really, really closely by Toto, almost a wheel length away, but not so far away, 1 car length away. Nixotica and Random are fighting also for that 3rd and 2nd place together. Go into the uphill, where they have a little bit of a long drift, giving Nixotica the opportunity to catch up slightly. More or less the same speed, going into the bounces, being careful not to bounce too much. Wiggity with a great pace, a great speed, and
my
is
gosh,
going to take it by not so much. What a round. Toto
500s.
and Wiggity. 0.05 between them. What a round. Which was a point. I don't even remember. That was just amazing.
Yeah, Wiggity is really, really locked in right now. I thought the snipe was happening. I saw the lower jump, and I genuinely thought it was over for the first place chances there. But no, Wiggity extending his lead just a little bit. And Exotica now off to the best start out of the bunch. I have the hiccups. I'm so sorry. Random leading just a little bit behind. Toto currently fighting with Wiggity as well, going wheel to wheel with the Onyx driver right now. Random, unfortunately, clipping out. Wiggity going over the road barrier and not getting any slowdown. Okay. Toto and Exotica leading the bunch right now. Toto goes for a little bit too much speed, giving Exotica kind of the rite of passage all the way to the ending now. There's not a lot of track left to be played. Toto has to manage his gears more than fight, so the most action you can see is Wiggity maybe sniping Toto. Watching. No, it will not happen this time around. Exotica with a 54-0, a very, very, very respectable time.
Very good time, which is, I cannot believe it is another PB.
Yeah.
Exotica, with yet again another PB. Jumping from top 7 to top 5, if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds right. Yeah.
2 PBs in the last 30 minutes. Insanity. And again, in the last round, less than 0.1 between 2 or 3 players. The pace is insane. The performance is incredible. And every single one of the players, they're pushing the limit to try to get those sweet 10 points and try to catch up or maintain the lead, depending who they are. For now, Toto and Exotica. Toto with a great line and a lot of speed.
Oh my gosh.
But too wide, has to compensate. Exotica taking back the first place. Wiggity and Toto, they're basically fusion. This is going to come to the exit.
Oh my god.
Wiggity, with a little bit more speed, they're going to go very low and snipe both Toto and Exotica
Wiggity
in the last second.
With the low jump of dreams. Gets past both of them.
6,000 is what makes him the first place and the winner of those sweet 10 points, and also getting 111 points.
4 good rounds coming out from all 4 players. As we go into the next round, Exotica unfortunately not able to recreate the magic as he crashes out near the start of the round. Random now slowly but surely losing his lead to Wiggity and Toto, and not enough speed to really keep it for long. Toto now the front runner of the pack, only by a little bit, half a car length as we go into the outside dirt section. Toto sending it as much as he can, his back tire almost scraping against the wall. Random losing a little bit of speed compared to the 2 front runners. Wiggity's been getting so much speed out of this every round, but Toto will get just a little bit more this time. So will Random. Wiggity apparently messed up somewhere and he drops his gear as well. Random is the only chance to deny Toto right now. Remember, these two have been fighting in the points nearly the entire competition. Toto with a little bit less speed than Random. Random jumps higher. Toto gets a bit luckier this time. Random misses his jump, turns in just a little bit too late, and ends up clipping the finish and falling into it. But it was very, very, very close. Wiggity at 115, Exotica at 99, Toto at 91, and Random sitting at 76. So if you're a Halcyon fan, you really need to start rooting for Random to get these first places, because he's running out of time and running out of tracks to actually put that pace up to the test.
And then right now we go to everyone's favorite map, none other than Alex Scher's Body Pillow by Rabbi Fit Prow. This Exotica 0.94 code, by the way, says
what?
Insanity. Almost time code. Well, not quite, but still, what performance.
Yeah.
So just to see the stats real quickly.
I think the last time we saw Exotica on this map, he played kind of out of his mind. So I'm really excited to see that again. I may be remembering wrong, but I remember someone with a red car skin just always near the front, just completely front running every time. And as I say that, Nixotica begins front running out of the start, gets the best out of the group. Toto and Random doing very similar drift lines. If you go into this winding dirt section now, you need to make sure you keep all the speed you can to make this jump as clean as possible. Toto now trailing just a little behind in P2, having to fend off Random, goes for a little bit of an improvisation line as Random gets past him. Toto somehow managed to keep that on track. Wiggity puts himself into the conversation, kind of trailing behind the third place player. Random clips out. Exotica sitting very far in front as Toto also clips. Random now back in the conversation with Toto. These two have been fighting the entire match. Random now. Nixotica way too far to be back in the conversation, so it's just between these two players. Random with more speed. Will it be enough? No, it won't. Toto will hold that second place position all the way to the line.
Wait a second, that was a 55.4. Ladies and gentlemen, is that a new world record?
What?
That's a new world record by Nixotica in the first round.
So yeah, that's round number 1, guys.
Alex's body pillow. What is going on? Red car, red mat.
Jesus.
You called it. Nixotica was playing out of his mind and now proved it, beating everyone's PB, everyone's time. New highest time in the leaderboard. What an insanity of a performance. What is going on? I was about to say I'm calling cinema during this match, but holy, I wasn't expecting this much. And I told you in the beginning of the tournament, with this performance and whatever this is going on from the first round, are we going to have a world record run on the last match?
I didn't believe you.
And apparently I was right. I don't know how, but
Wiggity.
Holy, and Nixotica is still maintaining that first place. Is still going for that risky way, and
why?
Again, 55
That's so fast.
Again, top 8.
Wiggity drove a 0.8 and didn't win the round. What? That is insane.
Nixotica playing out of his mind.
Just
wait, just 1 second. Whose pick was this?
This was
Non's pick. That was the last map, the one that nobody chose.
Oh, wait, you're right. Nobody picked this?
Wow, the cinema, ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? The cinema here is amazing.
Go into round number 3 on Alex's body pillow. All 4 cars kind of within the same range as each other. Toto, unfortunately, clipping out. Nixotica not able to recreate what he did the past 2 rounds. Wiggity, though, trying to get some revenge for dropping that insane time and not winning the round. Random, the first time we've seen him in front in a while. He does a great job at holding it whenever he gets into his rhythm, though, so he just needs to find that. Wiggity kinda trailing right behind. Toto a little bit too far to be in the conversation now. Random, unfortunately, making a tiny mistake as Wiggity pulls out in front, but they have the ramps left. Let's see if we can get more inside on this final jump. Will it be Random? No, it won't. Wiggity will have just a tiny bit more speed. Oh my gosh. Finally, he gets his reprimands. He drives another 55, and this time he wins the round. Jesus.
This player is driving 55s in this map, which has a very, very punishing ending. Every single round is just insanity. Wiggity getting the 135 points, which means a second place is enough to give him the finalist role. Nixotica 120 points, Toto 105, and Random just a little bit behind, but still in the realm of possibilities with 91 points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Random sitting in P4 right now. Definitely need to make sure Wiggity needs second place or better, so he doesn't need to push that much. He's sitting P3 right now. He's counting on Toto or Nixotica to make a mistake, which is honestly a really hard bet to make. But if you're Wiggity right now, even if you don't get second place this round, I think you still have 1 buffer? No, depending on the results, he may not have a buffer, but either way, he's counting on one of these 2 players making a mistake. But as we go into the ending now, and all 4 cars are still on track, still on their lines, it's looking a little bit bleak for his chances at getting that buffer round in the finalist mode. Nixotica jumping very well. Toto, unfortunately, makes a mistake in the very last section. It's even possible to. Wiggity will now be in finalist mode on the final round of Alex Share Body Pillow. That'll be all she wrote for this map. We will not be seeing this again. It's mathematically impossible.
and Exotica with a 55.60.
What? I didn't even see that.
Only one mistake on the 4 rounds, and every single round the worst pace was top 7 and even driving world record in one of those 4 rounds.
Nyx is locked.
Absolutely, and we're going to see if Exotica can keep that pace and that level of concentration throughout the next few maps. But holy,
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting it at all.
I knew he was locked in on one of the maps. I didn't know he was world record level locked in. The warm-up ends here. Just a reminder of the points. Wiggity sitting in finalist mode. He needs to win one more to close it out. Nixotica in finalist contention. He needs one win to get into finalist. Toto at 108. Random at 95. So we're definitely going to need to see some insane pace if we want to stop Wiggity from closing this out and taking home the metaphorical NAC 6 trophy that we have. Exotica trailing right behind him very closely. Toto with a little bit of a different line going into the penalty grass this time. Toto now. Toto's been very good in the exit of this and making sure he keeps his speed in the red sausage, but so is Exotica. So Wiggity's kind of the one to watch here. Let's see how much speed he can keep. He keeps a good amount. He keeps just a tiny bit more than Exotica. It's not going to matter as they go into this drift. Wiggity, one man to beat between him and Glory. Exotica falling a little bit behind now. Only one drift left between them and the final last jump. Toto brings himself into the conversation as well. One jump between him and winning NAC 6. Wiggity gets it, does not get enough speed. Toto jumps insanely low. 103.5 to start us off. What a time in the first round.
Indeed, what a time in Legendary Insanity. Again, doesn't go worse than top 10, almost equals their own PB. They're pushing it as much as they can. It's just insanity what these players are doing. Toto bouncing a little in the beginning, losing a bit of time, but still fighting for the first places. Still a little bit behind the pack, but still fighting for it. Exotica with a little bit of a mistake, apparently touching the wall slightly, and it's Random and Wiggity, the ones that are fighting for that first place. Random needs to really do everything as they can because Toto just
so much
the
speed.
wheel, so it's going to be only, unless Exotica can pull a miracle, it's going to be the job completely Random to deny Wiggity's win.
Here we go, Chivi, into the final section of the map. Random and Wiggity are the only players who can really secure this first place. It's Random versus Wiggity. Wiggity with a tiny bit more speed, one wheel length between the two players. Wiggity's gonna land first, he clips! Random denies Wiggity, makes him jump really low, doesn't have enough time, doesn't have enough speed to make it there before Random finally collects his car and gets himself to the finish. But that is another denial, as Exotica is 1 point away from getting finalist. One unfortunate round made it so that Wiggity has one more buffer.
Holy cinema. Holy cinema.
We go into the next round. It's round number 3 on this map. Wiggity's definitely feeling very comfortable here. He's always one of the two front runners, but he just can't close it out. He keeps jumping too high or too low. Exotica now, the man who denied him in round number 1, trailing right behind. A lot of room between the two cars now. A little bit scary if you're an Exotica, because you know Exotica clipped. Toto is the only one who can really stop Wiggity now. Wiggity also clips, losing a lot of speed as Toto pulls ahead now. It's all going to be decided yet again in this final jump, all the way to the very end. Exotica, I think too far to make an impact here. It's going to be Wiggity versus Toto. Toto just needs to safe it. He has a car length going into this final jump. Wiggity, one jump on the line. Toto safes it, doesn't clip. Has a lot of room between him and the ending. And now Exotica is in finalist mode. Toto is in finalist contention, and Random is right on their heels as we go into the last round of Legionary.
The cinema is here. The cinema is present. Toto less than 10 points away from finalist mode. So if Toto denies both players, which it was random, had a mistake and bounced and is out of the equation. If Toto denies both Nixotica and Wiggity, we're going to have a triple finalist situation, but for now, Wiggity, a card length and a half ahead of both Nixotica and Toto. Is going to be a great fight till the end, going through the dirt, pushing to get all the speed possible.
Toto.
Nobody going for the outside dirt, but still fighting.
Toto really needs to make sure he's
sausage.
keeping all the speed he can into this drifting section. He's kind of the player to look out for. He's the only one who can deny. Nixotica makes a big mistake. It's now Toto versus Wiggity going into the final jump one more time. They are literally within one wheel length of each other going into the final section. Toto a little bit more wide, trying to keep more speed. Wiggity with a full car length ahead going into the final jump. Toto a lot more speed, but he lands later. Wiggity's gonna have it. Wiggity wins NAC number 6. After so many rounds in finalist, he finally closes it out. Toto just couldn't get there in the very end. One car length between the two players. Insane job from Wiggity. He finally got there.
GG's to Wiggity. Was qualified first in the TA and got the first place in the cup as a whole, getting the first place. GG's to the American player, but this is not finished. This is not over till it's over. Sadly, unfortunately for Toto, 7 points is not enough, and that puts him at 139. Very unfortunate. So now Nixotica has a whole round where he can risk it all and try to get home that second place. It's not going to be the first one, but he has a whole round where all eyes on him and try to get the silver medal home. And I'm just speechless with these few rounds going on.
Absolutely.
It's
I mean,
insanity,
the last
absolutely.
rounds of Legionary were absolutely insane in terms of a spectator's point of view. Probably very, very frustrating if you're one of the players here. Wiggity probably feeling a little bit upset with himself that it took him that long. I mean, he was first to finalist, but almost triple finalist by the time he got done. Random, unfortunately, clipping out Toto with about a half a second lead in front of Nixotica now. So he's in a very good position to deny points from the others, especially deny Nixotica from claiming second place. So, as we go into the winding dirt section, remember this downhill that Toto's been oh so good at this entire competition. Unfortunately, I think he clips out a little bit. Nixotica catching up just a touch. Random on the heels of Nixotica as well. He's trying to get back into the mix. He's still in contention to deny some other players. Remember that. Toto keeping his half a second lead as we go into the plastic section, or the penalty section, sorry. Nixotica too far back. Not enough room, not enough time. Random also not enough room and not enough time, so will be all she wrote that we're back in the double finalist situation between Nixotica and Toto.
Yeah, the cinema building up once again for the second place. Unless Random has to say something about it, this is going to be a fight between Toto, the Icelandic player, and Nixotica, the just world record performer. And this is going to be a fight till the end to try to get that silver medal back home. Right now,
Random clips
Toto,
out. Random clips out, Chivy. That means, you know what that means? One of these players will be taking the second place medal home with them right now in this round. This could be... Oh, Nixotica clips out. Toto again with a half a second lead as we go into the plastic section. Nixotica drifting as little as possible to try and regain the speed that he lost from that unfortunate clip. Toto with more than half a second now, 0.7, almost 0.8 as you go into the penalty grass section. Pushing as hard as he can to try and get ahead of Nixotica, the Halcyon player. Toto, a lot of time now. I don't think anyone will be able to stop him. Random now gets into the conversation. Nixotica touches one more time as Toto brings his car into second position over the finish line with a 103.4. Not the cleanest round, but it's definitely all you need to get it done. Good job, Toto. as we go into the last 2 rounds of Cinderwake.
And now, holy the cinema once again. Nixotica needs to close it, has 2 rounds of buffer and a 3rd round of fight to go, so Random really needs to push it right now and needs to try to beat Nixotica, who has performed incredibly in the last few rounds. 0.3 behind. This is looking not so great for, I was going to say the Halcyon player, but both are Halcyon players. Is going to be Nixotica maintaining the lead, even making it a little bit bigger, 0.4, almost 0.5. Both maintain the same lines, approaching the dirt sections where walls can be touched. None of them do it. None of them with maybe a little bit more speed, but too much behind.
Far back.
And Nixotica is going to take home that 3rd place, going really close to the finish line, but still huge GGs for all the players. Nixotica taking the 3rd place and Random the 4th place of the North American Cup number 6.
Insane performance from literally everyone involved. I mean, you had Toto and Random tied literally for almost 3 maps in a row, and then Wiggity and Nixotica fighting, going back and forth, 1st and 2nd place over and over. But that'll be all she wrote. Wiggity is going to take the NAC number 6, but I promise you, we have a lot more Trackmania for you. Not this weekend, but next weekend we have the South American Cup. That'll be a 2-day competition with all the South Americans you know and love. Charles, Noisia, Valpro, players like that. So, but that'll be all for us today. Me and Chibi, I can't speak for you, but I had a great time.
I had a fantastic time. I cannot believe the performance we had, the cinema we had. I think it was amazing from start to finish. Like, there's nothing that we could have wished even more. The question is it? Or are we going to have a little bit of an interview? Maybe?
Interview, maybe.
We may be looking at admin.
Admin? Hello, admin? Interview? Wiggity? Wiggity type 1? Wiggity, you want to hop on a call?
Please?
Please? Question mark? Sure. Okay, he doesn't seem very confident, but... Here, let's hop in... Here. We will... Wiggity, join a call. Just join like a general or something, and then we'll get staff to drag you. Unless we can.
_place move to green room.
Yo.
Yo.
Hello, Wiggity. So, how do you feel that you just won NAC number 6 after being finalist for nearly 6 or 7 rounds?
Oh god.
I wasn't on
that
purpose, I'm
was
sorry.
Finalist fiesta. Good times all around. I was in VC with Nix and Random and a few other people, and everyone's just laughing their asses off.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time. So, we were really curious. Me and Chibi couldn't figure it out. What map, if you could only pick one, what map would you go to? What's your number 1 pick?
Only one. Well, it was going to be Legionary until the grand final.
Until the grand final.
Yeah, and then I missed the QP, and then I got sniped in the QP, and then I got sniped in the QP again. That was not great. For most of the tournament, though, it was Legionary. And then, in the end, I ended up doing really well on Gatorade. Just a nice chill map, dry pace.
Alright, well... Chibi, do you have any questions for our lovely NAC 6 winner?
I mean, about questions, we're just astonished of your performance. Everything you've done since the beginning. You have the great qualifying times, even some world records on some of the maps. And from the beginning till the end, you still maintain that kind of top spot. Even though in the pre-playoffs, Mince got the highest score, you still went through, you still go through everyone, everything, and still maintain. And again, incredible maintaining the the pace and the patience and not losing your mind after many rounds in finalists. Insanity.
Long
But
day.
the question is, can we expect you to appear in another tournament coming up soon? Somewhere you're participating?
NCSA wise, I guess the next thing up would be PATC, but I should be playing in Vertigo, which is coming up in like
Ooh.
a month or something.
Okay.
I'm not entirely certain. I'll be on Onyx White for that.
Awesome.
Nice.
Boys.
All right, Wiggity.
3
so-
weeks, I think.
Yeah, something like that. We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, I thank you for your time.
Yeah,
We are
thank you.
we're gonna go ahead and end out the stream here. But congratulations again, and thank you for the interview.
Yep, thank you. Have a good one.
Third underscore
You too.
place left.
So, Alex is getting ready to raid someone, but Chivy, as I said before, I had a good time. You had a good time. So I'm very excited, but unfortunately, that's where we're gonna have to call it. I mean, you can tell the sun is literally setting outside my house. So, I'm gonna.
Just before leaving, he's going to say thanks everyone for being here. Thanks
Yes.
for the organizers. Thanks for the staff that were there for all the players, all
The
the
staff
difficulties,
did
disconnections.
amazing today.
They did an amazing
yes.
job. They had a lot of work to do, especially with the website tweaking a little bit. But that's it. Thanks everyone for being here. I hope you enjoyed as much as we did. Again, I guess Helix, as always, a pleasure to cast with you. It's always so fun, and we work pretty well together. I feel
I
like
think
it.
so. All right, but unfortunately, yes, that's where I have to call it. So, Chivy, you will be casting in Spanish for the South American Cup. I'll be casting in English for the South American Cup. So we'll kind of be working together again. But for now, we're gonna have to end it. So I will see all you lovely people the next time I see you. Bye bye.
Have a good one.